Thanks, sir.
You're old enough. Call him an Uber.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't know. Well, I do lift as well, but you know. I don't-
Maybe radio cab.
I was going to say horse and buggy.
Oh, I'm dandy.
Facetious.
I bring the happiness out of everyone. Don't worry, Shane, we'll give you your
It's a special skill.
I
You know
do.
what? She does such a good job.
For
I do, now that I have things. I was not doing such a great job of it earlier.
so.
Okay, we are on here.
Alrighty. Well, as soon as I can, why not, call this work session to order and welcome at least a few members of the Visioning Committee and our consultants, and look forward to hearing what you guys have to say.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, councilors. So I'm David Levitan, Senior Planner, and we have a relatively large group here this afternoon. We have Kirsten Green here to my right from Kogan Owens Green, and Anais Mate also from Kogan Owens Green. We have Ben Rousseau from our Vision Advisory Committee, who's been a valuable resource in developing the vision and the action plan that we'll be discussing tonight. And we also have the Planning Director, Denny Egner, and Mary Heberlein, our assistant planner, is here as well. And Mary's been very much involved in the process and really helped out with a lot of the content and the design as well. So we're happy to be here this afternoon. And this is basically our last opportunity to have the council weigh in. We've spent the better part of the last year working on this vision statement and the action plan to help implement that vision statement. And what we're looking to get tonight from the council is just kind of your feedback on the current draft that's included as Exhibit 1. Exhibit 2 includes kind of a crosswalk between some of the major categories and the action items that are included in Exhibit 1. And then Exhibit 3 is kind of the full list, the whole action plan matrix. Basically, it goes into not just the priority items for the next 3-year period, but also includes a number of additional items that might not be included in the current version of the action plan as far as those short-term priority items, but we see as basically serving to kind of be a resource for future updates to the action plan and for other work programs that different department heads will be implementing over the next few years. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kirsten Green now, and we're basically going to talk a little bit about how the vision feeds into the action plan, and then really just we're going to basically go through, describe the process a little bit, and then there will be opportunities towards the end to basically go through all of these super actions, which we'll get into in a little bit more detail, and to get your comments on the existing items that are in the action plan, any items that you think maybe are missing or that need some rewording, and then any other questions that you may have. So I'll turn it over to Kirsten.
Thanks, Mayor, councilors, city manager. So good to be here. This is indeed, if you could flip back one slide, it's an important point to make. So this is the draft you have in front of you is the Vision Advisory Committee recommended version. So that's all I needed to say there, except that they are so involved. I'm really glad Ben came today to kind of continue to be our right hand. We don't go far without the Vision Advisory Committee member, Councilor Falconer, and also the mayor served and sort of relentlessly at each meeting working through the creation of this. So the consultant team involvement here was really in a support role truly to the community, so quite an honor. I guess I didn't figure out how to move, there we go, the pages. So you might remember that this is sort of a quadruple bottom line integrated vision that you have for your communities with equal kind of weight put on people, place, planet, and prosperity. So the notion of a quadruple bottom line is that, using any action to any investment rather to hit as many of those outcomes as possible as you're doing budgeting kind of this year and next year. And I know you do that regularly, but that's the idea of kind of an integrated community plan. Each, at the end of the adoption process, each of the actions would have its own role identified and also a metric and community partners. We know that this is a much greater lift than the city would take on by itself. Just as a city, this really is sort of nearly a community-based action plan and can be undertaken as such. So again, just in a different layout here, the quadruple bottom line framework. You've seen this before, so I won't spend too much time on that. We have had comments from a couple of counselors so far on the draft that went out to you before the 4th of July weekend, so thank you to everyone for your preview of the content, which is where we'd really like to spend our time today. I mentioned the role of the kind of really more than co-created. It really led, this is a Vision Advisory Committee-led process, and with more than kind of 1,000 touches of deep community input in it. So not just a quick survey, sometimes there were survey responses, but lots of hours and hours of deliberation. So the Vision Advisory Committee members themselves worked with us to identify the themes, created, crafted, and recrafted the vision statement. Councilor Falconer caught that we had an old draft of the vision statement in our packet, so I apologize on that, actually, and Councilor Beatty as well. So we have that in front of you tonight. We'll touch on that in a moment. But crafted this detailed vision statement, developed the goal statements. There's 12 goal statements that can also inform the comprehensive plan, lead directly to policies. The Vision Advisory Committee members facilitated discussions at community and town hall events. So those are big active meetings, hundreds of folks at each. Reviewed the community feedback in detail, proposed and refined the action items, and recommended those implementing partners and metrics by which you can measure progress on the action plan. So really just outstanding work. And if you do adopt on August 1st, or whenever that date is, we'd like to invite the full VAC if it's all right for recognition. They carried a lot of water in this process. We couldn't have done it without them. So a few other just notes on how all this work was completed. You might recall that Kogan Owens is kind of temporary adjunct staff hired 4 high school students to help us with the outreach. So there was a youth ambassador team pictured there in the upper right with Anais, so bilingual and bicultural. ISO Marketing helped us with some specific Latino community outreach. We had the Place It workshop with James Rojas here, met with the Latino Parent Teachers Association, conducted business surveys. I can't recall, Anais, how many completed business surveys?
Yeah, just over 40.
Over 40, so that's door-to-door business surveys to make sure that the business community downtown and in the industrial area were specifically touched, and then also through the town hall events. So robust and deep discussions there. I think every one of you has been to some of those meetings, so thank you. I might just see if Ben has any comment right now if you want to make before we go on. Anything?
No, I guess just in general that to echo what you're saying, we had a lot of community input into this process. A lot of really passionate people came out to build on what the work that we had done along the way, and I feel like that what we ended up with really reflects the voices of the community.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So the intended use, David, if you don't mind forwarding just one slide there, the intended use of the document. So we really would like today, and as you consider the Vision Advisory Committee recommended draft, which will be kind of revising based on your guidance today, for adoption either August 1 or thereafter, as a resource for council and department heads to undertake near-term priorities. A number of those are already underway and just might need some amplification. And then the detailed appendix could be used to update in future years in concert with your annual surveys and biennial goal setting. So it's a rich resource that could serve you for really years and years to come until such time as you decide to undertake a full redraft. I think this builds on, was it the 1995 vision? So it's just about time for an update. So some items were done from 95 and some remain to be completed. So these are not small lifts, some of these actions. With that, I would love to turn over to Anais to talk about are these proposed 8 super actions and how you might consider them for the future of Milwaukie.
Great, thank you. So here what came out of that very large matrix that's included as an appendix to this document are the 8 major, we've been calling them super actions, but they are combining a lot of the major themes that we've been hearing across all of the action items, of which I think in that appendix we have nearly 40 or 50. So these are also incorporate some of your council goals, which I've noted the blue hexagons relate to your own council goals, and obviously I think we have some questions about whether or not we want to keep them embedded in this list of 8 or if we want to keep them separate. That will be we'll take direction from you regarding that. So for each of these are the 8 major priorities, and then we've identified the supporting actions that help implement that. They're large, actions to undertake, so they require a lot of support from or a series of actions in addition. And then the full plan in itself is that matrix in the appendix. This is obviously doesn't erase any departmental priorities necessarily, but rather just brings to the forefront what those priorities were at the community level. So those are to be, brought. And then once again, this is kind of a sample page from that document, just giving a quick overview about how we might want to read this. So each super action has a page, and we've identified the supporting actions that have a reference. So for people, place, planet, and prosperity, there are 3 goal statements. So the first number, so planet 1.4, refers to goal statement number 1 for planet and action number 4. So you can cross-reference this directly to the appendix that's included at the back or at the end of the document. There are many more actions associated with planet than just the 3 that are here, but those are those 3 that really help elevate that action about adopting a climate action plan. So they're provided here up front. And then in addition, we've included a status column that can either say, it's a new action, it's either underway, and if it is underway, it probably means that it needs some sort of amplification, whether that be in resources or whether that be in greater capacity. And then finally, there's also initiating with the comprehensive plan as a status as well. So that may be a new action, but is best served with a comp plan process. I don't know if there's any questions about that, or if I should keep going.
Could I just make a point? That the supporting actions under each super action were also those that were most frequently mentioned in the last community survey. So that's how they made it to the short list.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sure. So the actions under the super action in the beginning of the draft action plan, Counselor, are those that were voted on most frequently in the last community survey.
Oh, in the survey where you asked people to prioritize.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So those are the ones that kind of rose to the top.
Okay.
For the most part. The VAC elevated a couple, and we could talk about those with particular reference to the arts in one case, and I think that's the one that looms large in my mind.
And the zero.
And the Vision Zero.
Well, what I was thinking of was the transportation.
That's right. Innovative transit.
Local transit concept.
Yep, so 3. Other than that, these are the ones, pretty purely the highest ones that the community voted on. So thanks, Mary. Yep, exactly. Go ahead. Is there another slide? Good.
Yeah, and lastly, that was, these are just some reflections from the VAC. We had a really great meeting a couple of weeks ago, our last meeting together, and shared some reflections about how that process was. We have some VAC members with us. They might recognize their own words up here, but we thought it was a really robust process, and it really brings to the forefront their recommendations. So.
Thanks. And then I think there's the questions for your review that were in this staff packet. David, do you want to take those? Take those up?
Sure. So these are the same questions that are included in the staff packet, and we just wanted to use this as kind of the jumping off point for our discussion this afternoon. So the first one being, are you kind of comfortable with the proposed format, the super actions, kind of the priority actions under each of those super actions. And then kind of as a sub-question under that is, should the council goals be included as their own separate super actions or folded into broader super actions? Should we have kind of the 8 items? There was a recommendation from Anne to kind of maybe fold the council goals into the other 5. There were some kind of natural parallels that existed there. So just to kind of incorporate the council goals, but not have them kind of keep them on a parallel track and kind of show how they're related to the super actions that have been created through the action plan.
So they wouldn't have risen to being super actions on their own.
So the reason
saying?
I had asked is that those 3 items are your 2-year goals. You may choose other 2-year goals before this document is completed. And so my concern about highlighting those 3 is that they do fit within the other items that you have listed here pretty easily. It's a question of, did you want to call them out when this is for this 2-year period, or knowing that we're going to have every couple of years further discussion around these other topics? But it's up to you guys.
And I think the thought on that and why a lot of these top priority actions fit so well under the council goals is obviously your council goal setting process kind of used a lot of the community input that we received through the visioning process. So they are very much synced up, and so it's a question of how synced you want them to be. Do you want the council goals to kind of stay their own separate item, and to obviously recognize them? And our plan is to update the action plan on a fairly regular basis, kind of in coordination with the council goal setting. But as Ann pointed out, there's the potential that that those wouldn't be exactly parallel tracks, and they might get a little bit outdated. So kind of the remaining questions is if there are additional action items that you would like to elevate up from the matrix, which is the Exhibit 3, up into the action plan. As we noted at our last VAC meeting, we had that discussion and we got that input from the VAC, and we did elevate a couple. We actually created an additional one that Ben over here had proposed and kind of felt that we were missing out on based on some of the input that we had received at a couple of the town halls and then through some of the community surveys. And so there is that opportunity if there are items, even if they weren't within the top few in the last community survey as far as priorities, if you think that they fit well within the super actions and would help to implement, really support and is something that could be achieved on a short-term basis, we'd be happy to look at that. And then are there action items that are missing? Are there things that you've heard that somehow we missed, to include? We've gotten, Councilor Beatty provided a number of comments, not so much on items that were missing, but I was very appreciative of the level of detail that she provided. That's exactly the type of input that we're looking for. Just as far as items, the wording as well, just things that you see from your council perspective that maybe we missed as staff, and just on the implementation side of things, are there areas that need some work and that where the language needs some refinement? And then last question is, we're currently scheduled to acknowledge the plan on August 1st. Are you comfortable with kind of the current status of it based on obviously the opportunity to provide comments this afternoon, or would you like the opportunity to take another look before we come back with the final version that we're asking the council to adopt? So I don't know, Anais, you had some kind of recommendations just as far as we can go about this in any particular way, if kind of each individual councilor kind of wants to give some general comments and thoughts, and then we can maybe go through, by super action, we can kind of go through and talk about the individual ones.
Could we pause on those first two before we go into the detail on sort of, does the format work at the kind of super action level? Because with it, this sort of quadruple bottom line, partly we want to acknowledge the interrelated nature of many of the actions. And then also, you don't want to try and implement 40 actions. So this was a staff consultant team recommendation when we looked through all the highest ranking feedback from that last survey. So do those 8, maybe we could put up those 8 just once and see if kind of that format works for you. And, think of it as 8 or 5, so this notion of these super actions. And would you like to fold, as city manager suggested, fold in the council goals within kind of the 5 actions, which is completely possible. So, Mayor, want to kick us off?
Well, I think the concept of folding them in makes pretty good sense. I'll use number 7, for example. Creating a climate action plan is something you do to get ready to do the big lift, right? To actually accomplish something.
Let's make number 2 happen.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like a long-term goal. It's just a process point. So it really kind of doesn't make sense for that to be a super action. It makes a lot more sense for number 2 to be the super action, and that's just one of the steps that we take. From the standpoint of having it organized in this way, I'm still kind of on the fence. I was on the fence at the BIC meeting, didn't really say anything about it, but I think you start to lose, if you concentrate too heavily on sort of this attempt to squish together some sort of big ideas, you start to lose some of the nuance that's available in the next level down that really speaks to both what the citizens were looking for and more specifics, more detail into it. It would be very easy to take one of these and to go completely off the rails if you weren't paying attention to the lower levels.
Sure, so perhaps look at this sample here, Mayor, if you will, so that for each of these you do have some of that supporting detail. I think you're exactly right. You wouldn't want to do it in isolation.
Right, so I'm not sure that it buys us anything necessarily. I think it's almost worthy to actually be reading, the matrix, because it's not like it's that long. It's, if it was 100 pages, then I'd say, yeah, let's condense that somehow, but,
But wasn't this an effort to prioritize, because we can't do,
That's
there's
right.
12 things under each
Yeah.
it
of
was,
4, so there's 48 actions?
That's
Is that the right
Well,
number?
and in the matrix, I haven't counted them fully, but we're closer to about 70 or 80. There's
Okay.
more like
Full matrix.
There's more like
So
6 or 7 on
the-
average. Some have 9 and some have 4 or 5, so it's kind of
Okay.
on average probably about 7, so there's probably closer to 80.
You just don't
And
want
some of
death
them
by,
are-
you just don't
are
want death by
somewhat-
action.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just don't want death by action. Too much.
The way that they're organized now speaks to all of those other steps you're talking about, but it's very clear to understand. Like goal 2, make Milwaukie a model of resiliency, yada, yada, yada. And then you look at all these different things that came out in Planet 2.2, Planet 2.1, 3.5, and you easily reference back to that. Number 2 means doing
Sure.
that whole variety of things. And all 3 of our goals fit right into
Oh, yeah.
all of those. And as they should, quite frankly.
So using that page as an example, are you saying that those actions,
She's on the number 2.
number 2 goal
Okay.
of the super
Make Milwaukie a
actions?
model of resiliency, environmental.
Yep,
social.
Yeah,
that's my
and-
page.
and
And
so
then
under
there's
that, look at
there's
this.
6 items. Are you saying that the 6 items are not the same, if you went to those numbers and found them there, that there's been some kind of
Well,
combining them
Yes.
together, so they're not the same as they are in the matrix?
To some degree, yeah, we attempted, because in a lot of cases, right, there'd be
Overlap.
similar goals that had a lot of overlap, so there was an attempt to try and
Goal or an
make
action?
them, action, sorry, make them a little more concise, so it's.
But if you go to the matrix and you look at Planet 1.1, aren't you going to see this wording?
Sure.
Implement city programs.
Not a yes.
Right.
But my question is, I guess, would a future council
Page 10.
if they had the sort of 5 super action items, right? Would a future council take the time to go back in and dig into the matrix and say, okay, I see what that means, rather than just going, oh yeah, we should go do this thing, which relates to that. It isn't necessarily.
But don't you think that if they're looking at that goal, number 2 goal, that they're seeing something that has those action items on it, which are the items.
It depends on how we publish it, I guess.
Well, and that's up to us to determine,
Sure.
to do
Like
it
I
in a
said,
way that does
I'm on
provide.
the fence with the whole super action item concept. I do think that it makes sense for us to roll our council goals into
Yes.
the related super
I do
action
too.
items.
And
because-
personally, I liked the way it was laid out very well. To me, it's extremely easy to understand and to follow and to say to somebody, this is what we're trying to accomplish and these are the ways that we're going to get there. And there's even more detail in the full document, if you want to go to that. But this is the things that rose to the top, right?
Yeah.
Well, and I guess maybe the super action idea is a way for a future council 10 years from now to take this and go, okay, so we've done most of that, we haven't done so much on that. We might see things differently now. They can go back to the base matrix and not have to start all over, and they might have different super actions.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't think of the super actions as a
Written in
forever
stone.
part of the document.
Right.
Yeah, well, I kind of hope this whole document is going to be somewhat a living document, because things are going to change, right? Some of our problems are going to get solved, other problems are going to arise that we hadn't even thought of.
And then we'll have flying cars and we won't have to worry about transportation,
Just self-driving.
stuff. Yeah, yeah. But
Well,
I like the format.
I like the format, and I think that we're in agreement that we fold those
Yeah.
goals into, so that
It
down to
just makes
5.
good sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
So you have the 5 then?
I
Yeah.
think so. I think that sounds like what I'm seeing now.
Yeah, I'm all for
That's what
that.
I'm in support of.
Okay.
Because they are part and parcel of that. They're just saying this is one action to take to get to this particular goal.
Well, and these are the actions that you've chosen for right now.
Yeah.
These are the ones that you feel like you have the time and effort and energy today to be able to move forward. And there are other ones that in a couple of years, you're going to probably have the same discussion with us. And I just don't want those to be diminished because they're not called
Right.
out in a document.
Well, and as it looks towards the future too, these items, these actions were all brought to the forefront by the people that live here now and the people that deal with Milwaukie now. And 10 years from now or whatever, it might be a whole different kind of group of people, and they have the opportunity to look back at that and say, well, we'll keep this, but we'll take that out or whatever. It just gives a great framework, I think, for long-term, even though it can be a living document, and as it should be, and move on. But
It also gives you a checkbox, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
if over the course of time, we're able to achieve
Check
some
it
of
off.
these, it also shows the same thing that you did when you looked at the 95 document, right? Did that.
Yeah, exactly.
And you start to see this transition to the identity of who we want to be. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
I think it's exceptional. I don't get a vote, but I really do.
I'll take that, thank you, thank you. So that is the first 2 questions that we had on the staff report. Maybe we should pause just though and clarify the corrections in the vision statement itself.
Yeah, I wondered what they were.
Thank you,
I understand they're not
careful
substantive.
readers. This is the cases of us looking at the same thing too long, so we just, our apologies. So at our last work session in March, actually, you had wondered about safety, and it had come up, and it came up really strongly in the final survey, stronger than it had come up at either town hall. I'll work from the yellow, and I'll just read you what is kind of replaced there. It's that second sentence, it says, at the beginning of the track changes document. Oh, great, okay, perfect. So you'll see that second line has included, it's a safe and welcoming community whose residents enjoy a secure and meaningful. We neglected to include that change. And then at the bottom, we had changed that Milwaukee's government is transparent and accessible. Just remember, you guys, that is the one of the highest values that people hold is their accessibility to you all. It's so closely cherished. I just want to commend you and the city and how you operate on that. But to promote, and this is the kind of shift, the adaptive management part is committed to promoting tolerance and inclusion. So really taking a proactive role in recognizing Milwaukee's diversity and also preparing to accept just increasing diversity along with the state as a whole. So there's that promoting tolerance and inclusion. So those are the changes that will be in your final and are included in the yellow document here. Thanks for the catch. Can we pop back to the questions for council? Do you have that easy, David?
So what about the questions posed here about community policing?
That has been included.
It was answered in action.
In an action.
So I don't
So you
remember what
didn't
was
feel
the-
like it had to be in the vision statement?
I think under, I'm sorry, I don't remember what page of the.
This is whoever has the best
Matrix.
memory. Community policing.
People.
Well, maybe the best place to look is David's email.
Lisa's the
So
one who
people
always
1.3.
Yeah.
I defer to her.
Me too. It's like,
I don't know.
Like,
You'll
what?
find Lisa.
Lisa, tell us.
People 1.3.
Okay.
Good job, Walter.
Okay, yeah.
So those internal comments were back from March, so they have been, the rest have been addressed, as well as the vision statement was addressed, as well as we got the wrong version in there, apologize.
Okay.
So the other questions for council, maybe we could walk through Councilor Beatty's comments by super action. I think Councilor, you went, your comments were on the full matrix, weren't they? But some pertain to those in the super action.
They were mostly about the super actions.
Okay. Let's take them
And I
up.
guess I would say that my, sort of my overarching comment is that there are several that a lot of these fall into, is there are several places where the document says do X, and I don't think we've done our homework to know whether we do X or not, or what the costs
so it
of
should
doing
say,
X
like consider
is.
X or something?
It should say consider, explore, something like that, study, rather than do. And one of them is, one example is net zero, which we talked about at some length on our
Goal setting.
goal setting. We've never really had a definition of what net zero means, and I, as I said in some of the email after that, I found lots of different definitions online. There's not really a definition. Another one was waiving system development charges, or
Which you can't waive.
which you can't waive. You have to come up with the money. So that's a discussion we should have. We should
Subsidize.
absolutely subsidize.
Yeah.
Subsidize. That's a discussion we should have, but I don't think we're there to say that should be an appropriate goal for the city until we do the homework that should underpin that discussion.
But in some of those, are you suggesting then that it's the words that change? I mean, I'm looking at like place 1.4, implement vision 0. So in other words, say, consider implementation of vision 0. So that
Yeah,
it
or
stays
say
there,
what it
but
is what the thing you're trying to achieve is. So if the thing you're trying to achieve is reducing traffic fatalities, let's say that.
Well, it says eliminate traffic deaths and life-changing injuries.
And so let's use that and not this buzzword of Vision Zero, because we haven't had as a community any kind of groundwork laid for what that buzzword means.
It defines it right there.
So Councilor, when we read these, if I may, when we read your comments this afternoon, on one hand, it's outside consultants. Remember, we're further outside than staff, so we're like, those are good changes. But then I'm sitting here next to Ben, and I'm remembering the conversations at the VAC where I would try and wobble back to some of those, consider, explore, and VAC members sometimes would say, do the thing. We're talking about a 20-year plan. Don't just explore it, do it. So the near-term action might be explore. As you work with this, if this is adopted or accepted on August 1st, I think a next step would be, with all due respect, is to work with the department heads, because I've warned David, this leaves planning, because this applies to so many different departments, that each department head or division head would work to figure out how they themselves would implement that. action. And in the short term, it might be explore, but longer term, it might be subsidized for affordable housing, or it might be implement a program. But remember, it is a 20-year. These are things to initiate within 0 to 3, but I would consider this a 20-year strategy. I don't know if that helps or not, but I just remembered, first, your changes were excellent. Your word changes were excellent, no quarrel, but I'm like, VAC was pretty strong in some regards to actually doing.
But the VAC, I mean, they probably have had more discussion than we've had.
True.
On some of this.
Right.
But even there, I think the discussion of what a Vision Zero plan is and what it means and what all the constituent parts are,
Sure.
and how you get there, I mean, I think that's all discussion we should have.
Agreed.
But whether we call it Vision Zero or whether we just say reduce and try to eliminate traffic fatalities, I mean, I just think using these buzzwords that don't mean anything to the average person in the community,
Sure.
and that we're not defining in any real way, are problematic.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
So I guess I would suggest, instead of softening that down to words like explore, the possibility of, to actually try to define it and set a more action-oriented goal that is more about implementing, not exploring, but maybe with a little bit clearer definition of what that is. I don't know what.
Well, I was
On
going to
this-
say, I suggested some
She's a great
alternative
definition,
words
yeah.
on that one.
Yes. Go ahead and read yours. They were really good at
Well, I
concert.
have to find.
And I don't think, it's target street development standards and public safety strategies towards reducing and eventually eliminating deaths and life-changing injuries on Milwaukee streets. So it doesn't diminish the meaning, gets rid of the label.
Right.
In that case, I don't think that's a walk back from the intention on SDCs.
It probably is a walk back.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a walk back, perhaps.
But I'm really not comfortable
Yeah.
with saying
Well, no.
subsidized SDCs until we have that.
Of course,
Yeah, and so I looked through Counselor Beatty's comments, and yeah, some of them definitely, I think there is the opportunity to put in words like explore, the possibility, and things like that. The SDC one is a good example because housing affordability is a council goal right now. We have a housing affordability work group that Alma Flores, the community development director, is just kind of starting to get off the ground. These are some of the items that we can discuss. I know that the engineering director has been talking about, ways to change our methodology for SDCs to basically make it so it's not such a large percentage of what it is for, a 3,500 square foot house, that it's, 60 or 70%, ways to reduce those that, maybe not be subsidized, but while we're in the short-term process of doing that work, we would have it, kind of that language that's explore. And then because we're planning on updating this on a relatively regular basis, hopefully on like a biannual basis, we could then update it based on the input from the council and kind of that additional analysis
That's right,
that we've done.
if we've done it.
And so I think as far as the Vision Zero and the Net Zero and any other zeros that we have in there, I think part of it too, I think we saw it, we're kind of planning geeks up here, but we saw it also, it is becoming, those are some of kind of become, not mainstream, but are becoming some of the standards, and we saw it a bit as an educational component, and we did include this language in the number of surveys that we did in the town halls. A lot of this stuff was developed relatively early, and so we felt relatively confident in that the community was still saying, hey, let's do this. We were thinking, well, maybe they actually know what this is. And for example, Vision Zero is something that obviously, especially because of our proximity to Southeast Portland, which for whatever reason is just a magnet for getting, having all sorts of pedestrian and bicyclist deaths, unfortunately. It's basically, it's becoming, this whole concept of Vision Zero is becoming a lot more mainstream because it's such an issue. And they do share a lot of the same characteristics as Milwaukie. And so that was our thoughts on that. We're definitely open to, even if it's not within the action item, but if there's a way, to provide a little bit more explanation to some of these terms that, I don't know the best way to do it, but we're happy to do that. But no, we definitely appreciate all of the feedback, and this is what we wanted. We wanted something that's easily digestible, that actually still means something, but that people can point at and see these reflect the community priorities, and they're written in a way that isn't just a bunch of planners speak. So
Could we put the first action up there again, David? I know I have you bouncing around, but I think it might be good to walk through these. And if you're considering adopting this on August 1st, maybe we do put our eyes on them together.
Sure. I would like to address a couple of them.
Please.
So Vision Zero is not something that we've created out of whole cloth here in the city of Milwaukee. Vision Zero is something that the city of New York established several years ago.
I know, I've read about Vision Zero, but it is not something that the average Milwaukeean has read about. It's not something even that Portland's adopted it.
And I do think we have to assume that at least the people who elevated it in their responses understand. We can't assume that they don't know what they're talking about when they respond, that yes, that's important to them, right?
So, councilors, I would say consider this as we walk through. Let's not do it in the abstract. Can we go ahead and walk through? So it starts on page 9 in your packet. So this one would be addressing housing affordability, and Councilor Beatty has brought up the second one. David's mentioned this really first, it's a council goal, but this housing affordability, frankly, these might get folded in other actions, but, this is almost kind of underway, David, is what you're saying is true. If 2.1 is, kind of underway with Alma's initiative, maybe that does change the status change from new to underway.
So,
yeah.
So system development charges,
Yeah.
I was uncomfortable with the term subsidized as well.
Subsidized, yeah.
Because that's not what we'll do, it's not what we can do.
It would be.
But there are conversations at the county level, conversations at the metro level about how we change how we charge for that. So instead of subsidizing and having a flat amount of money that every house, whether it's a 400 square foot house or a 4,000 square foot house, pays the exact same subsidy, we do this. And that seems to be gaining a lot of traction. Chuck has actually worked out numbers on how it could work.
So Mayor would streamline permitting and consider reducing system development.
No, adjusting.
It's an
adjusting.
Okay. Reducing still sounds like you.
Like we're just reducing it full clock.
Sure, I got you.
So adjusting.
Okay, great. Cool. Anything else on this page, councilors?
Not to me.
We're good on that? This second page would include now those that were included with the climate action plan. So we'll see those again in a minute, but for the time being, here's what you have. I won't read it. It's in front of you, and I don't believe, Councilor Beatty, any of your comments were on this page, but correct me if I'm wrong.
there weren't.
Well, I don't think I maybe made a specific comment on this page, but I do think some of the things on this page highlight a concern I had with overall, which was really who does this and how much of it falls to our staff, and is it realistic? For example, although we're all, although I am hopeful we're all on board for trying to remove Kellogg Dam, doing natural resource and restoration plans for those two creeks is a huge lift. And it's not really a lift that naturally falls to the city. It should be falling to other partners.
So ODOT and all sorts of groups.
Watershed councils.
Johnson Creek Watershed Council.
Kristen, can I ask a question?
Please.
So some terminology used tonight was different than my understanding of this report.
Yeah.
So council set 3 goals recently that we are focusing our time and effort on. And so on the first slide where we looked at the 3 items underneath, absolutely, those 3 items are things that are within Alma Flores' portfolio as we're looking at that item. When you get to number 2, where these items may or may not actually have been prioritized by council for the next 2 years, I can't make the commitment that staff's going to have the kind of time in the next 2 years, or even 3 years, depending on what council prioritizes, to look at these. Just being honest. So my question is, how are we talking about these in the report, and how are we talking about these out publicly, going back to what Councilor Beatty just said? I'm not I don't want to lead people to believe that every single thing gets to be a priority this year. It doesn't work that way.
No.
So I just want to make sure that we're
So it's a
setting that.
23-year goal process.
And that's the
These
way
are
I was
supposed to
reading
be the
it.
priority,
And
right?
for 0 to 3, Ann, so these are things you would
concern.
initiate within the 0 to 3, and we could, with a change, you can change it to 0 to 5. We just took that as short term. So knowing that we're kind of have an overlapping process here with the council goals already initiating, so that takes a lot of kind of bandwidth. So, you might want to say it's more realistic. This is exactly your hand to say what is realistic with the department heads and say, are these new items realistic within 0 to 3, 0 to 5? David and Denny have looked at those that we initiated with the comprehensive plan. I think they're comfortable with those. Several others are underway, so I think it is a careful review with the department heads and say, we had a really good steering committee. I think you were present in March, where these are kind of no surprises. And they were able to tell us which ones are underway, so it's like good, it's like stay the course, don't disrupt their budgets on those items. But the new ones, I would say, look carefully and say, okay, could you see within the next round,
Sure.
Whether it's through a program, a vendor that you have, whether it's through your solid waste vendor that you ask them to include food scrap.
Right, so that.
And it's on the council, sorry.
Yeah.
In the initial discussion,
Sure.
when we started this whole process, we recognized that there were going to be things that our citizens were concerned about that aren't in our bailiwick, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were going to talk to us about education. They were going to talk to us about streamside restoration. They were going to talk to us about things that aren't in our bailiwick. We decided, instead of trying to artificially parse those out in the process of listening to our citizens, that instead we go ahead and take all of that information in, we include that in our matrix, and then we work with our partners. We reach out to our partners and we say, okay, from our citizens, we heard that this is really important and this is really your baby. Yes, we will have probably some overlap with you, streamside restoration, Kellogg Dam, etc. But you guys are going to have to take a big lift on this. And that was sort of the concept going into the whole process, that we didn't sort of artificially just decide, okay, the city doesn't do this, or the city doesn't even know how to do this now, and maybe it's still something the citizens want. We don't know how to do it. It's a 23-year goal, and in 23 years we might figure out how to get there.
We're saying we are initiating it with the comprehensive plan. It's not even ours necessarily to do, right?
Some of them will be, a lot of it actually will be taken care of by the comprehensive plan.
Streamside restoration?
No, not streamside restoration, but a lot of the whole matrix.
Yeah.
So.
I'm also concerned, just going back to that explanation, that when we did the goal setting, we very specifically did not set goals for other agencies because it didn't go well last time. We set 6 goals, we didn't achieve them because we don't have any authority or control over those partners. I'm great with having them be what the community's asking us to do. I don't want to change the verbiage. I don't want to change that they're important or that they're in the action plan. My concern is the commitment of the city. You also said we could change it to 0 to 5 and department directors get to create that work plan. I think there's a couple of flaws in that. One is that council sets priorities. So if council doesn't prioritize some of these things, even if they're exciting to staff, we don't have bandwidth just to adopt programs that we're going to take on. And we also, this is a lot even within 5 years, if the expectation would be that council would set these as priorities and then we would achieve them in the next 5 years. So.
Initially within 5 and complete within the 10 to 23.
40.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm open to that possibility. I'm saying that affordable housing in and of itself is going to take us longer than 2 years. It's probably going to take us 5 to 6 years. And within that plan.
And that's our point.
Right. So when we start adding things on top of that, I just start getting a little nervous. I love these. I'm just being open about my concerns.
Yeah, we share them, and so it is a very serious conversation to accept or adopt something like this that does set some direction for the city.
Well, and the other thing to having all of these, to having this whole matrix, is there's going to be other decisions we make, or other decision points that come before us, that in a vacuum, we might go X direction. But with sort of the informed point of view from what the citizen said, this is important to us, we go, okay, yeah, stormwater. We were thinking about doing this, but this is what the citizenry was really thinking is important on stormwater, so that decision really needs to go this way instead of this way. I think having the full blown knowledge is important. Perhaps we need to run this through the directors and say, all right, where do you see this being an 8-year before we can get even started on it? Where do you see sort of in that sense of reality? And we can go back to the verbiage at the beginning, but I wouldn't want to start going through here and going.
And I don't want to eliminate any of these, and if that wasn't clear, let me make sure that I'm clear. That's not my goal. These are policy statements that came from the community. I think they're important.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that they need to be a part of a 23-year plan. It's a statement about how we prioritize them in timing. And as much as I can say they could get to them in 8 years, if Mayor Gamba comes to me and says, this year we're going to be prioritizing this one, and we put that on the 18-year level because it was sort of a far-fetched thing, and suddenly we have money to rebuild Kellogg Dam, that's suddenly year 2, and all the other things just shifted upward. So I can give you some of that, but in this document, when we print it and publish it, my concern is saying we know what things are going to come up as much as we know the context in which we're making decisions. So I totally agree with your context statement. I'm just having heart palpitations around the 0 to 3, 0 to 5, and staff being the ones to tell you when we could get to them.
And I guess, like,
That's up to you. I mean, I would say respectfully, this is completely within you to tell, this is your document, not ours. You know what I mean? So
Absolutely.
Yeah, so how you want to drive it, run it, prioritize it, we can change accordingly for sure.
so it seems to me, I guess I worry about what a reader now and in the future is going to think, because, like, look at 2.2 and 3.5. Those are things that cities do. Those aren't things other partners are going to come do for us. Those are purely city things. They're purely within the city's control. 2.1 is not purely within our control by any way, shape, or form. And so what alerts a reader to the fact that they're not all within the cities?
Yeah, in the full-blown matrix, we have partners.
Yeah.
And we say who's kind of who
But
we're
even,
thinking.
and that's good, I love that part of it, but even then, I still think it
Well, maybe-
undersells how
maybe
much.
this one just
Maybe some
doesn't
kind of a
include it.
color coding system where, if it's utterly in the
A
city's,
lead or
utterly in the
support,
city's
yeah.
support, it's
Yeah.
blue,
It might
and if
be.
it's utterly not in the city's support, it's
Yeah.
yellow, and then there's a sort of gradation in between.
Well, I can't remember what it looked like, but we did at some point at the VAC look at the old vision,
Yeah.
the 1995 vision. And obviously, building light rail is not just in the cities, and it was in there, and we did
Right.
it.
And we did it.
So, removing it to me doesn't make any sense at all. But I do agree that it's maybe somewhere we should indicate that this isn't. We do it further down in the document, but if there is a way to, and didn't we have that included originally and then we decided to clean it up because it was taking up too much room or something?
The partners or the time frame? The partners. Oh, they're here in the appendix.
No, I know they're there, but I thought we also decided we were going to remove them from here, and now it's raising a question,
This
right?
is my nervousness about this constant coalescing. That the very end document is amazing, and it's really clear. And as we coalesce it more and more and more and more, it becomes less and less and less clear.
Right.
So I
Because
suggest,
these are not simple things, and you can't do it
Yeah.
in an elevator speech 2 point.
I would definitely recommend going to a simply longer sheet than I would going back all the way to the appendix, because that doesn't have the priorities. But I would, perhaps this becomes an 11 by 17 document where you do have the partners, and then perhaps, you know, you can get into, is it 0 to 5, initiating 0 to 5 or longer term. We had, you know, posited a few weeks back whether or not you would like it to be 0 to 3. I think David took that up with staff, and so we left it 0 to 3 at that time. But if you wish for different time frames, we certainly can.
Well, and I think it also, what I heard you say earlier tonight was that these were things that gained the most traction with our community.
Yeah.
So this isn't necessarily even a 0 to 3,
Yeah.
as it's a weight.
Yeah.
And if you want to place a weight on this that says these were the most critical functions
Yeah.
for council to consider doing in the next few years, I'm all in.
Yeah.
I just don't want it to be that these are, this is a work plan now, especially without getting feedback from the people sitting at this table that that's what we're gonna do. So that's all I'm asking for, is changing maybe this document to be, these were the highest weighted items that were requested from the community as having the most immediate response. And that then gives that to council to say, do you want to prioritize these over other things we're working on over the course of the next several years? And I'm great with that.
In the beginning, we had talked at some point about sort of creating our big goals and then backcasting, so that we started to figure out, okay, how quickly do we need to start moving on X goal, or which goals can we achieve quickly, which goals are going to take 23 years, and therefore how soon do we need to start working on those. We sort of skipped that part of the process.
Well,
and
I think that's what I would do with staff. I would do that with staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe that's a process we should look at.
Yeah.
So that will maybe inform more of a timeline.
Some of it will, but I mean, I think Kellogg Dam is a perfect example. The day Kellogg Dam is the day that there is a funding mechanism out there that we have found, we will go after it, and we want to be as prepared as we can for that moment to apply for the funding and to make it happen as soon as possible. So in that way, yes, I think staff's looking for, okay, these steps should be set up so that we have success on that grant. Whatever that grant is, it's a discussion you and I had with ODOT of, great, do you want us to be prepared for the grant application we don't know exists today? We want to be prepared for the grant application we don't know exists today. We'd like help preparing that document. So that's my other caution, is backcasting works if the process stays true. In a lot of these cases, the process doesn't exist on the how we're going to get there. And so it's really hard for me to backcast.
Especially with that one. Yeah, that particular one.
That one, I would say that climate change is another big one where technology is changing yearly.
Yeah.
There are things that are going to go really fast, and there are things that are going to take a lot longer. Right now, I look at some of those components, I go, oh my gosh, it's going to be so hard. But if there's a national decision that forces some of these utility changes,
Or even a statewide.
it becomes super easy. So those are the other things to kind of think about.
Folks, I just wanted to look at the narrative that is in here. I think that we don't say 0 to 3 here. We've been using that kind of internally. I don't think it says it in here yet. I know it's confirming, but it says, you can read it there, the vision and action plan is intended to serve as a resource of near-term community priorities that were established through the visioning process. And you can that probably gives you less heartburn.
It does, and actually, like I said, when we had been talking about this before coming to the meeting, I didn't have heartburn.
Yeah.
It wasn't until we started getting into the 0 to 3 piece that I started getting the heartburn.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, certainly that is a point of deference for you to work on with your departments. Yeah. It's not our job, that's for sure.
You don't want it?
Yeah.
Should we bring you in?
Greener. That's always greener. Should we go back to that, maybe the third group? Are we on the second group or the third group on page 10? And again, that citywide composting program is the only, on that second page, is the only one that is new, and I would consider it with your vendors.
It's actually on council agenda tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, tonight.
Underway.
It's in play.
Are we checking it off, right?
Yeah, we'll be done.
Right away. All right. So number 3, the completion of Milwaukie Bay Park. Now this is another one that will get folded into other super actions. See if anything there is off
Well, I
track.
think we'll be discussing 3.2
You're going to be discussing all that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and whether or not that's what it's going to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's another great point, right? So in here, we talk about some very specific amenities within the park design. We're going to talk tonight and ask you, are those park amenities that you want, or do you want us to reconsider any of these park amenities for the next design of this before we go to construction? So I think it's not a bad thing for them to be in here. It shows the history and the context of where we've come from for this construct, and then you guys get to decide how you achieve the final goal.
Well, and I think to some degree, this is sort of a more recent touch point with the citizens.
Yeah.
Is this kind of still how you're thinking about Milwaukie Bay Park?
And they did put it as a priority.
Yeah, and they did put it as a priority, so.
So that's an interesting point for our discussion later.
Yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Well, and I think 3.4 is an interesting way to talk about how we're discussing that park today versus when we were officially doing the design work too. You know, we've talked a lot about the fact that right now it's hard to park down at the park if you want to use a non-motorized vehicle, boat, basically. Is that a priority? Because it's not great at the moment. So, what's up with that?
And I would point out that one of Councilor Beatty's comments in her email today was just as far as the clarification on place 3.4 is, are we specifically referring to access for non-motorized boats? Kind of that's what she.
Yeah, I don't want to create the impression that we're going to create more access for motorboats, you know. And so that, if I were a motorboater, I'd be like, oh good, they're going to give us more parking for our motorboats, or they're going to put in a second dock. Or,
I also just want to let you guys know it's 5, and we have a closed item that we had scheduled for 5 o'clock. We can keep going. Nope, you're great. I just am making sure everybody's aware.
So, spit it out. When I read Lisa's email, that did draw into question. I didn't have time in between to go back and research. Were we indeed referencing motorboats, or were the comments that were sort of coalesced into this around people-powered boats? And I don't know the answer to that question. I don't remember.
I don't think it was clear.
I doubt they
Yeah.
did
Yeah.
that specific.
Yeah, I don't recall the question being that clear, so it probably was as written. We were prioritizing it as written.
That's interesting. All right.
Okay, so to Anna's question on time.
Do you guys want to keep going through each set? Or do you feel
Are
like
there
you're
other
giving
major
pause?
areas that anybody brought up or that need to be?
Is there the new one that the
I don't
the
think
group
there's
just
anything else
completed
major,
in 4? Is that the
really.
new, which is the new one? The place 1.9 is one the VAC just came up with recently.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at that.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a couple on here that do highlight the staffing levels. So I just want to put out there, we talked about these recently at a council meeting about doing a full transportation study and whether or not that's a priority. If it is a priority of council and if we wanted to make that a goal, it would be the engineering director, if he's here, and a priority on his work plate. So it's just something to consider is we set the priorities and goals and how those shift and move over time.
But I really like the wording of that one, research, examine funding strategies. It's
Right.
not do it before
Right.
you've done your homework to know if you can do it or not. It's
So place
look
one-
at it.
So in
Look
place
at it.
1.4, we could replace that with Councilor Beatty's language.
Target street development standards and public safety strategies. Towards
I mean, I don't know what else, I mean, those were the 2 pieces of Vision Zero I know about. You know, street design and public safety, you know, enforcement, yeah. Maybe there's other pieces too that need to be called out there.
Well, like I said, the region, piece by piece, is one by one setting Vision Zero goals. So at some point, in all likelihood, we will be called upon to set a date.
So let's do it, let's have that discussion, but let's not prejudge it here.
This is the vision of the city.
But it's not anything we've done our homework on.
Right, well, there's probably a lot of stuff in there that we haven't done our homework on, and we need to do our homework on it. It doesn't mean that the citizens shouldn't be able to set a high bar for us to shoot for, and therefore learn a
But
lot
we're the
about.
ones enacting it, and we're the ones saying, this is what we think the city should do. And if we say implement X versus let's learn about X and see if it's right for Milwaukie. Those are two different things.
Would develop and implement work? Develop and implement a Vision Zero program?
I mean, I'm not gonna fall on my sword over that. I just, I think we should say what that is.
Sure.
It's a
Changes are
program about, street design and,
So maybe we
public
look at
safety
some
strategies.
definitions
Yeah.
on a couple of things where
Sure.
we used specific.
Net zero, Vision Zero, yeah.
Net zero, Vision Zero.
Sure.
But maybe if it's possible, a one-sentence definition of what that means.
Would you like to see this again before August 1st? I know we have to go
As in,
with the
like
changes.
this? I don't know, do we need to?
Well, I'm feeling a little, maybe I missed it, but you've seen Counselor Beatty's comments. We
yeah, I
have
only
not.
said it.
So we're just
I only
hearing this for the
copied it.
first time, and it sounds like you've got, at least a few places where changes need to be made. So unless I see something, I can't say.
Yeah.
Well,
Can't
so
say
I guess the question is this something that could go out in a packet once it's been tweaked for us to look through, or do we need another work session item to talk about it?
Right.
Well, and so just today, we just scheduled a work session for the comp plan for July 18th. Was to talk about formation of a comprehensive plan review committee, talk about our desired public involvement. So there was some bandwidth for that. It would be a little bit cramped to talk both comp plan and the revisions to the vision, but that is something where there is that bandwidth on that meeting. If the council would like to, we could continue to prepare for adoption on August 1st and then push that back to the 15th as needed. There shouldn't be a whole lot of time needed at the actual regular session to adopt, so I think kind of finding a time for that meeting is less important than the council being comfortable with the language. And so I know that you guys obviously have an executive session to discuss tonight, a little bit on the department heads and the department priorities. I did send out the action plan matrix to all the department heads, with the exception of our new public works director. I sent it to the old public works director, but Gary did provide comments. And I asked them to weigh in, especially on the top two priorities in each of the goal area statements that largely made their way into the super actions, and was able to get department head feedback on, is this something they're already doing? Do they have the funding to do it? Would they need additional funding or staffing? And so we recognize that, and we've had those discussions. And then our assumption is if we don't have the funding, that just the city manager's office will take care of it, so.
He did actually send me a list. He's like, Ian, it looks like you have a lot of these. Could you confirm that these fall to your office?
So could we come back once again, just to make sure you're comfortable?
The 18th, we actually have it, I think, as work session time.
We have it as a work session for the comp plan, but that's something where we only have really a few questions before we are going to be developing that. We're developing that scope now, and we can kind of check in just a few minutes. We wanted to get some feedback on just what that committee should look like and what you think about our public involvement. Those will be things that obviously we'll continue to talk about in future meetings, so we don't need to tackle that in its entirety on the 18th. But if we already have some time, for this process, that we can kind of swap in the vision and give you the opportunity to comment, that probably would be the best option.
And you'd see the draft with the partners attached, so it is too much to consider this would be a city. It is really a community, city plus community action plan. So, okay, well, thanks. I'll be at Legoland, but Anais hopefully will be here with me.
You'll be at Legoland.
Send us pictures.
Well, then fast forward to that next
Yes.
meeting where we ask, what do we want the public outreach portion to look like for the comp plan? I would just say that you don't give yourself enough credit for the work that you did on the public outreach portion of this project.
Yeah.
And I would expect and hope that next that big comprehensive plan work will also include that we'll use you as sort of a shining example of how to do this.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Okay, you guys have done stellar. absolutely amazing job about
Didn't do it alone. Thank you.
And we're sitting down to talk with Kirsten and Anais tomorrow to talk about that transition to the comp plan work, and really what that public involvement will look like. And we do definitely want to get the council's input on, should we have something similar to the back that has such a large number of kind of at-large representatives. Typically in a comp plan, you have more kind of specific representation from parks and, from boards and committees and from technical experts, but the back has proven that they have a lot of technical expertise, and so we'll be back to talk about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
And to the committee.
All right, so that is the end of our work session. We'll be going into an executive session, and I don't have the per state 3-point blah, 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 blah.
H, to consult with counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed.
Very good, thank you. So, thank you all for coming. More members.
I lost this one. And thanks for your help in there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for you, it's why we pay you.
Just looking at thinking.
Yeah, I know, I do. I have, it's a pen I like, and I've been meaning to go try and find an ink cartridge rather than just keep using disposable pens.
I'm okay with it. No, it's why I asked you to do it. I think it's important and it's a priority. I'm good with it.
I've always hated the way it feels in my hands.
Oh, yeah? Diana?
Too big for me. What's up?
Some of them are pretty
Gotta run
big,
YouTube.
but this one, there's a couple
All I
I
can
have
say.
that are good.
Well, it
and I
proved
have
your
a couple
point
of
tonight, right?
cartridges from random pens.
Doing a very
I
good
keep
job.
hoping they'll fit, and they never fit. They never fit.
I don't think they really care.
I can't, like, this one I don't think I've gone and looked for a cartridge, but sometimes they just don't exist anymore.
Standardized?
Standard.
Yeah?
We don't have to be
Yeah.
part of our discussion.
Right.
What are the odds?
Like, how is this supposed to be all went at the same time? Whenever it was. You had to.
Oh, yeah, there definitely were.
But I know that part of that's just,
It played out internationally.
yeah,
That's why when you go to
but,
different countries.
and it's,
But
this time it was
In this country, yeah, yeah.
100% vote, it was all 9 of us again.
All right, we are on the air. Are you ready?
But most of the time it's like a
Everybody ready?
There were 4. Did you get the green cards?
Yes. Got a pile of them. All right. I hereby call the 2,249th meeting of the Milwaukie City Council to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Interesting.
All right. Tonight's consent agenda includes the minutes of the June 6, 2017 work and regular sessions, to approve a base pay adjustment for the city manager, a resolution appointing Don Jost to Public Safety Advisory Committee, a resolution authorizing an application to the State of Oregon Vertical Housing Development Zone Program, a resolution authorizing a Business Oregon grant application to fund design and construction of the Kellogg Creek Bridge replacement, a resolution amending the intergovernmental agreement with Clackamas County Community Development Block Grant Program, a resolution acting as the local contract review board authorizing a contract for engineering services for the Robert Kronberg multi-use path, and approve a Oregon Liquor Control Commission application for the Chapel Theater and the GSMP located at 4107 Southeast Harrison Street, a new outlet. Does any member of council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda?
No. No.
Then I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously.
Can I just ask the city manager, I mean, I was fine with the item about the community development block grant, but I would like to have that on a study session sometime to talk about that process and why we have a 1993
Sure.
agreement and whether it doesn't need revisiting or updating.
Absolutely. We're happy to bring it back. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Yes, we'd be happy to bring it back.
Thank you.
All right. Audience participation. This is the part of the agenda during which council will hear citizen statements regarding city business. Those wishing to speak must fill out a green registration card available on the table in the hall and identify agenda item number 4, audience participation. As council has other business items on the agenda this evening, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Before we begin, is there any follow-up reports from the June 20th, 2017 audience participation? Ms. Ober.
There is not.
Thank you. So I have a stack here. When you come forward, state your name and address for the record. And we'll start with Milo.
I'd like to yield to Carolyn first, please.
Do what?
I'd like to yield to Carolyn Tomei first, please.
So you're yielding your time to her, or you're yielding? Okay.
His space, I think, not his time, right?
Well,
Both.
Let her go first.
well,
Yeah, just let her go first. It's
Yes.
not, he's not,
well,
doesn't
okay.
want to
So,
speak.
but then
I think that's what he was.
my question is, are you? There's a big difference here. Are you yielding your time to her,
Yes.
which would give her then 6 minutes as opposed to 3 minutes?
Oh.
Okay. Is that the same for Pam?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
And Dave?
Yes.
All right, so then.
He's not even here, but okay.
How many minutes does she have?
I'm going to be here all evening. That adds up to 15.
It adds up to 15 minutes. Yep.
Hopefully it won't take that long. I'm assuming you've all seen
Yes.
documents review.
Even though everybody in the world knows who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, wouldn't you think I'd know that? My name's Carolyn Tomei. I live at 11907 Southeast 19th Avenue, Milwaukie. And is that all you need?
Thanks. Yep.
Okay, good. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So I'm asking if all of you have seen that. And the question was, Milwaukee's Deadly Transit Center crosswalk. And my question is it deadly? Is it true? And I don't know. Because that information that would confirm or dispute this headline is not available to me. I assume you all read the story, so you know that the only way I knew that Norma Gilbert was mortally injured was that her obituary was placed on the reader board in the Nautilus gym, where both Norma and I were members. No other information anywhere. I was shocked. She was a wonderful, lively, lovely woman who came regularly to the gym. I knew she took public transportation, a TriMet bus, not the lift, which she took from the Selwood area. Someone told me she'd been hit by a FedEx truck. I assumed that the accident took place in the Selwood area in Portland. So I searched the internet. Nobody knew what had happened, nobody that I knew in the gym. I searched the internet in Portland to find information about the accident. Of course, I couldn't find any. Eventually, I was told that she was hit and mortally injured in Milwaukie at the transit center. Well, I couldn't believe it. There had been no information in the newspaper, on television, in the pilot, so I called the Milwaukie Police Department. Unfortunately, I never got a return call. I called again later and asked for the public information officer, and still no call back. Later, I called again, and I was directed to City Hall, where I was told to fill out a public information request, and that would take up to 4 weeks to get in the information, and it would cost $15. I did all that. In the monthly meeting of our neighborhood association, we usually have a report from a police officer about issues that have happened in our neighborhood in the last month. So I assumed that the Historic Neighborhood Association would have gotten a report from their police representative because this accident took place in their neighborhood. So I contacted the chair, and no, he had no information about an injury and pedestrian death in their neighborhood. Now, I was the former mayor, but I didn't expect to have special consideration because I was the former mayor. But is this the way we expect that citizens of Milwaukie should be treated, requesting information that should be available to them? To me, this seems unacceptable. I deliberately and very specifically made a choice not to call or email any of you. I know, but most of the public does not know, that you are volunteers. You don't get paid to do this. So I very specifically called staff. If I did that, that would have been cheating. because I knew that the public does not have the kind of access information that I have to contact all of you. So I contacted paid staff, and sadly, I was not successful. And in my opinion, that must change. And this is one of the reasons I'm here today, to publicly make my case. I love my city, where I've lived very happily for 51 years and where some of my children have continued to live. I like all of you on the council. You're great people. I like the city staff. I love the city police. And I generally enjoy working with all of them. So this is not meant to criticize all of you or any of the staff. But I guess hopefully it will be constructive criticism. And I think there must be some changes. As I understand it, the Sheriff's Department gives out public notices to news agencies when there is an accident that involves an injury, as does the state police. They redact personal information until the family has been notified. So I'd like to know, why doesn't Milwaukie do that? What does Milwaukie have to hide? Actually, in all the weeks I was attempting to get information, and I didn't want to be obnoxious, but I was still trying, working really hard. All the weeks that I was attempting to get this information, and I was telling it to people that I knew, both in and out of Milwaukie. And some people are really paranoid about government. I'm not, and I don't think anybody is trying to screw over anybody else. But they wondered, was there a cover-up? Was somebody trying to cover up for FedEx? I didn't think so, but there is a very serious problem about transparency and public information. How does the public get information from this city about a very serious incident? Why doesn't the city still provide to the Clackamas Review, which is the only newspaper that covers Milwaukie news? Why don't they send out logs of the 911 calls that they used to do for a long time that I seem to remember? I enjoyed reading those. So what is Milwaukie hiding? Do you really think no news is good news? Do you think we're more comfortable not knowing about a death in our downtown area, in the transit center, in a crosswalk? And what about the woman who lost her leg? It's been several years ago now, but in our neighborhood also, they're on 99 when River Road comes in. It was really difficult getting information on that. That was in my neighborhood. Or the bicyclist, also in our neighborhood, who was hit and injured by a car. The woman lost her leg. I think it was before you were time here, but that was a very, extremely sad situation. Why didn't I know about that? Why, and even more seriously, why aren't these drivers given a citation, for heaven's sake? Why aren't these incidents rising to the level of criminal negligence? Why aren't they prosecuted by the DA? The most flagrant situation, of course, is the professional FedEx driver who not only injured, but then eventually killed Norma Gilbert. Why didn't the officers check the driver's cell and other electronic equipment at that scene? Why was he not given a drug and alcohol test? At Cisco, where my son works, whoever is injured in that facility is immediately tested for drugs and alcohol. Why wasn't that driver tested? He was working. This was his place of work, driving somewhere in the FedEx truck. He said he was sorry. I get that. He didn't see Norma. Really? The middle of the day before 11 a.m.? Do you really think so? It didn't make sense to me. How could he not see her when he came to a complete stop on 21st before he made that left-hand turn just feet from Norma? He couldn't have gone very fast. How could he not have seen her? Could he have been texting, doing email, checking his next address on his computer, making a phone call? We don't know, do we? Because his electronic equipment was not checked. We don't know if he had been drinking or smoking pot or taking other drugs because his blood was not tested for any other substance. So what I'm suggesting, I think we need to make sure our officers are trained that when there is an injury, that they need to do a blood and alcohol test on the driver, as well as checking all electronic equipment in the vehicle. If we need to change the laws and the procedures for them, we must do that. Drivers must be held accountable for their behavior. Driving is a privilege, not a right. Has anyone else been injured in a crosswalk at the transit center? I don't know. Do you? I would bet you don't know, because that information is certainly not available to me. It's not public information. So maybe it is a deadly transit center, and we don't know that because we don't have that information. If it is deadly, then let's do something about it. Let's cut off all vehicles coming into the transit center, except for buses, just as Oregon City has done. Let's let drivers know that when you hit a pedestrian or a cyclist in Milwaukie, you will be cited for a crime. You will be fined heavily and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Let's let the public know that we love pedestrians and cyclists, and we encourage all citizens to walk and bike whenever and wherever possible, and we will pledge to keep them safe. Let the public know we support mass transit, and we will make sure that they are safe in our transit centers. And then let's do it. And let's tell the district attorney we want him, and we will support him and his staff. We want him to prosecute all drivers who injure pedestrians and cyclists to the full extent of the law. If we really want safety in our city, and you've said that you do, and I believe it, let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's make it happen, and let's let the public know what we are doing and how we are doing it. Transparency, boy, transparency is of the utmost importance here. As an older woman, you will support this, Councilor Parks. I have to address an issue that was spoken of in the newspaper article, Norma's age and her disability. Okay, I get all chilled. As a society, it should make no difference if the injured person is 4 years old or 84 years old. My grandson, my great-grandson, is 4 years old, and I take him over that same crosswalk when we go to the library every week. He's a little guy. Can I depend on FedEx to see him? I hope so. And so whether one is 4 or 84, a triathlete or disabled, we are all equally valuable human beings, and we deserve to be seen and treated as such. Thank you for letting me take extra time. I appreciate it. And I'm open to any questions or comments.
Well, I have some comments. I'm sorry about the response that you received, because I think we all are for transparency. There's no one here, of course it's not. And when you make requests, you should get answers. And so I don't really know the specifics of your request and what staff you contacted. I don't know why the police department didn't respond, but I completely agree with transparency. And that I think it's going to create a discussion around that street and whether that should be closed off. And because we want safe streets and we want to encourage transit, of course.
Exactly.
So thank you for coming and talking about these things, and I hope that we'll get a little further information both on the process and what occurred after you sought information, and discussions about that street in general.
Thank you.
The conversation, I think I agree obviously with Councilor Abma about we all value transparency, and I think maybe we assume that because we get information, that information is available and accessible to more people. So I would just want to say, I'm sorry for living in a consular bubble during this. Because that's on me, as someone who really does put a very high premium on safe accessibility for walking and biking in this community, and someone who also uses that transit mall very regularly with my young daughter. I was very disturbed by what happened, but I have to also acknowledge that I was in a position where I wasn't sure if I should broadcast what had happened.
Why not?
I can't answer that question. I don't know why I felt the need to wait to see if there was more information, or if it was someone else was going to, or if maybe I just missed the notice that had already gone out, because I do receive notices from the police, and so it seemed that information would be getting out there in other ways. So that's the responsibility I'm taking for myself, and so I apologize for that. Another thing that you mentioned that I just want to really just, the victim blaming aspect of naming or detailing the woman's age and disability. Not exactly sure why that detail is important, but I am sensitive to that as well. In terms of closing the transit mall, we are having that conversation, and that started immediately. That happened as soon as we found out that there was an accident, and reaching out to Dark Horse and city staff about what can be done to restrict access so that there are fewer potential conflicts between drivers and pedestrians and cyclists there. So I just want you to know that that conversation is happening.
Thank you. Kind of ditto what's already been said, and sympathies for the family and for all of her friends who, have lost someone. And I would certainly hope, this is the first death that I've heard of at that intersection, or at any, there are hardly any traffic deaths that seem to occur within the city limits of Milwaukee, and a lot of the accidents seem to be on McLaughlin or on 224 on the highways. That may not always be the case, of course, but it was a bit disconcerting to see that intersection or that area branded as, the death area, even though obviously that's what happened in this one. And I'm kind of like Angel, I'm surprised that other people didn't know about the initial accident, and then ultimately, when she passed, and that type of thing, because we do get information, and I think we often make that assumption that it's information that's out there for everyone, depending on the type of information that it is. But you mentioned the articles, or not articles, but the little listings that used to be in the Clackamas Review about the police.
911 calls.
Yeah, and I always found them rather entertaining. And I could tell kind of where certain things were going on in town, and that. But it was just this little soundbite. It wasn't a big article. It wasn't a big thing. It was just with us and Oregon City, and I'm not sure if Oregon City's is still in the Clackamas Review or not, and I'm not sure why neither of those are continuing to be published. But I thought I had heard at one time that it had been, and I may be totally wrong, but that it had been a publishing decision that those would no longer be printed in there. But I don't know that for a fact. It's just one of those things that somebody kind of said offhand one time. But I wouldn't want to put big articles in the newspaper every time something happened. But those items that went in certainly gave people a good view of what was going on generally in the city. So I don't know. I don't know that much history about them, Ms. Tomei, so I don't know why they're not there anymore.
Could I ask, Councilor Parks, could I ask you, how do you know there are no other deaths in the city?
Well, I agreed. I don't know for sure, other than the fact that, at least in the time when I've been more involved in this just one particular city, that when there's a police action that in fact may garner news interests, City Council has gotten information about that, and I'm not sure who else. That's why I don't want to, put labels on that, because I'm not sure how widespread that is. But I know that we get information, like maybe I've seen, let's hypothetically say, 3 or 4 cars all in one place and wonder, whoa, what was that? Well, if that was in fact something where that was of import, then we would be getting something about that. So I go, oh, okay, that's what that was. That was, maybe it was a drug bust, maybe it was an accident, whatever. I've not received anything about, other accidents that occur within that area or, some of the other areas within the city. I understand that does not mean they don't occur. It just means that it's not information that I am personally privy to at that point in time. But I make an assumption that they don't occur.
I think we all do, and that's what I assume too. That's why I assumed this accident must have happened in Portland. It wouldn't have happened in Milwaukee. And that's why it was so...
a surprise to you.
It was,
yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just would say that I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I do think, you give us some good food for thought about both transparency and also, frankly, about police practice when there's an accident like this. And I think we'll have some conversations about that.
Good.
Ahead.
Good.
Yeah.
So I've been advocating for a couple of years, I think, for the city to set a Vision Zero goal, which would be a process by which we would start recording accidents more carefully, whether or not they cause a specific level of injury, just so that we can start to determine, do we have problematic intersections? Mm-hmm. Do we have design flaws? Do we have, what are the fixes we need to start looking at? It was called for in our visioning process. I think at the very least, I think we should start doing a better job of recording where accidents occur, and I think we need to look at a process around the transparency. I can tell you, coming from the opposite direction, one of the reasons there was a step back, and that was that there were certain instances where a particular 911 call, the person calling in used language that then made it directly into the paper, which made it sound like the city was using that kind of language. And I know I'm being super vague here, but it was around minorities, it was around disabilities, and that was pretty problematic because it cast a pretty bad light when none of that had anything to do with behavior. That was just the caller using that language. So I think we probably do need some kind of process or system by which we disseminate information, and I think injury accidents should be one of those. It's hard to get everybody riled up to solve a problem if they don't even realize there's a problem to begin with.
Exactly.
So to echo what some of the counselors have said, I know we will be continuing this process specifically around Jackson Street. We will, I suspect, be looking pretty hard at some kind of limitation to access there. And I would join you in a conversation with the DA.
I would appreciate that. I would do that. Thank you all very much. Thanks for your...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank the rest of your team who gave their time to you.
On a hot evening.
All right, Raymond.
And yeah, Raymond had an answer to that one question too.
I just wanted to come up and address the question that was asked earlier about why the newspaper isn't publishing Milwaukee police logs anymore. And
Raymond, it's hard for me to hear you for some reason.
My name's Raymond Rendelman, and I'm the news editor of the Clackamas Review. Thank you for having me up tonight. Anyway, so the question was asked, why are we not publishing those notices anymore? And it used to be the case that, as Mayor Gamba alluded to, that we got police 911 calls, very popular section in the newspaper, where I would just take a summary of the 911 calls as pretty much as written. I would add just the word "and" maybe in certain sections, just to clarify the language from the way that the police wrote it to what showed up in the newspaper. And there was one incident that some people found offensive because of the color of that person's skin and because of their disability, as you alluded to, and that made it into the newspaper. I talked with the reader who was offended by it, and also with Mayor Gamba, and I promised that in the future, those kinds of incidents would not be printed, or that either the police could redact the color of the person's skin, or as they do for names that aren't put in, where family notifications haven't been completed. And I said, we can do that in the future. I'm sorry someone was offended. I'm sorry you received the telephone call, Mayor Gamba. And I was looking forward to moving forward on that. Mayor Gamba then had a conversation with the police chief, and within a month after that or so, the police department made the decision to no longer release those reports to the newspaper. That occurred last fall. Now, all I receive are not even the same thing I receive from Oregon City, which are coded reports, just the date of an incident, the call number, and the type of incident on location. So for Norma's death, all I received was the time, 10:37 a.m. on April 26th. And it said injury accident, traffic injury accident at 21st and Jackson Street. No other information about, who was involved or anything like that. And we got feedback from readers when the city first made its decision to no longer release full reports back in November that they were very disappointed. We as a newspaper were disappointed in the lack of transparency, just the reduction in the amount of transparency, just because, and the justification was made by the police department at the time that it took the records clerk 15 minutes or so every day to redact names that needed to be redacted, and that was too much time for her to spend so that a popular section of the newspaper could be published. So I guess I would encourage the city to reconsider that decision and rehear my promise to the city to be sensitive about those reports. It wasn't ever my intention to offend anyone, and I'm disappointed. The newspaper was disappointed. My publisher was disappointed in the city's decision to stop releasing those just based on one reader complaint. Thanks for.
So you are still getting them from Oregon City then?
We get the same we're only doing very seldomly when we have room to publish regular police logs, because all we get, like if I were to publish the log for Norma's, the incident that caused Norma's death, it would just say a motor vehicle crash caused injuries near the intersection of Jackson Street and 21st Avenue. There would be no other information, and readers were telling us this isn't telling us anything about what's happening in our city. This is not.
So Oregon City also
news.
changed their policy about what they release?
I'm glad you asked. It's complicated, but Milwaukie is has a contract with Lake Oswego, so you get the full 911 calls, the whole transcript of what is received through the 911. That is not the system that Oregon City is on. They're on Clackamas CCOM as opposed to LOCOM. So Milwaukie does have the ability to release full 911 summaries that would have talked about the fact that Norma had been hit by a FedEx driver at that intersection at that time. And I could have, if that had been released to me, it certainly would have appeared in the newspaper the very next week. But because the decision was made back in November to no longer release those 911 summaries, we didn't find out about Norma's death until just a couple weeks ago through Carolyn Tomei's efforts.
Thank you, Raymond.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Sorry, did anybody have questions from your sides?
I don't think questions.
Not at this point.
Okay.
I do think we should have a follow-up conversation about, I think that there could be some middle ground where we can, I see some sensitivity issues around just full-on releases of transcripts, not just because of one particular incident, but I certainly wouldn't want to have someone not make a call to 911 because they might fear that their call would be published in the newspaper. I think we do need to be sensitive about exactly how much information is just sort of dumped into a public, into a newspaper just voluntarily. But that's not to say that more information, more than what you do currently receive, because you did receive notice that there was an injury accident at that location, but perhaps some kind of middle ground there that we can find to make sure that we are being transparent, but also not just simply downloading huge amounts of information that could be very sensitive in nature.
And the records clerk is only releasing that information every couple weeks now. So it was a couple weeks after the fact that I got the listing of all of the incident numbers.
You. Okay, good.
Chief Bertal is actually asked to come up.
Okay. All right.
He's here. He's not here for now. He's here for later.
Oh, you're right.
Sure.
Thank you. We've had conversations with Mr. Rendleman in the past about these issues. This information is available to him. All he need do is come to the police department and ask for the desk log and take the information down himself. What we've discontinued is the daily preparation of reports specifically for him. This is consistent with what other police departments are doing. It's what Oregon City is doing. What his expectation is that we put together a report that is then proactively and then send it to him. Back in the day in old school journalism, multiple people, multiple news outlets would come to the police department and get these copies. Over the years, it's dwindled to him. And there again, the expectation is that we've been producing these reports proactively for him. And we've decided that that's not cost effective, especially up until this last period of time. We were short staff, as you guys well know. Mm-hmm. So there's no hiding of anything. There's no lack of transparency. He has the ability to come down to the office, to look through those logs himself, but he has to make the effort to leave his office and come down and deal with it. So in relation to the stuff that he's talking about being offensive, this isn't the first time that we've had a conversation with the review around that. There was a previous chief that had a conversation with the review about stories that were actually embellished and added onto, and that person, I believe, was either let go or disciplined or to some effect. But there were promises then made too that wouldn't continue. So I'm just slightly disappointed that there's been a lot of accusations of non-transparency for the police department tonight when that's not the case. We do press releases for fatal accidents. You guys well know that. We put that stuff out. In this particular case, at the time of the incident, there was no indication to us that this was going to be a serious injury or fatal accident. The officer waited to issue a citation to the driver until he had an opportunity to attempt to follow up with the victim. When that was unavailable to him, then he went back and pulled 911 tapes, identified additional witnesses, and took that route. To issue a citation, you don't just do it on a whim. You need to have reasonable belief that stuff happened, and that takes time in some circumstances. If it's his word versus the other, if it's one driver's word versus another driver's word without any other substantiating evidence or independent statements, I don't necessarily think that it's appropriate to write a citation. If you have an accident scene where you have corroborating evidence or information that points to one story or the other, then you get to a point where you can issue citation. So the other aspect is, specifically Mr. Rendleman's article tried to infer that the police department only did this and went back and did the follow-up as a result of her dying, and that's not true. The officer has right in his front report that he was attempting to wait and make contact with her, was told by the family that she was unavailable to be interviewed. He continued to wait and follow up with the family, had more contact with them, and then after she passed, did the additional work. We never went back and recreated the scene, as is indicated in the newspaper. We simply followed up and tried to identify additional witnesses. There was nothing to recreate at that point. So those are some of the issues when it comes to getting information to the paper. Had we had any indication at the time of the incident that this was going to be a serious injury or fatal accident, we would have followed protocol, notified the major crimes team, the craft team, to come out and do a reconstruction. If we'd have had any indication at the time of the scene that the person was under the influence or had probable cause to believe that the person was under the influence, we would have done the testing as per protocol. If we'd had any information that the person was distracted driving, we would have written search warrants to get into the phones. There's certain processes based on probable cause and due process that you have to follow in order to write search warrants to get people's blood, to get people's phone records, to do any of that. We don't write the laws, we enforce them. And there's just a process. I think that you all want us following process and due process and making sure that we're not just going outside the law and doing illegal searches and seizures. So.
Agreed, and my exceedingly high level of respect for this department and for you in particular. I do want to push back a tiny bit, though.
Push away.
If, I believe, in Oregon state law, the pedestrian has the right-of-way. And in particular, in a crosswalk, the pedestrian has the right-of-way.
Right. So we're getting into a lot of the details of the specific report right now.
Well,
but at the scene, there was a question about whether she was in the crosswalk or not, and that's what required the additional follow-up on the part of the officer to make that determination. And through that additional follow-up, he made the decision that she was indeed in the crosswalk and issued the citation.
Okay. All right.
Does that make sense? He had to have reasonable belief.
It's a enough conversation that maybe this isn't the appropriate time to have it.
We're getting down a rabbit trail for sure.
Yeah.
And we can discuss it at length later.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, the immediate scene, he wasn't able to prove that she was in the crosswalk, but did additional follow-up to make sure that he had that taken care of. And when he discovered that, he did issue the citation.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's after consultation with the district attorney. And the reason it's not a criminal charge is because there's no evidence of distracted driving, there's no evidence of impairment, or anything else that would rise to a criminal level based on case law and current law.
But if we don't know for a fact that he wasn't distracted and it was broad daylight and
there wasn't anything that would lead to the development of probable cause to write a search warrant to do any of that. In order to search people's belongings, to search people's persons, you have to have a search warrant. You can't just...
You can have consent.
You can have consent. But like we said, there was no indication that there was any driving under the influence or any of that stuff. So in fact, there's case law, and we can get into it later, but I believe there's even case law about asking for consent on DUI laws. You have to have probable cause in order to, and I'm no expert on DUI law, but that's a rapidly changing deal where it's very tricky. And it's not, if you don't have probable cause to believe somebody's under the influence, you can't do field sobriety, you can't ask them to subject to a blood test, and you can't just seize their blood for testing without a search warrant.
Oh, I imagine that's right. The phone, though, if you say, let me see your phone, most people are going to let you see their phone. But they're going to give
let me see your phone, that is a search.
Well, if you say, can I see your phone?
May I?
Can I look at your phone? And
Anyway, we're getting into a lot of specifics down rabbit trails, and we're taking a lot of time on this issue.
To be continued, yeah.
Clearly, it's an emotional issue. Clearly, it's a big topic. If we wrote a press release on every single accident where somebody was injured, we'd be flooding. And I'm not trying to diminish this particular accident, by no means taking away from the fact that there was a life lost. It's extremely tragic, and it's extremely unfortunate. And there's no motivation for the police department to cover that up. And I've had conversations at length with Ms. Tomei about that first part of it as well. So anyway, I'll quit rambling.
Thanks, Chief.
All right.
No, sorry.
It's getting into a debate, and that's...
At some future point, we will engage in a deeper conversation about policy around these kinds of issues, and everyone will have an opportunity to weigh in, and we'll have an opportunity to have more information in front of us as we do that. Thank you very much for coming in tonight and bringing this important subject up.
Thank you.
All right. And Gary, you're on a later thing, yes? Well, one of our actual items.
Agenda items.
Agenda items as opposed to just, okay. All right. Any participation, done. Okay. Expedited annexation of 9100 Southeast 55th Avenue and Ordinance. Planning Director Denny Egner to present.
Denny did want to make sure everybody understood he took one for the team tonight so that Vera could go home and have life.
Wasn't that nice of me?
It was really nice of you.
I thought I was oh, it is. I have a preview screen. I don't use this that often. Yes, this annexation is proposed for 9100 Southeast 55th Avenue in Milwaukie. The map indicates the location of that just south of Johnson Creek Boulevard. The property is occupied by a single-family home today. The property owner would like to annex to connect to sewer. The zoning upon annexation would be R7, and the comp plan designation would be low density. As the staff report points out, the request meets all relevant state, regional, and city criteria. We've notified all interested parties, and there have been no objections to the annexation. So our recommendation is that you vote to approve the annexation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
One question. It was a little difficult for me to tell from looking at some of these maps if the properties that are all around that, surround that, or near that, are they in the city or?
Those properties are outside of the city along 55th.
So are all the dark ones are outside, or that's just the, that's the notice area?
No, that's the notice
that's what
area.
I thought.
I'm sorry. I would need to pull up a zoning map.
Oh, it's okay. It was just a curiosity question for me. I'm just...
we can make sure that in future reports that we do that, that we include a map that shows...
There is a map at RS 120, but it's so...
that's when I'm looking at.
It's so full of green dotted lines that it's hard to figure out
that's the one I'm looking at.
What's in and what's
Council
out.
President Beatty, and it's difficult for me to figure that out. It's, like I said, really more of a curiosity question, but just wondering how annexation is coming along in some of those areas, and are there still, a lot of Swiss cheese annexations?
Typically, there's a pretty good checkerboard in this area. So we're slowly picking these up as they need sewer, their sewer systems fail. They might want to rebuild. I could pull up a zoning map that would show it if
it's okay. Maybe next time we have one, just something that is a little more simplified map that shows where some of the...
Yeah, apologize.
What's in the city, what isn't.
Good one.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I would, if there's no other discussion, I'd move for the first and second readings by title only and adoption of the ordinance annexing tracts of land identified as tax lot 1S2E30AC 02600 and located at 9100 Southeast 55th Avenue into the city limits of the city of Milwaukee.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded for first and second readings by title only and adoption of the ordinance annexing tracts of land identified as tax lot 1S2E 30AC 02600 and located at 9100 Southeast 55th Avenue into the city limits of the city of Milwaukee, file number A-2017-003. Is there any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. I believe that we need you to read by title only twice. Please, Ms. Ober.
Sure. So an ordinance of the City of Milwaukie, Oregon, annexing a tract of land identified as tax lot 1S2E30AC, space 02600, and located at 9100 Southeast 55th Avenue into the city limits of the City of Milwaukee. Again, an ordinance of the City of Milwaukie, Oregon, annexing a tract of land identified as tax lot 1S2E30AC 02600 and located at 9100 Southeast 55th Avenue into the city limits of the City of Milwaukee.
And if you could poll the council, please.
Councilor Falconer?
Aye.
Council President Beatty?
Aye.
Councilor Parks?
Aye.
Councilor Abma?
Aye.
Mayor Gamba?
Aye.
Motion passes ordinance 2150.
Thank you. Thanks, Denny.
Thank you.
Solid waste rate setting, a resolution. This will be presented by our Rights of Way contract coordinator, Reba Crocker.
And Mr. Winterhalter.
And Mr. Winterhalter.
Yes. He wasn't here last time we talked about.
No, he was at those conferences, so where they talk trash all day. So anyway, good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Ms. Ober.
So before we go much further, I'm going to declare a potential conflict of interest. In my role during the day as a Metro attorney, I'm the attorney that advises the solid waste program, and I work with Rick and Dean quite frequently, so I'm going to not participate in this.
Okay, thank you.
So with us also today is Rick, our liaison with Clackamas County, and in the audience we have Mr. Waste Management, Dean Kempfer. So I wanted to make you aware of that. I am Reba, your right-of-way contract coordinator. And today we're going to talk about solid waste rates. In June, I came before you with a presentation from Metro on the regional plan for commercial food scraps recovery program. We talked about adding a residential food scraps recovery program for the residents. Council directed staff to provide the possible costs of this program. It's impossible to predict the cost. We can guesstimate the costs. If this program was in effect last year, the additional cost to the residents would have been about 25 cents a month. However, the cost of their real trash should have went down because all that food scraps was now being diverted into the yard debris. So it's really hard to guesstimate. Additionally, we do have some commercial programs, some commercial food generators that are participating in a commercial food scraps recovery program. We did analyze the rate of return for this year, and that is what we hire Rick to do for us. So I'm going to let him explain our rate of return for this year. Rick?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, Rick Winterhalter, Clackamas County Resource Conservation and Solid Waste Department. The city hires us to go through the process of reviewing the annual review of the solid waste franchisees. It's a responsibility that I have for the county as well, so we can kind of do that concurrently, and it works out pretty well. And so we went through, did the annual review as normally, made adjustments as the staff report indicates where necessary, and find ourselves at a situation where we are solidly looking over the entire composite, which the composite is we take all of the records from each of the collectors and put them together to make one collector, essentially, to look at the health of the system. And when we do that, we do fall into the overall range of 10%, which your code says we can leave it alone, or you can do whatever you want at that point, but it does show the system is healthy. But as we kind of break it down a little bit and look across the residential and the commercial sector and the roll-off or drop-box sector, we find the drop-box sector is still kind of a little lower than we'd like it to be. And I know that council and the mayor has indicated in the past that kind of wanted to make sure that was holding its weight. And to that effort, last year, the council did an increase on a special waste fee, but that only was for about 4 months. So we did that in August. So we had about 4 months of that effort, and we reflect what that looks like in this composite. We did a little bit of, well, what happens if it's 12 months and we still found ourselves below on that 10% in the Dropbox area. And that was the case for the county as well. Very similar situation. Dropbox is really kind of non-jurisdictional, if you will, in its behavior. But we found that we hadn't done an increase in the same as the city and kind of the overall open roll-off service since 2013. And so we did we recommended, I'm recommending that we do a slight increase in that open Dropbox in the hope that we can move forward. And the bonus is that I think we have the opportunity then to get 2 new programs on. Historically, both the county and city have kind of done that when we see things are healthy and we're moving along, we're catching up on things by doing the annual reviews as we have and making slight increases when necessary. We've kept up with their increases and that sort of thing. So we certainly will see some pressure and we'll see some increases in contract labor, but we're going to see a decrease in disposal, that sort of thing. So overall, we have this opportunity to provide program residential, which the mayor and council has asked for, and I think we had a very small increase, and well, actually with no increase this year. And then also we have the opportunity in the commercial area to do the same thing. And as you know, we've been thinking about this commercial food scraps for several years. I think it was 2015, both the board and the city said, sure, go out and do the program and do it. We recommended at that time we do it at the garbage rate, and it's understandable. We haven't had a lot of people come on board, but we've had early adopters, and it's been great. We've been learning a lot, but we just find that we have the opportunity in conference with the collectors and ourselves that there are a lot of things going together that make the opportunity to bundle the service and see where those increases lie, because it's not going to be everybody at once. It's going to probably be a slow outreach of the service. And so folks will come on slowly, and it will be, as we come to you next year, all of the expenses associated with that program will be here. And we will have to make those judgments there, as well as, all of the other expenses that are there and going up. So that's where we are in the city. We've made the same recommendation in the county for what that's worth. But we think it's the right way to go.
So, again, it's impossible to predict the costs. The cost of the commercial and the residential voluntary program, in addition to the bulky waste, all of these are going to affect the rate of return composite next year. But to promise you what that's going to look like, that's just, I can't do that. I'm sorry, I can't. But it will affect it. Staff believes, though, that the food scraps in the yard debris is in line with council goals of being sustainable. I believe the residents want it. I know I have a list of people. I believe, Mr. Mayor, you do as well. We already have commercial people, commercial food generators wanting this program and doing this program. So with that, the staff respectfully recommends that you initiate this program. You do have 2 rate schedules to choose from. Rate Schedule A is with the increase that Rick was talking about to Dropbox. Rate Schedule B is with no increase.
So I want to clarify something that wasn't super clear to me.
Okay.
There's a line up in here that talks about before the rate schedules. It's just sort of in the general discussion area.
Okay.
Sorry, I was scrolling down to the rate schedules to try and confirm something.
In the staff report?
In the staff report, it talks about how the dump fee or the tip fee went down a little bit.
Yes.
And that labor costs went up a little bit and fuel costs went up a little bit.
Right.
I'm not experiencing that in the rest of the world. Are you guys have some particular fuel?
That may have been left over.
Okay. So no fuel cost increase. So the other question I have is, we have a year of the bulky waste under our belt. We know roughly what that cost us. And was that calculated in as we did this, and we still came out to where we're not needing an increase?
Right. It was
just a great bonus.
Yeah. It was offset by the decrease in the tipping fee.
Yeah.
Trash kind of works backwards. The more you dispose of, the less it gets.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was a wonderfully pleasant surprise in this whole package, was that the bulky waste, which, we had been expecting to lead to a rate increase, didn't.
Right, and, it's kind of why residential, I feel we should leave that alone, because we are adding the 2 new programs to see what the additional costs come out for next year.
Well, and I appreciate you doing the research on the cost of the food scraps. I was asking that when you were before us last, and I always think it's important when we raise rates to know, or when we make decisions that could raise rates, to know what the potential is. I certainly think 25 cents per month, even if it were that high, which you're saying it's not going to be that high, but
I'm guesstimating. I'm guesstimating.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay.
But I think that's well worth it. But I always think it's important that we know what the parameters are, what the ballpark is when we're looking at things that can affect people's rates.
Well, it's hard to
doing that research.
Write it all out in a staff report. So if there is a question, please, feel free to reach out. We can chat anytime.
Any other questions at this point? So I think this slight increase to the Dropbox fees is appropriate. It starts to slowly bring them up into parity with commercial and residential. Is the resolution written in such a way that it includes that version and not the no increase version?
The resolution is written to where you can choose rate schedule A or rate schedule B. Rate schedule A has the increase, B does not.
Okay.
So adopting rate schedule A would
adopt the increase.
The slight increase in Dropbox,
Yeah.
yes.
So with that, I'll move to approve the resolution adopting solid waste service rates effective August 1st, 2017, and specifically adopting the rate schedule A.
I'll second that.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the resolution adopting solid waste service rates effective August 1st, 2017, and adopting rate schedule A in our packet. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. Thanks for your work.
Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. All righty. So next item is Riverfront Park Bridge Project Update, which will be introduced by our Engineering Director, Charles Eaton.
Where'd Milo go?
Thanks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors.
Good evening.
Where is it? Is that it? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'm here tonight to give you hopefully a quick update and then ask basically for confirmation from council on a few of the proposals that the selected contractor has put forward and see where, if any place, that the council would like to have additional information or additional design considerations related to the new structure. And this is the bridge replacement down in the park across Kellogg. Basically, I wanted to do a little bit of backstory a little bit. The direction I'm hoping to get tonight is kind of key in the proposal because it does have cost implications, and because this was a design build contract, so anything that we start to tweak could either add cost or take cost away depending on what that element is. We're right now just at the concept phase. There's some misunderstandings that we've designed the whole project. That hasn't happened. It's just some initial concept phases that got the consultant the project and what his thought processes were. Then we'll go into preliminary design. We have land use, of course, that we have to submit for the natural resource area. We have FEMA environmental permitting that we still have to get through. We have then preliminary and final design and construction, and all of this within the next 18 months. So it's highly aggressive. The FEMA contracts actually state that we're supposed to be completed by August of this year. We've asked for an extension of that. They have indicated in advance that that's not an issue, but that's the deadline.
So it took them how many months to get to the point where they approved it, and then we have 3 months to build it?
I cannot defend or say anything else.
It's much harder to push paper around than it is to bridge, I'm sure.
So those are the items that we have yet coming up. Tonight, what I have is a little bit of status report and then 3 specific items I'm looking for. Discussion on the bridge location, the stream bank restoration, which is actually the most critical of the items, and then the architectural elements of the bridge that's in the proposer's proposal. A little bit of history on the prior permits. The entire park is permitted under land use decision back in May 25, 2010. That included all 4 phases of the construction of the park, with the exception of there was 2 planning actions, I believe, that were not included, which was the pedestrian bridge and the transient dock in the original proposal. They did include removal of all the existing vegetation and revegetation of both banks of Kellogg Creek in that proposal, with vegetation plans and landscaping plans, all included in the original design, which also included removing all of the existing trees on both banks. So those were all in the original notice of decision back in 2010. We also have the Army Corps of Engineers permit, since we are within the floodplains, and some of the work is actually below the ordinary high water lines. This also included the same mitigation plans that were approved in the planning action, but did not include, it did include the pedestrian bridge, but did not include the transient dock. One of the key things here is the in-water work window for the Willamette is July 1st to October 31st. So any stream bank restoration work that we want to do to shore things up has to be done during that period of time. Our current status is, and if you guys got questions, please just stop me in the middle. Our current status is that we've, of course, awarded the design build contract in May. Then we proceeded to notify the historic Milwaukie NDA and PARB, because the tree board hadn't officially existed yet at the time we did the notifications. The proposed tree removals per the Municipal Code 1632, which is a new code from when the land use action actually took place. So we went ahead through that extra step to do all the official notifications. We received comments from the Island Station NDA wondering why they weren't on the notification list. The trees we were notifying were actually in historic, the line is actually the center of Kellogg Creek. So we were notifying the north bank, and they were the south bank. So we went ahead and extended a notification to them and extended the time frame to allow Island Station to comment. We only received one comment. It was from Mr. Michael. His main concerns were over the process of design, design and decision to replace rather than repair. He did request a formal meeting on site, which is one of the requirements of the ordinance. I met with him, does it say up there? Yeah, on June 21st of this year. We had a great conversation. Everything seemed to be okay. He understood, but he was still a little thing. So out of that conversation is one reason why I thought to come back and just make sure that everybody is on the same page on what is being proposed, so there isn't any other kind of surprises. The proposal we initially came up with was for a downstream replacement, so construct a new bridge immediately downstream from the existing bridge. And these pictures are in your packet too, in larger things. The advantage of this is it allows us to use the existing bridge to keep the park open during the construction, a little faster construction time because the other bridge can be built simultaneously. And then, of course, it has a secondary benefit of it makes it so we can add the bicycle element that's in our master plan to go underneath 99, and the ramp to get down to that elevation would happen between the two bridges. So we wouldn't have to get underneath this bridge. Getting underneath our bridge on Kellogg Creek is problematic because of the grades down to the boat ramp. In order to get up high enough to get bicycle traffic under that bridge, we would have extremely steep grades down into the boat ramp. So it's kind of a problem for us. An alternative would be to replace it in place. This does have some drawbacks. Obviously, there wouldn't be any access for Wes, which is a concern to them, because there wouldn't be a crossing anymore of Kellogg. They would have to go right in, right out off of the other access. There would potentially be no access to the park for the 18 months of the construction unless we built a secondary access. It would eliminate the ability to put the future bike path in there because the grade elevation would not allow the bikes to get under it. And then there's a cost factor if we wanted to build another access for the park. We did ask that from the contractor. We're looking at about $500,000 to add a temporary access to the park, which is about the same number we estimated about 8-9 months ago to you guys when we asked for that same thought process of access to the park.
And never mind the fact that ODOT is going to be problematic on that question.
It would require modifications to the signal and an ODOT order, yes. That's included in the contractor's estimate. That's one reason why theirs is a little higher than ours was. Whether they would agree to it or not, I don't know. But we could definitely try it. Any other questions on the location, I guess?
Doesn't moving it downstream make it more feasible to remove the dam and the 99E bridge? Whereas if we rebuilt it in place, it then becomes more of a problematic issue around the dam removal.
Yes, I mean, basically replacing the bridge makes the dam easier to remove because we'll cut the existing bridge off. The two are connected.
Right.
So when we cut it off, that will help that whole process. The bigger issue is actually moving it downstream helps the access to the signal in the west because it gives us a longer lead to get back up the hill to that signal than what you have now. It does potentially cause some issues with the twin accesses. We were having there'll be a lot of design decisions around the retaining wall that we show here. You can see the real fat line is a retaining wall where those two are trying to split because one's trying to get down to the dock and the other's trying to get up to the signal. So that will cause some issues there, and it helps that by adding some grade separation in there. The bigger thing is it does reduce the cost for separate construction.
Okay.
So that's basically my bit on the bridge location, and I'm looking for, I guess, kind of a confirmation on whether we think we want to stay with the original proposal, which is downstream, or we want to move toward bridge replacement in place.
So let's do like a thumbs up, thumbs down on that.
I don't see trying to do bridge replacement in place. I think your plan was the right plan from the start.
So moving it downstream.
So downstream.
Downstream.
Downstream, moving it downstream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The next item is the stream bank restoration. This is actually the most critical item. We're still experiencing a lot of movement on the south bank. We keep losing material from that bank. In addition to that, actually, we have noticed additional rotation in one of the wing walls on the bridge. It's moved an inch in the last year as we've been monitoring it. So we're having some concerns there. So all of these elements are somewhat time constrictive. The south bank is extremely so because it has to be done within the in-water work window, the October 1st to July 1st to October 31st, which means not only do we have to have the designs done, we got to get the land use approval and the FEMA approval and built by October 31st for this particular element. If we don't, I'm not really sure how much material we'll have left at the bank. We lost a lot this last winter.
Noticing it's kind of eroding up behind the log deck as well.
Yes, we've lost substantial behind the log deck. And that's what we lost behind the log deck is the reason that we opted to put the fences back up.
So is that at any risk of not being viable?
The log
deck itself?
Not under their design because they're going to shore up the log deck with this. If you look at this slide here, you can see what they're basically doing is plateauing like we did on the other side of the park, on the other side of the boat ramp where we had the log crib wall, and then the plantings up above. So they're proposing to do that to be able to lessen that slope and do the log deck. The Phase 4 plan for the park would actually extend the log deck retaining wall a little bit in order to support that view shed or that view plaza thing that you guys will be discussing, I think, in one of your other items tonight. So that would be part of that. But this would actually do most of that restoration. It uses all the techniques from the existing park design that was done on the other side of the boat ramp. So we're hoping that it will streamline the permitting process. But that's the goal. The main thing would be is it would, I mean, basically we'll be revegetating that whole slope. If you've been out there looking at it, several of the trees, the root balls are actually exposed. There's been so much lost on the backside. So that's the proposal from the consultant on that.
So thumbs up on this one. Do we think this is a good idea to
Well, I mean,
with this plan?
we have to, don't we? I mean, do we have an alternative?
The alternatives would be, I mean, some of the other alternatives were, riprap type stabilization, which is much tougher to get permitted. There's other types of retaining walls that could be used, which may or may not be easily permitted because the fish and wildlife like the wood elements. And then there's the other maintenance type related issues. So there is some alternatives, but they felt this was the best. This was the one that intrigued us as staff, and the reason we recommended their approach. But you do notice in the plan view, basically they're trying to redirect the current with the log cribs back to its original location, which is part of the issue. It's adding at the end of that retaining wall and eroding behind the wall.
Yeah.
So, good on this?
Thumbs up.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, now the fun stuff, right? The architectural type elements that are in the proposal. So basically the consultant has proposed several architectural we had them identify bid allowances in the proposals. His would be add concrete form liners to the wing walls and abutments. So those would be, I mean, there's several types of rock liners out there. The one this particular picture shows is more of a cut stone version. Concrete stain on the abutments and wing walls, powder coating the pedestrian rails, and then providing a Texas-style bridge rail, which is one of the elements that we were pretty adamant about in the RFP was to not have a standard just metal tube rail like you see on highways on this particular bridge. One of the things
What is a Texas style?
What we have on 99 Crossing Kellogg on 99E.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's the old style concrete walls you see.
With the little arches in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I had no idea that was considered Texas style, but okay.
One of the things I noticed right off the bat with this particular picture, and I would recommend that we ask for an alternative on, would be, if you notice in the lower left-hand corner of the plan view, they're putting in just standard metal guardrail off the end of the concrete. And there's really no reason for that. That could be just extending the concrete rail out to the termination. And we should probably ask for a cost of what that would be to increase that, because that's going to be really kind of out of place with the rest of the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's just on that one side.
Yeah, so this is what a Texas-style rail looks like. It's the old-fashioned concrete rail with pilasters. One of the things that is nice is that this contractor also proposed to mount the lights on the rail, which is kind of a nice touch compared to where they are now.
That's kind of what they did on the viaduct thing going into Portland on 99E, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He does say that there are optional window treatments. That's about all you can do. There's like a cathedral-shaped one versus the square one that's here. He does not propose in his bid to do any staining on the rail or the beams underneath, which could be done, but that would increase cost if you guys were interested in going that way. Or we could eliminate all the stains and decrease cost, because there is staining of the wing walls and abutments. And if you don't know, a wing wall is the walls off to the side, the abutment's what's underneath the bridge.
So are you needing at this point decisions on the style of windows in this, or is that?
No, we would, I guess I would just want to know whether or not you want to entertain those type of discussions, and then we'll come back. If you're super cool with everything, we'll just keep rolling and then keep coming back. But if you actually want to have window styles placements or changes and thoughts, then we'd want to start a process with that. It really doesn't affect the design timeline. It might affect the Willamette Greenway look approval because that's more architectural, but.
So what's the idea of staining it is to make it look more like stone or something as opposed to concrete?
Yeah, one of the proposers actually stained it all kind of an earth brown color to blend it in.
Oh, to make it
more invisible. Primarily, he did that because he was also doing steel beams, so he chose naturally rusting steel, so those already turned that color. So he was trying to blend it all together. But this proposer just wanted to add that touch as something to give the citizens more and council more options to make the bridge theirs and unique. But for example, the staining is, we're not talking a lot. It's $7,500 is the allowance for staining the wing walls and abutments. So right now they'd be staining the ring walls and abutments. If we chose not to, that would save us $7,500.
And if we wanted to stain the whole bridge, it'd probably be...
I would have to ask those prices. They did not...
Considerably more.
Yeah, they said that it was possible, but they did not include that in their base bid. So the main thing is which, are we on the right track? Are there certain design elements that you think we should explore options? One of them that we'll automatically be doing, is what type of rock form, we're going to use, but because there's a lot of those.
We looked at all those when the light rail.
Yeah.
So I definitely like the decorative concrete style, the Texas style. Whether it's stained or not, I'm agnostic on. Powder coating, we're talking about that piece of rail we're going to ask them to remove and put concrete, correct?
No, one side of the bridge has a sidewalk. So when it leaves the bridge, we no longer need protection for cars to go over into the creek. So then it turns into a rail, like just a pedestrian rail like we have on the light rail or anywhere else, to keep pedestrians from falling off the sidewalk down the side banks so it's about, so if you look here, these, see right here where this pedestrian rail here.
We're not seeing your pointer.
You can't see my pointer? Oh,
no.
Man, it's on my screen just fine.
They're actually
Don't
doing
you have the red
image
dot thing?
No, we're doing the image from a camera tonight instead of having it in post.
This is the metal pedestrian rail. It transitions from the concrete rail, which is required both for pedestrians and vehicles,
Right.
to the metal rail, which is just protecting pedestrians. So that's over on this side, where the new sidewalk, which is the downstream side.
So are we talking like 10 feet?
Impact panels are 20 feet, so it would be at least 20 feet, probably closer to 30 foot on each end is what they are. We could potentially upgrade all those to concrete, the whole lengths, but that's going to cost.
I'd be curious to know what that cost is, because you see projects done like that where it was clear, they ended that because it costs more, and it just you know, it's going to be there 100 years or whatever it's going to be. To me,
Yeah.
I'd just like to know what the cost difference would be to just extend the concrete rail both
Texas style.
directions. It's so much more attractive than, so if, you know,
And something that looks like it's pieced together.
yeah, like you just tacked it on the end. Oh,
Yeah.
we should have rails here, so let's just tack this thing on.
Well, I guess, does either one have any different impact in terms of deterring people going down embankments we don't want them going down or anything like that? Not really?
I don't think so.
Okay.
They're all going to be covered under the same code as far as how high they have to be and
Right.
Yeah.
how big of openings they have to have.
Yeah, okay.
One's a lot easier installation. You know, the metal rails are obviously easier installation. You're prefabbing it in a factory.
On stain, you know, if we're trying to make it look like stone, staining it takes it even further towards making it look like stone, so, as far as the wing walls and the abutments.
I will say, though, that those stone walls in the light rail have really discolored very fast. I was noticing them the other day when I was writing. I was like, oh, those did not stay looking good that long.
So when they talk about staining, are they talking about the stain that's put into the premix of the concrete so it's stained throughout the concrete, or are they talking about like staining?
Like painting it?
Like painting the stain on the concrete?
I do not know the answer to that. That's a good question.
Because the one where you put it in the actual mix seems to me that it lasts longer, and when it does fade, it fades more uniformly than the kind where you spray it on. That never works.
I mean, the price isn't that much. It would be quite labor intensive to hand stain
So you
rock
bet it's
formed underneath that
mixed
bridge.
in.
I would imagine it's
Doesn't
mixed in. It
cost that much.
seems easier anyway, but
But I do not know the answer to that question. I'd have to find that out for you.
okay. Other impressions?
Yeah, I mean, I'm agnostic on the staining question. I stained my own front steps and did the stamped concrete to make them look like stone, and they looked great for about 3 years. And then
that's it.
They didn't look so great after that.
Sounds like the same life of the light rail, huh?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that if stain doesn't really matter to us much, and then perhaps there's savings there that can be used toward the extending the rail to make it look a little bit more uniform.
Being made
So
out of the
I would say that, I mean, if you're looking for
Texas
direction, if none of us really cares about stain and some of us has negative experiences with it, then we should give the direction that don't bother with it, use the savings for the other elements that we think are actually important.
Agreed.
Because there's also the issue about color, which I will not pick.
You do not want to.
Okay, we're done with that.
Don't go there.
The citywide vote on
That's right.
It's really not.
We were talking about that.
elections with little color swatches.
That would be a whole separate track on who gets
Subcommittee.
to pick the
The
color.
color subcommittee.
There you go. Oh, citywide survey, right? Yeah.
That's not the way. That's not the way it looked on my monitor.
I had a very
That's
wise city
the other
manager once tell me that he never picked colors for anything. Just
Smart person.
always got you in trouble.
We may have some rogue artists that will pick colors for us anyway.
Yeah, and the nice thing about it is if we go back to a standard paint, which is the default if we eliminate the architectural additive of the stain, is that's much easier to get rid of graffiti, right? Because you can just repaint if we do get hit with graffiti issues on the particular bridge.
You wouldn't be painting the faux rock wall.
That would be a question. That's the normal default is they do paint them.
They do?
Not just leave it concrete?
Yeah, because of the tagging issue.
Because of the what?
Tagging. If you paint it a uniform color, then it's easier to get rid of the tagging. If you don't, you're still.
Also,
It absorbs more and stuff, yeah.
Paint, then the reason
Can
you
you
have to
paint it?
repaint every few years is because that paint's ending up in the creek.
Right.
Which,
Yeah.
Well, the abutments themselves will be above the ordinary high waters in the new
right,
design.
but as, you know, when paint comes off your house, it goes somewhere. It
Well,
doesn't just disappear.
Yeah.
Somewhere is in
It's
the
absorbed
watershed
into-
eventually.
So we'd have to look that information up and get back with you on that too. I do know that the specs were written that it was supposed to be a class 4 finish, which is sanded and painted, when we initially put it out as the default. And then that's why they've added stain as their architectural element, is to upgrade basically from paint to stain.
From that standpoint, I'd much prefer that concrete be stained as to us painting.
But we could also ask for a credit to get back to plain concrete, if there is a credit to get back all the way to
Let's
plain
have that conversation. Plain concrete or staining, what's the cost differential? And then what's the cost differential to add the Texas rail out to the ends where the guardrail was?
Well, I guess the question for you and the Public Works Director is, the maintenance thing, right? I mean, staining would be a lot less maintenance than having something you have to repaint every 3 or 4 years, right?
Finding a match, though, sometimes I think is also a problem. So when you're trying to come up with a paint match for graffiti or for whatever else, what we end up typically doing is we get a big tub of paint that's been given to a landfill.
Whatever color.
Right, exactly. It's usually sort of taupe. And that sort of taupe gets used on a number of things. And so it is also a caution just to make sure that this sort of taupe will look okay. Or it can be power washed off, which is also the alternative.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so let's find out the cost on the staining and the cost on the guardrails.
Well, the staining cost is actually in his bid. That's only $7,500 savings.
Right. So we want to know the comparison to that on the guardrails, and then I suppose we need to look at what would it cost us to repaint the thing every however often in the faux taupe or whatever it is.
Yeah, or we could go to just plain concrete.
Soda taupe.
Soda taupe?
Sorta. Kinda.
Like light mud or something.
Okay, because there would be actually some savings. I know powder-coated pedestrian rails aren't cheap, which is in his alternatives. So the powder coating and then the metal railing themselves and the manufacture of that. So there's some savings there that we'll have to deal with. Okay, but we do want rock, some kind of, we don't want plain concrete. Right, okay. And then how about are we okay with just the standard window design, or do you want to?
Be curious to see the options if there's no cost involved, differential.
Well, you've seen the ones that are the Gothic, right? They're great in certain locations, but it doesn't seem to me Milwaukie Riverfront Park is a Gothic kind of a place.
What are they on 99E right across the road there? I can't remember the window there.
I don't know.
I'm kind of...
That'd be from 1930s.
Is it? Oh, you mean over by the cash spot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be.
It's my vague memory. Can we revisit that as far as...
But we don't want to build to that necessarily, because that hopefully will not be there for very long.
Hopefully.
In 1 year.
1 year.
I have big plans.
Holding you to that.
Does it slow down your process much, Chuck, if we window shop?
Nice. Well done.
Oh, how long did it take you to think
that just came out? It wasn't even trying to be funny until I said it.
I don't believe so, but we could definitely go down that path and see what's out there. And we'll just do some research and put something
We can
out.
come back. It's not going to be a
I just don't want
major...
to slow your process. I know we have a very tight deadline on some of these working processes. So.
Yeah,
It's not
See, I like...
We'll be back, and if we can't come back, if it looks like we have to make a call, we'll send you guys a manager's report just to give you a heads up that a call had to be made and we had to make it quickly. I will also touch base with the one counselor who has told me that they're very passionate about this issue before we do that, that would be the mayor, before we proceed down the path, if we get into a crisis situation where it has to be made quickly.
Okay. I don't envision that because, I mean, we're starting construction in this fall on the abutments. I mean, rail's one of the last things. The critical element right now is for the stream bank restoration, and that there's no hiccups in that, because if we don't get some protection on those banks, we will have some more damage this winter. That's basically the end of this. I wanted to make sure that, you know, we're at the start, basically, of this process. It's not, there's quite a few things that we have to do throughout this. We'll be taking this, I mean, Wes has to look at these designs as we go through, and because they have an input, they have an important need of this structure and to get access to that signal. You know, PARB has an input, I believe, to this design on how it overall looks. It will be through Planning Commission, of course, for natural resource and the Willamette Greenway. So there's a lot of moving elements. Some of it, times it may seem kind of fast, but we'll try to make sure everybody gets involved and feels like they have a say. It's not our ever intent that some of the comments we received was they felt like we weren't involving people enough, and we just want to make sure that that's clear, that that's not our intent.
Well, and I think that, you know, you've been before us umpteen times. You know, I just think there were a lot of people who didn't, you know, they're not reading our agendas, and they don't know that you've been before us umpteen times, and they think it somehow happened in a vacuum. So, you know, it was an unfortunate and erroneous perception, because, you know, you've been before us many times on it.
So with any luck, I mean, construction is tentatively set to start in mid-September, and that would be down on the stream bank restoration. That's the contractor's schedule to start putting out fencing and blocking off different areas. There will be some impacts to some of the parking, mainly the upper lot will be shut down and refined into fewer spaces, because that's where he'll be staging a lot of his gear. And then, but we have been able to stay out of the lower lot and affecting traffic down there for parking.
I have 2 points to make about this location just before we move on. So one is just knowing that that's when the start date is. We do have the Kellogg Dam removal party that's going to be taking place over there on July 19th at 10 a.m.
July 16th,
Is it 16th? Oh, yep. You're right, 16th.
Okay.
So if individuals are interested in participating, that is up on the website. The second piece that I wanted to comment on is that we did have a break at Kellogg today. So some people have been hearing about this as we've been talking about Kellogg Dam. I just want to read where we're at today for all of you and for people watching. So the West team today did an amazing job. They're currently doing final cleanup inside the basement. So there was sewage that actually got trapped into the basement. There was a break inside the building. They have picked up the replacement motors to install tomorrow, and they should have their primary digester back on track tomorrow. So the noise should go away, as well as any smell issues that we were dealing with today.
Thank you.
Yep.
So any other questions related to this for me?
No? Good.
Does everybody feel like we're all on the same page?
Yeah, and we all learned new terminology. Texas, whatever.
No. I actually didn't know it was called Texas Rail either, so.
All right.
Chuck?
Thank you.
Sure. So we'll take a 5-minute break and be back at
You're going to be here till
7:48.
Yeah. You're not getting away.
And we figured you guys for 11 o'clock. Does that work?
done that, Gary. Thank you.
All right, we are back in session, and we are on the tree board update, which will be presented by the Assistant City Manager, Mitch Neiman.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This report is a follow-up to the June 22nd Joint Parks and Recreation Board Tree Board meeting. And at that meeting, it was an opportunity for new members of the Tree Board to meet existing members of the Parks and Recreation Board, and also to learn about some of their roles, responsibilities, makeup of the board, and work plans moving forward. So really this report this evening is an opportunity for the council to discuss and prioritize the tree board's roles, additional roles and responsibilities, and provide some policy understanding or discussion on the actual Chapter 16.32 of the code this evening. So the code itself essentially outlines, as your report indicates, it outlines two major roles of the tree board. One is to develop an urban forestry management plan so the board can maintain the city's Tree City USA status, and also to provide recommendations and input when requested to staff, primarily the engineering department, and community members on tree cutting or removal permits. So in addition to those two core functions, the board also was talking and discussing quite a bit about additional roles and responsibilities that they potentially could take on at the will of the council regarding things like community citywide outreach and education. This is basically around the topic of trees and urban forestry and urban canopy, producing the annual Arbor Day event, helping city staff do that, making recommendations on amendments to street tree lists, making recommendations on tree protection codes for private development, and this includes infill and new development, and making recommendations on amendments to the existing tree ordinance, so future amendments to Chapter 16.32, and then also, of course, adding two major components to the urban forestry management plan, which would be a citywide tree inventory and canopy coverage inventory, and then also making recommendations for updating our habitat conservation areas and water quality resource areas, and potentially making recommendations on alternative street designs in order to better navigate certain trees in the right of way, that sort of thing. And then finally, potential development of a heritage tree program to get that conversation started on private property and how to protect the canopy coverage. So based on that information, I'll leave it up to the council to, if you have any questions on the report, and if some of that work item seems like it's in line with staff resources and with the tree board's roles and responsibilities, and what timeline the council thinks would be realistic for some of these items. I know we are shooting for a July, I think 27th meeting for the July meeting for the tree board. I believe it's going to be the 27th or the 26th. I sent out a doodle poll and I'm waiting for a couple members to reply. At that meeting, we hope to have the basic housekeeping items moving forward, like actually looking at their bylaws and orientation, setting future dates for meetings, and then really sort of getting sort of an outline format of what their strategic plan will look like. So the information that you provide tonight will be helpful for that. So I'll turn it over to you if you have any questions.
Mitch, I recall at the PARB meeting, in fact, at the last couple of PARB meetings, the PARB members, Parks and Recreation group, has talked about some of the kinds of things that they felt would be important for the tree board to undertake. And I wanted to just check in and make sure, is that where a lot of this came from? Did we take those into consideration? I know they had given that some very serious thought, so we just want to check in on that.
Good question. Yeah, majority of that did come from the Parks and Recreation Board. So those were the items that, when they envisioned potentially acting as this tree board, as the Parks Board acting as a tree board, as what our ordinance allows, when this additional layer of work came about, they thought that there's just no way they could handle it. So they really encouraged the mayor and council and staff to help kind of move the tree board, get the tree board going.
Well, and then at that last meeting where the tree board and the PARB were there together, I believe their chair had a list of the functions and so that got transcribed over.
That's right.
Yeah.
Those are on those additional bulleted items on your report. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I wanted to sort of in the spirit of clarity and transparency, at this initial meeting of the tree board and PARB, Councilor Parks attended as the DAB representative, which she always attends the PARB meetings, and Councilor Falconer and I attended as the people who chose the tree board or made recommendations to choose the tree board. And it was an opportunity in that large group to have a fairly robust conversation about timing and priorities and issues. And a lot of this covers that really well and brings up some good questions that I think we do need to deliberate on more specifically, so that because everything can't be a priority.
No, and there's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff. It's a big lift. I sort of feel like this board is now stepping into kind of the place where PSAC was a couple years ago, where they all of a sudden had a pretty big lift to address. I think the vision that we're a month away from ratifying is very clear on the city having a verdant canopy of beneficial trees. And I think that's not going to just happen by magic or accidentally. So it's going to be a concerted effort, and it's going to require strategy on the part of the tree board and the city and the council to see how we get there.
Well, and this doesn't even list tree planting.
I know. I was going to say that as we start to look through this list.
Working with Friends of Trees.
And that could be maybe an education and outreach piece. That's education and outreach can be broad to define those type events, or Arbor Day, tangential.
So did they, for those of you who are at this meeting, or for Mitch, did they prioritize these in any way?
No. Have time.
Okay.
It was a very full meeting.
Like always.
Some of these are huge lifts and will require a lot of staff time. Some of them are less. To me, the one that, I guess we have to do the urban forestry plan. It's part of our commitment to Tree City USA.
That's correct.
But that is one of the bigger lifts. To me, the most pressing thing is make recommendations on tree protection codes for private development.
Yeah. Yep.
If there's nothing else on that list that gets done this year, I think that's...
I entirely agree with you. We've got so much development coming so fast that if this becomes something we'll accomplish in a year or two, that the horse will have left the barn.
And obviously, there's a lot of citywide outreach and education
in that process.
Yep. We certainly didn't tackle the SAFE program without a lot
of outreach.
True. So, we see those the two top items as well. Arbor Day as a way to make awareness as well. So, that would be a real core function of this group. Really.
Speaking of which, when are our signs going up?
That's one of their items to make a recommendation to the city council. See, there's a backlog of items actually, in addition to these roles and responsibilities. So soon.
So to me, the three that I had highlighted were the recommendations on tree protection codes for private development, recommendations on amendments to the existing tree ordinance, which I think are going to end up being hand in hand, because I don't think you're going to be able to do a separate ordinance just on private development. It gets...
No, I think I think that goes into the zoning. That goes into the zoning code.
So all that you have to do is, to get around that, is talk to the seller of the property and say, make sure you clear cut that property before you give it to us, okay? Thanks. So if we don't have it baked into our tree code in general, it's easily gotten around. And then I think the third one, because all these developments will then push this, is some conversation at least around street design, because right now, in a vacuum, the engineering department says, okay, well, Stanley Street is currently designed to be whatever it is, 60 feet wide with a bike lane and 2 sidewalks. And so that's, whatever that is, 90 feet of straight line, where in reality, that someday wants to be a greenway. And greenways very often have chicanes. And doesn't it make sense that a tree that's there is, there's the first chicane designed into the greenway. It starts to look at placing trees a little bit higher on the priority list than, say, weeds, which is kind of currently how the natural operating process of cities and counties and the state in particular seem to be, that they're just these things that are in the way and we can plant more later.
Well, it might be interesting for us to have a work session of our own on that and have the tree board be invited, because my sense is that, I remember specifically having that discussion when we did the TSP update in 2007, and I was told point blank, we have, we built into that TSP a lot of flexibility to adjust our street design standards to the needs of different blocks, and we don't have a cookie cutter approach anymore. So
that's not how it plays out.
No, and I'd actually like to comment here. I met with Chuck earlier today, and this has been an ask that I've made of the mayor recently on a couple of items. My hope is that it's clear to staff what the expectation is. So if we expect that we're going to try and build a path around a tree, that is something that we actually have direction on, so that this isn't somewhat arbitrary on a parcel by parcel. My goal is that the direction from council makes it very easy for staff to apply your expectations when it comes to items like this, especially as we're about to build out $22 million worth of projects. And to the extent that I even said, when you get the first round of whatever these are, I'd like to know how many trees are in that pathway that are over 2-inch caliper. Because I think that that's an important conversation for us to have if we're asking us to go around. It also, if we don't have an easement, that adds costs, and the additional concrete adds cost. However, in several cases, people don't want their tree cut down. Mm-hmm. So in those cases, do we do it as the proposal is that we will be going around the trees whenever possible and whenever the property owner is willing to deed us access, but whenever we can't get that easement, for the existing cost of the project, we're unable, those are the types of conversations I'd like us to come back and have with you. Yep. And I do think that that's really a council discussion, at least for the time being. We would get input from the tree board, but I really think that that's a council level dialogue, especially with the speed at which we're going to be doing the SAFE project.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted that on the priority list. So I agree, if that could be a work session that as many members of the tree board could attend as possible, that would be a great, obviously engineering there and maybe planning, one of the planners, be a very valuable conversation that could result in us maintaining some of the canopy we currently have.
How would that play out in actual building of, if you've got a street that you're planning, at what point does Chuck or the others have to go to a tree board and say, well, we're getting ready to build a street, it's got 3 trees in it, we want the tree board's recommendation. I'm just trying to figure out how this works. It's one thing to say globally we want to save trees. It's another when you're on a project by project basis and slowing it down as we wait for the tree board to meet and whatever. So I'm just curious what you had in mind on that project.
Well, so, yeah, I can sort of throw out a concept.
Check.
I think when we're talking about arterials and collectors, there's sort of one conversation because those are meant to move traffic, right? So having chicanes, do you know what a chicane is? Okay. Having chicanes, having anomalies on those kind of streets are as problematic. However, we do want traffic to be slower and more pedestrian friendly on our neighborhood streets, and we certainly want it to be that way on our greenways. So it's sort of two different conversations, right? So if we've got a greenway street, this street is going to be a greenway, and that question comes up, then I think we should be, okay, that tree is kind of on the edge. Do we deem that tree to be a healthy tree? Yes. It's worth keeping? Yes. Okay. Does it make, is there some reason why it would be bad to have a chicane? In other words, a place where the sidewalk sort of came into the street as opposed to being just a straight line.
Okay.
And same with neighborhood streets. And there's a lot of neighborhood streets where they don't even want sidewalks, but that's a completely other conversation. What I am trying to avoid is the sort of by rote decision making that, the current TSP calls for this to be a 60-foot right-of-way with blah, 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 so those trees got to go.
And you can see, the city has done it before, and Logos Road is the best example. The Logos Road sidewalks over by Llewellyn Elementary, you can see the sidewalk kind of meanders. Sometimes it's curbside, sometimes it's going around a tree. They did preserve a number of mature trees when they built that sidewalk.
But I do think that Councilor Abma talks about a process, and I do want to just talk about that process for a minute. So, right now, I'm going to turn over to Mitch and Chuck to explain how the process is an ordinance and how we're applying it, and to make sure that that is what we're all in agreement is the process for going through that.
Great, sure, and I'll take this first stab at it. So, when a homeowner or property owner rather, or the city initiates a request for a tree permit for either to remove or to prune even a tree in the right of way, the engineering department issues a permit prior to it being approved, but issues the permit and then essentially notices the tree. So it puts a tag on the tree, and I think I showed you an example of it, the one on Stanley Road. And the ordinance requires the engineering department to notify three parties: the affected NDA, where the tree exists, the office of the city manager, so my team, for the purpose of notifying the tree board and the Parks and Rec board, and then the tree board. Thank you. Yeah. And so with the thought of there being an opportunity to meet with the engineering director to determine if there are any solutions, or to potentially protect the tree if it needed to not be pruned to a certain extent, or to deem if it's hazardous or dangerous, something of that nature. On the same token, our code also allows the engineering department to make those determinations itself, depending on what the tree looks like. So if Chuck gets a call that's from a neighbor or a property owner that says, I think my tree's diseased and it looks like it's going to fall over, they can dispatch, and it's in the right of way, that Chuck can dispatch his staff out to have an assessment, and if it looks like it is diseased or dangerous, they can tag it for removal, that sort of thing, and then still notify all the parties for the opportunity to weigh in or have a meeting on the tree.
So people who don't have no offense intended to engineers. I'm from a family of engineers.
Before you go there, one of the things I will mention is that we do have licensed landscape and architects in the public works, because the public works department goes out and helps us evaluate.
Okay, that was exactly the question.
Yeah, so in the code allows for that process to continue, but what's nice about the code is it also allows the notification process. So there may be a situation where the tree board, a member of the tree board or the neighborhood association meets with the engineering director, and they may have a difference of opinion. And the code allows the engineering director to continue to, have meetings or have resolution or to get other multiple opinions from arborists, but ultimately make the decision to issue the permit. So the question stands now is, what does that do for development? So for the case of Stanley Road, the applicant who applies to the city to get their land division permit so they can build their home, subdivide their property and build their home, they get notice that they need to remove the tree for the purpose of widening the road, and then there's a posting of the tree, notice on the tree, and then there's a period of time where a representative from the tree board and Chuck need to get together on site to meet and confer and determine whether there's a viable or an alternative solution. which creates more time for that property owner to get his or her permit to move forward with their project. So that currently is a 14-day window at minimum to have the sign posted. And if an agreement to meet to confer is 3 weeks later, that could hold that process up by an additional 3 weeks, or maybe it's 2 weeks later, maybe it's the next week. The issue is that, I mean, it's still an opportunity to meet, but it will add additional time, as your staff report indicates, to the applicant, regardless.
I had a question about that. So specifically, let's say we've got a development. Let's use the Stanley one just so that we are all kind of on the same page.
Well, we have two permits currently in question that we're setting up meetings for.
Trees are going to have to be cut because they're in the right of way.
And Chuck is setting up meetings for those right now, so you could use those too if you want.
So you get a application. We're going to do this development, and you say, okay, you have to widen the road to X. That's part of your street improvements, and you have to build X sidewalk and bike lane or whatever you have to do, planter strip. At what point does the engineering department actually go out to look at the piece of property and look at the trees and whatever?
Look at the trees?
Well, if there are trees in the right-of-way, let's assume there are trees in the right-of-way on this particular piece of property we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, well, the part of my staff that deals with development review actually reviews all the various development and the applications and the materials that the applicant delivers, which includes site plans, where the trees are, et cetera, in making those determinations and doing the code. And the code does allow for several, it is extremely flexible. I mean, you guys, and honestly, this is one of the most flexible city street codes I've ever seen in my career. There's a lot of flexibility. But at the same respects, that has trade-offs, correct? I mean, if we eliminate on-street parking to narrow up the street, you know, then you basically now you have a parking issues on these streets, right, with all these single-family residentials. So in the case of the Stanley, for example, we actually did meet. There was a call for a meeting out there. We did meet with the person that requested the meeting. We looked at eliminating the parking in front. We looked at, we would have had to actually flip their house design because their driveway went through the tree also. So they would have had to do an architectural flip on the entire house in order to get that, to save the tree. But in either case, no matter where we could put the curb, we could not get a lane of traffic by there without digging the curb through the red zone and hurting the tree. So that was why the decision.
So I assume there is currently a lane of traffic that currently goes by there with the tree that is in existence.
Well, it's gone now, but yes, the tree that was there, yes. But it's right there. I mean, you get a lot of the times we've paved right up to the trees. I mean, we're pretty close. I mean, you look at, what is that one? Is that Stanley too? The other piece of Stanley that we have the roots that are bulging the ground out of the way? We're having continuous problems with that tree because it's right up the edge.
So Stanley is intended to be a greenway, correct? And assuming the right-of-way is, that we own, is 60 feet?
I don't think Stanley's
40
that
feet?
wide, but
50 probably.
I don't know what it is.
In any case, 2 lanes of traffic is 22 feet, correct?
Yes.
Ish. So, if you want your greenways to do this, the perfect greenway does not go straight. It does this, right? So, that's a place where we go, okay, the street is now 6 feet that way from the tree. This is what I'm trying to get at, is that if we start making the protection of mature trees part of our decision making, it sort of shifts the way we think about street design, and we think about the fact, okay, we want our neighborhood streets, we want our greenways to be slower, we want cars to naturally want to go slower because it's not, they can't see 12 blocks in front of them and therefore feel like they can go 90 miles an hour. They have to be slower because they don't have that kind of visibility. So to me, that's where those opportunities lie. If we've got the right-of-way in that area to shift the street through that area, there's your first chicane on your greenway.
There's several issues that potentially arise out of there. One, we're talking development driven. We're not, if it's a full city street project going down through there like the SAFE program, we're going to be doing as much of that as possible. On a development driven, and I'm hoping Shelby can chime in here, is we're usually limit on their side of the road for theirs. So if we make them put a curb out there away from that tree and there's only 12 feet left, we don't have the authority to make him do the other guy on the other side of the road's frontage.
That's right.
That's overreaching our...
Well, so my strong suggestion then in those instances is we take a fee lock on those. We say, here's your options, right? And we strongly recommend that you take a fee lock on this, because then you're not on the hook for that.
Which is the fee in lieu of construction as an option.
Fee in lieu of construction, though, has limitations. We kept several limitations on that. And at the last time we did a code change, we still kept those limitations. So there's a lot of times where fee in lieu of construction is not on the table.
If I can point out an example I was referring to, and maybe the council can help with the policy in the ordinance, is again, just the lead time for the applicant. So for example, June 14th, we had at the joint tree board meeting, I brought 2 permits to the board's attention for their interest, and one was issued June 14th, the other was issued June 16th. So according to our policy, the city, any member of the community has 14 days into when it was issued, when the notice was posted, essentially, to where they can schedule a meeting. So in this case, one was issued on June 14th. So on the 14th day, a meeting was scheduled to discuss the permit for one of the cases, which was made at June 28th. That meeting was proposed. There still isn't an actual scheduled meeting yet. We're at July 5th. Looks like there could be a meeting next week between July 7th or 8th. So, and depending on what resolution happens there, maybe it's a design change, maybe it's a concept, maybe it's another study. It just, for the applicant, it definitely, this is an applicant who may otherwise think that when the notice is posted, they have 14 days.
They're
and then
only gonna have to wait 14.
and then it's can easily turn into a month. And so I guess for an infill development type project, well, I guess it's still time is money on those projects. But at what point, as a council and as a community, are we cognizant of applicants' time and with respect to?
That's why I had asked the question about what the process looks like. So you've got this application to begin the process. So now you're noticing the tree, right? If the tree board was notified when you were going to notice the tree, perhaps at that point when the engineer, so we're not having to create a separate meeting that's now months out or weeks out or whatever, the tree board, if possible, goes out with the engineer when they notice the tree. It's one
Well, the meeting
trip.
is kind of a different thing, because I don't personally notice the tree. One of the staff are receiving those things, and they're going out doing those announcements. So I don't get even a notice that there's been a notice on a retreat until somebody's requested a meeting. That's the only time I get involved in a tree request, is if somebody requests a meeting. So at that point, the code also goes on to state that I must wait at least 7 days, I believe, after the meeting before I can issue a decision. So there's actually a waiting period after the meeting for me to evaluate all the various things, a minimum waiting period. So it is, it does have time implications, like Mitch was saying, but it hasn't been unworkable. I mean, so far, it's worked relatively well. And most of the time, we've been at meetings, and everybody has come away feeling very good about the meeting. I've had 2 just, I believe, this last month, the one on Stanley and then the one at Riverfront Park. So, you know, and everybody was really cordial about the whole thing. So
I guess as long as the paperwork is clear to the person about sort of what those potential timelines are, so that they don't think it's 14 days and done. I just think that's important that people know.
And maybe that's something the tree board can look at from the applicant's standpoint in terms of if they want to make recommendations for this policy to council to consider moving forward. Maybe there's some kind of review period that is increased or something, or decreased, or because again, as Chuck mentioned, not every case that every notice the tree board gets notice of, but they may look at one and say, oh yeah, that's a non-issue for us, and then it just runs its 14-day window, and that's what it does. In fact, there was one in Ardenwald recently like that. But others may not. Others may require, again, the schedule of our busy engineering director, and then the schedule of one of the members of the tree board, which we'll find out as we meet whose role that'll be. Maybe they'll have an on-deck person. Maybe they'll appoint 3 people to a subcommittee that says, hey, if you're not available at the engineering director's first date and time, then it goes to number 2 on deck and number 3. I don't know how that's going to play out with, I know we have a certified arborist on the tree board and others that have a lot of experience, but it goes back to Chuck's workload, their workload as volunteers. Remember, these are our volunteers, and how to do these during business hours. It all looks really good on paper, but when it gets applied, it sometimes just it can be a little intimidating in terms of making sure that the customer service piece on our end is upheld.
So when I think about this bullet about making recommendations on alternative street designs, I guess I'm not thinking about that on a case-by-case basis. I'm thinking about that more in terms of the way that, you know, we had a conversation, in Island Station about alternative street designs for Wooners, right? So that
I'm sorry, for what?
Wooners. Thanks.
Awesome.
Don't ask me to spell that.
Nope, I won't. Thank you.
That we would have in place standards that deviated from the standard, right? So that it wouldn't add to this already potentially longer timeline, that there were streets that could be designated, if they are neighborhood streets, in such a way that it wouldn't require the huge build out that we're talking about, that eliminates trees, because the standard is 2 big lanes, parking, bike path, or I guess it's reversed here in Milwaukie, but and then also the gutters and the sidewalks. So rather than have I'm thinking about that more in terms, like, instead of prolonging the experience, it's actually a way to sort of build in a system that shortens it, so that there's an alternative that someone can turn to that saves the tree potentially, and also conforms to a standard, so that there aren't all these unknowns, there's not all this time being taken. But I'm not sure that that's the conversation we've been having.
So may I ask, as an example, if Chuck had a SAFE project that was slated for year 1 to go on a particular street, for example, in a particular neighborhood, the tree board could potentially be dispatched, well before this project gets greenlit, to kind of look at that street and maybe look at the right-of-way obstructions for big trees and come up with something to kind of push the engineering department's way beforehand, so when they get ready to, is that kind of what you're thinking, sort of, in a more applicable manner?
I'm even thinking in the terms of the development driven, so that the tree board may be making recommendations citywide on what would be acceptable alternatives for these types of streets that are very low flowing, that intended to be greenways down the road sometime, so that there is a standard that can be pointed to that's different from like what happened on Stanley.
Well, we do have other standards, and we do have the stuff from the Windroof, and we do have the sample one. And we're actually, one of the ones we have up, the Eagle one, is actually utilizing a new standard as a trial, and it still requires a tree removal, even at only a 20-foot pavement top.
Even at, I'm sorry?
Only a 20-foot pavement top. So that's below minimum fire department standard. Mm-hmm. So if we are already employing all of those features to try to minimize impact, because it does more than just tree protection. It does water quality issues. It does a lot of different things for us. So we're employing all those aspects. But there are still some circumstances, like the one on Eagle, where the trees happens to be, that right-of-way has never been constructed on. He's constructing the street from scratch, and the tree's in the middle.
And I guess the thing is, I mean, the Vonnerf design is for very limited, sort of dead-end streets or, low speed. And it's necessarily a street that's not going to have sidewalks. Whereas SAFE, where we're spending all our money, is about sidewalks, right?
Vonnerf wasn't only for dead-end streets, because 19th was one of them, and it's not a dead-end street.
Well, I mean, it's a limited length.
Sure, and there are plenty of streets in our, if you look at our map, most of our streets are not perfect grids in certain neighborhoods.
No, but where we're going to be spending our effort on the SAFE programs are more through streets.
No, we had to make a lot of these in order to make through passing happen. So I don't agree with that. I think that there are lots of streets that are in the SAFE that could potentially, 29th is one of them in my neighborhood. It's basically 19th in your neighborhood. It's a little bit longer, but it's
quite a bit longer.
Yes, but it doesn't
and it's
have
designated as a bikeway.
It is.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a greenway.
Yeah.
It's a greenway.
I guess I think it's not the most, given the priority of SAFE and getting it going, that the few streets that are going to qualify for this, it's not worth a lot of staff time or tree board time trying to come up with other designs. I mean, because it seems like where we're going to be spending our efforts, at least in the first few years of SAFE, is probably not on those kind of streets.
Well, and so this highlights why we're here tonight, right? So I think that there's a policy discussion about whether or not we want to prioritize these on some of the streets that we're going to be looking on early on in SAFE. Chuck has that list. He's been working with the SAFE team recently. We're going to be bringing that to you in the next couple months with how we plan on paying for those early projects and what those first steps are going to be. I'm worried that we're going to get to that meeting and we're going to say we're ready to run, and somebody's going to say, hold on, we need to look at the way we design these or whatever. So that's why we're here tonight. If we feel like this is something that we need to do immediately before we bring those projects forward, I'd really like to, because I want to make sure we construct the projects that you guys envisioned. And this is our shot to do it. If we wait too much longer, it's going to be really hard for Chuck to be able to take the kind of time on each parcel that we would need to take.
And I would guess that I'd hope that you guys, we've talked enough that you realize that we don't envision a single cookie cutter on any of these streets. I mean, the only standard one I could think of, would be like a 32nd or something like that, where you're kind of limited, right, on what you can do on 32nd. But the rest of them all have different designs. Some of these streets are going to have sidewalks only one side, like a Logos. Some of them will have two sides because of the volume of traffic. Some of them will have ditches between the sidewalks and the roads because there's no stormwater in the area. Some of them, the right-of-ways are so narrow because we did not budget for right-of-way acquisition in that program that we would be uptight and curb tight with a curb there. So there is going to be multitude of designs. Every one of these is going to be independently designed for that specific neighborhood's uniqueness. And then the trees. I've already had contacts from some citizens that are on a SAFE route and asking about if they could dedicate some right-of-way or give us an easement to go onto their property just to keep the tree. Then we'll work with those customers and do that. I mean, that's what we need to do.
And I think that's kind of where we're looking. I mean, we could take that even a step further, and let's use Linwood for an example, right? As we start to design out Linwood, we go, okay, well, there's 7 mature trees that are roughly where the sidewalk would be if we did a straight line design. We contact those 7 homeowners. Are you willing to dedicate a little right-of-way to protect that tree? The other thing that we haven't discussed that can help us in some of those situations is that flexi-pave stuff around trees, so that as we're, if instead of digging down whatever it is, 2 feet and laying gravel and doing all those things and then putting the 4-inch lift of concrete, which gets into the roots, we can do the flexi-pave system that allows the roots to continue to function. That might solve problems. So I'm just, at least my personal take on this is, if we can just start thinking about that the trees have a lot of value, and if that becomes more of a priority than it kind of has been through sort of typical city-style development, and be creative about how we can keep some of those trees. I mean, I've seen neighborhood streets. You say the one on Eagle is in the middle of the street. I've seen neighborhood streets that do that around trees. I don't know if it's possible there, but I've seen that in West Lynn even fairly recently. So, then maybe the fire department hates those. I don't know, but I guess what I'm trying to get to is if we can come to a policy decision that says, in every opportunity, we are attempting to prioritize the retention of mature trees, and we can make a definition over 6-inch at breast height or whatever, make some kind of definition of what that means. I think that will eliminate a lot of the need for the tree board to go have a conversation. It doesn't solve the problem of when a homeowner says, I want to cut down this tree on the city's right-of-way. I think that one, I think you're going to end up with meetings.
And I truly hope that we're already there. I mean, basically, even if you didn't have a policy, that's going to be our internal policy. I mean, we're doing everything we possibly can. There are going to be streets, it's funny you bring up Linwood. Linwood's going to be one of the most difficult ones we have because it's an arterial, it's bike lanes, and it's a safe routes to schools. I mean, it has every single element, and there's lots of big trees. I mean, everything is competing against each other there. It is not going to be an easy design. So that's one reason why I don't think it'll be, right up there on day one, even though we all would like to see that one on day one. The design alone is going to take some time before that one can come out the door.
Well, and an interesting, that's actually a classic example. Even though it is an arterial, people drive way too fast on that street all the time. So, is there an opportunity in there for us to cause that to slow maybe somehow a little? I don't know. Just saying.
You can plant a tree in the middle of the road, maybe.
There you go.
It worked for my football team. I just want to come back to a statement. I do believe that Chuck and his team today is trying to do that. So the question for you, and what I saw in some emails last week, was whether or not you feel like you need more statements in order to get us there. And I respect that if you do, if we need to have additional ordinance adoptions in order to solidify that. I respect that. It's just a question, I guess, to council of, do you feel like we need that extra policy adoption?
And then I would say that,
I don't know what the policy would say other than what we've said. We value trees. Trees are important. Let's look out for trees. I mean, I think you have that mindset. That's what we're doing.
And Chuck said our
TSP
standards
gives us
are
opportunity.
Flexible.
Yeah. So. My concern too on some of this is that, I want to save these trees too, but that comes with the cost of the slowdown, and then you start hearing complaints why is this not getting built? Why aren't these sidewalks getting done? There's a trade-off, and if you're willing to make those trades, then I can support that. But it's not everything's a thumbs up because they are competing interests.
And I guess just to go along with that statement, the reason I'm asking this question, sir, is that there has been concern that some of the things we have approved have been approved. So if there's concerns that we've approved certain things and that those things don't align with the vision of the city, then that's why I'm saying we need additional comments or resolutions or something, because I do feel like staff believes and feels that they are meeting your expectations. That's not necessarily the feedback that I'm seeing coming back the other way.
So I guess we have to, take that apart a little bit to determine, from their perspective, staff may well feel that they are doing everything they can to protect trees. From someone else's perspective, looking at the exact same situation, they may not see that as the case.
Yes.
So it may require some kind of policy that does define a little bit more what doing everything means. So let's use that one Stanley Street example, right? If it's going to be a greenway, and if a greenway is only going to be 22 feet wide of pavement, and moving the road over 8 feet at that point saves that tree at some point in the future. Maybe it doesn't happen during the construction of this thing. Maybe it's a FILOC system where that happens when we do the actual building of the greenway. But instead, it was determined that, well, that's where the curb's going to end up having to be, but we didn't have a design on that greenway. So it felt like everything was considered, but we didn't consider moving the street over at that point, and causing the street to have some curve. So that I just feel like we could maybe be a little clearer about what we're attempting to accomplish that might help you guys.
Stanley is a very unique situation, right? It's slated as a greenway, but it's a collector. Those two are polar opposites. You usually do not have a greenway and a collector in the same situation. So one of those are going to have to give, which would mean that we would have to probably once we actually do the greenway study, it's probably going to be similar to Monroe, where it's going to say there's going to be diverters and we're going to get cars off that road. If we do that, there isn't another route other than Linwood through that area. That poses other problems. So there's a lot of things that have to happen in Stanley before we actually know what we're going to have for a design on Stanley. That would theoretically then and we need funding. Stanley isn't a fully funded project. That makes Stanley ineligible for FELOC under the current code. So if with all those different things going on, we talked about moving the curbs, we talked about changing all the various things that the code allows us to do, but we were still inside all the drip lines of the tree and the location of the tree. So we talked about increasing the width of the things. So we looked at all those different types of things we could, other than shifting the road over. But then now we're trying to put a wow in the middle of an existing collector without all the other design elements in place. That poses a liability. So we need to know from you guys, if those are the direction we're going, we have to recognize that there are going to be some peculiarities that happen.
Or essentially reopening up the FELOC discussion as far as how
that may be
what constitutes an allowable.
We have to do, and I don't spend a lot of time on Stanley, but I do ride it on fair occasion, and I don't find it to be a particularly busy, even though it is theoretically a collector.
There's just nothing else that's a
Linwood
street up there.
Yeah.
Nothing else really hardly goes through.
Which is why it ended up being the greenway, because there weren't any other options.
Right.
This goes clear back to the conversation we had about the development on King, where we were in essence creating yet another cul-de-sac, which in essence creates more problems around trying to get a walkable, bikeable city, because every time you do that, you remove the option to put a greenway or something where there isn't already a collector.
And it had the competing goal of housing.
Right.
I guess I'm uncomfortable with making policies on one-offs all the time. And I shouldn't say all the time, but there's this unique situation on Stanley, and I don't think that requires us to rewrite the code and do all kinds of different regulations because of this one-off situation. And I'm not as, I don't watch what Chuck and his staff do every day, but I have faith that they are, maybe it's not the same faith that some others have, but that they're looking at the options, they're looking at the code, and they're trying to do what they think is right and save trees.
Well, and I think there's some opportunity coming. I mean, I agree with that largely, and I guess I think there's some opportunity coming with SAFE for Chuck to bring us, like, here's the first...
A large swath of projects at once where you can have input.
Where we can sit and look at where the trees are, and we can look at it as a program and not a one-off thing.
And the general designs associated with those, so that if you look at it and you go... Chuck says, just so you know, this is also a collector, and so when we do this, these are going to be the fallouts associated with changing this street design. We can have some of those broader conversations at once, which really is the right way to have these conversations.
Yep. I agree. And I'll let you know that I'm personally committed to guarantee administratively that working with the tree board, we can engage in those conversations as a team with the engineering department and city staff and their insight and oversight and assistance. So I think as they work through this process, they may see the council's other overarching goals in terms of how to make all of these improvements happen and work under the same set of conditions to build out the city. I think there's a learning curve for that board as well in terms of understanding the priorities we have around safe bike and ped transportation, clean climate, that sort of those initiatives that are on your plates. So affordable housing.
I agree that I hate writing code around one-offs. It's just sometimes a situation arises where you go, this is something that we're going to be running into often.
In the future. That's
so
fair.
Perhaps we need to start to address that, or start to think about how do we want to address that.
That's fair.
But I do think the SAFE will give us 8 blocks, 10 blocks, 12 blocks, whatever it is, of, okay, here's, and help us identify, okay, if we can't do that, then yeah, we do need to change code. Or if we can do that, I just think.
And I probably shouldn't admit my philosophy around being an administrator sitting up here. But in general, if we can get the right decision made 80%, 90% of the time, and staff has a bunch of variables that go into a decision, and it doesn't always come out with the outcome we would have if it were us made, I typically look at it as I didn't have the same information, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I know that that's really hard, but it means that every once in a while we will probably lose a tree. And every once in a while, we may not all agree with why we lost that tree. But I do think that Chuck and his team are really dedicated to the goal that you guys have set. So I wanted to make sure you knew that. And if you feel like we're not hitting the mark more than 20%, more than 20% of the time where we're losing things, then I do think it's important for us to make that correction now. Because that means that it's not clear, even to me, because it means that I'm also approving this. So, thank you.
Did we...
We started on
do what we started to do. On the responsibility.
We started on trees and we ended up on transportation.
No,
it was a great conversation.
But very good conversation, and especially for the members of the tree board that are here listening, I think it's very valuable for them as well. I did hear the additional roles and responsibilities outside of permit assistance and urban forestry management plan. I did hear making recommendations on tree protections codes for private development was something very important and to prioritize as number one. Number two, also to make recommendations on amendments to the existing tree ordinance, and then to make recommendations on alternative street designs. I heard those three.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would agree with necessarily all three of those, but I would think the thing to do is ask them.
Yeah.
Let's ask them to prioritize.
Okay.
That's what we've done with that's what we've done with so many of the other committees. You know.
Yeah.
So
But
my
there's
only
also a
ask,
staff level.
there's
yeah.
Yeah,
So-
well, that's right. With
So if the tree, okay, anyways. And I'm looking at some of these engineering planning, and we've got a lot of engineering planning going on right now. And so some of these concern me just from a workload standpoint.
Right.
We have a lot of city manager stuff going on,
Yeah,
too.
I saw that.
talk about that later. No, and that really is why we purposely put the staff as to who's involved.
Yeah.
It's not that any of these aren't important to us. We would love to have all these responses to you this year. The reality is just timing. It's going to be really hard for us to be able to fulfill these obligations as well as the other commitments.
Right. Well, it would seem like, and I guess it goes without saying, that the tree board itself is going to have to determine how much energy they all have as individual and collective units and what is really attainable for them, instead of us giving them a laundry list. I mean, there can be a list and say, these are the things that we hope that you'll be able to accomplish at some point in time, or to look at, or whatever.
I think this is a fine list.
I think so too. But when it comes to...
Yeah, it's just translating into a strategic plan and then an implementation piece. Kind of like how when council sets its goals, you have timelines.
And remember, you've only got 7 people.
Correct, and they're all volunteer. They're all citizen volunteers,
And
which
then
is
all the staff is also really busy with a lot of other projects. So we can't say, gee, all of these things, are something that should be done right away.
Well, thank you. And if I can add that our next meeting, we will be doing general housekeeping items. Yeah. We'll be talking more about this. So I'm happy to just, again, have the council think about this, and I'm happy to report back to you, have the conversation with them, have, an understanding of what their position is and what it means with respect to getting the board set up, carrying out the regular permitting duties that we know are as assigned, their core responsibilities, as well as the urban forestry management plan, and come back to you.
Can you give them a relative assessment of staff time? I mean, I know you can't say this will take 500 hours and this will take 200 hours, but I mean, can you give them a relative assessment of staff time demands and staff?
Yes.
Yeah.
And some of these are things we do anyway. So the Arbor Day event, we'll take all the help we can get. You want to help us write the lit that we're going to drop around that event and other things? Great, we'll take it, right? So some of these things are really easy for us to do. Some of these are pretty substantial.
Yeah, well, so the urban forestry management plan, I mean, to me, that just seems like a huge thing. But it is something we have to do for Tree City. What's the timeline that we have to do it for Tree City?
One of the big reasons this board was developed. So.
Right. Well,
have a specific timeline commitment?
They need to be produced every year, their annual reports. So they would, last year's report was more of a timetable. There were some action items in the report, which we're going through, we'll be going through and looking at. It's really as robust as the city really, can afford to make it. We have, your report identifies we have a per capita requirement for Tree City USA in addition to the urban forest management plan.
Right.
Activities that are carried out in the plan are carried out. Others that maybe are multiple year. The plan allows for having certain activities be 2-3 year activities and that sort of thing. So it's a living document that I think continues to be, needs to be checked in and looked at and resubmitted year after year. So, but it's going to require a subcommittee from this group and someone to champion that, and probably they're going to want to add a lot of value to it, because remember, the first one was prepared by myself and a couple members of the Parks Board, and it was really just to get us the Tree City USA status and fulfill bare minimum requirements, just like this ordinance before you was bare minimum. That's why some of the things that you see are written in this ordinance might appear to be either loosely translated or not very clear. It was really just it actually was sent to the Department of Urban Forestry in the state of Oregon to actually get us to whether it would be passed for Tree City USA eligibility or not. So, yeah, so that could potentially be amended as a result as well. So,
okay.
So are we saying that we're going to send it back to the tree board and they're going to prioritize and it's going to come back here and then we're going to I assume, pick it apart and figure out why we disagree with that.
I'm not sure.
I feel like you're not getting the, I really am concerned that we're not providing the clarity and the movement that we need to on these things.
Well, the
I
urban
want the tree board to be
canopy is-
involved.
Yeah.
And they sound like they had a meeting and these things were partly discussed and then it was brought to council to create this priority. And that's our job and that's our role and I think we should do that. Or give them carte blanche to pick their 3 and do that and move on. I just feel like we...
And not come back to us
I feel like
again.
we slow things down with this back and forth, back and forth. So anyway, I said my piece on that, but...
Thank you.
I mean, it's kind of unusual because it's a new board. I mean, every other board does an annual check-in with us and a work plan kind of thing.
But at their
you know?
last meeting, you had 3 people on this council there.
Yeah.
Right.
Providing some input, I suppose, some discussion. Listening, and, you know, so I wanted to succeed, but I also want us to, you know, make it happen as opposed to this. I just can see what happens. It's going to go to them. They're going to work on it, prioritize, it's going to come back to us, and then we're going to spend another 45 minutes.
Well, and that's the part that we should not do.
Yeah, that's...
You know?
Yeah.
It's like, if we're going to send it back to them to establish their priorities, then let's trust them to do it.
Yep.
Otherwise, let's tell them right now what we think the 3 biggest priorities are and keep the rest of the stuff on the list.
I would agree with that.
Your call.
Well,
They know
staff
more about
prepared to
trees
talk
than I
about
do.
The capacity of staff to do
Sure.
the different pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm comfortable with either one. I'm comfortable, I've threw out my 3. I'm also comfortable hearing what the tree board would prioritize. I think we have an outstanding board, and I think they would they would come up with a good prioritization. So
I agree.
I mean, some of these, it seems to me, they need to hear from they need to have a conversation with engineering about what already exists, tree lists or the street designs or whatever. I mean, it seems to me some of these may or may not ultimately be their priority if they have more information about where we stand,
exactly,
where things are.
And keeping in mind that these were just ideas and suggestions that were, you know, put out by different people, and you know, and things that had come up with PARB where they go, oh, we don't have the time to do that, we can't get into that. Oh, but maybe the tree board could do that. You know, I think it came from a variety of sources, but we know that the important piece is the urban tree canopy plan, you know, or urban forestry plan. I'm not looking at it, can't think what the wording is, but you know what I mean. To do what we need to do to retain our Tree City USA status. And then there's some other things that seem to have kind of risen to the top.
And then also the making the recommendations for permits.
You know, and you'll take that information to them. So I would be really comfortable with them taking all that information, making their decisions, and we say, thank you very much, appreciate it, job done.
I agree.
I'm fine with that as well.
Okay. Cool.
Great. Then I will, we'll do that, and we'll be in touch on their annual update for you.
Cool.
Great. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, guys.
He's going to be back up here in a minute.
Yeah, Chuck's can sit here if he wants.
Yeah. We get you again. Oh, and is Mitch coming back on that too? Okay.
So you guys might as well just stay here. All right. Council goal update, Milwaukie Bay Park, which will be presented by Assistant City Manager Mitch Neiman, apparently members of PARB.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to invite some guests up, the project team up front here, and I'll introduce them. I'm going to get the PowerPoint loaded.
When do we do comment period?
Usually after staff reports.
So yes.
Great. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Mitch Neiman, Assistant to the City Manager. Sitting with me this evening, we have Scott Archer, who's Director of North Clackamas Parks and Rec District, Catherine Krieger, who is Development Project Manager for North Clackamas Parks and Rec District, and Ben Johnson of our Milwaukie Parks and Recreation Board. As I mentioned, Scott is the Director of North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District. Catherine has a background in parks planning, architecture, landscape design, etc., working for the district, and Ben, on his day job, works for Greenworks PDX, which is a landscape, very reputable landscape design firm in Portland, and has worked on a lot of projects in the city. So we are here to talk to you about the Riverfront Park, the Milwaukie Bay Park, goal number 3, and this is really our project team that we have. So we have City Manager Ann Ober, myself, Chuck Eaton, who was just here, but I think he left.
He went home.
Oh, no! And again, I mentioned Ben, Catherine, and Scott. So we have a 6-person team where we really feel like we need all the angles of expertise and input in order to really get the council where you would like to be for this particular project. Your staff report is very comprehensive. I apologize about how long it was, but
It could have been longer.
I know. Well, of course.
Yeah.
And
only one person's opinion.
Yeah. No. And she's a reader, so that's good.
I thought of several things in the timeline that I thought were missing, but anyway.
Well, I had. Oh boy, that was actually a really fun.
Longer?
That was a fun process because the timeline was actually. Yeah, I thought it was too long, actually, but it was really interesting going through the research and realizing, obviously this is a 20-year project, but really most importantly, defining and looking at what the key points were throughout this process, and it's really amazing. I mean, it's gone through several councils, several staff members. I mean, a lot of people have worked and touched and worked on this project, including Mr. Gary Klein, who's sitting in the back row, or back in the front row behind us. So really quickly, I won't identify all of these, but I think they're pretty key to how this process is going to unfold to coincide with your completion of this goal. And obviously, there was a period of time back in the late 90s, mid 2000s, where Riverfront Park didn't look anything like what it looks today. There were buildings, there was site prep needed, there was a lot of real estate acquisition and land prep that previous councils have participated in and should be certainly congratulated for, because that's why the site looks as nice as it does today. We had a downtown plan, a framework plan approved in 2000. That same plan was amended by council in 2015 to add different elements and match up with moving forward Milwaukie and all the downtown code improvements. 2006, that concept plan you see to the left, I have another slide of it that it's actually a better view that you'll be able to see a little bit easier. That was approved. The concept plan was approved, then it was finally got its land use approvals in 2010. Mr. Klein and his family graciously donated Klein Point in 2011 to kick off phase 1, and we got permit approvals from the Army Corps of Engineers. We built out phase 2 and had some weather, take out a bridge and a beach, and we're under design on those, and here we are the council adopting the goal for phase 3. So that's just a brief overview. Some things that your report identifies and looks at as we look at your goal is, in addition to the existing conditions, is kind of like its compatibility with what already exists. We know the South Downtown Plaza, that downtown framework and land use plan, really, what it does is it essentially identifies Milwaukie and this particular park being a gateway to the city. It talks about it being the city's living room. It talks about event opportunities, kind of the place for events in the city. It talks about how it's very adamant about there needs to be safe connection to the park for bike and ped use, and obviously how it can play off of South Downtown Plaza, what that connection looks like and relationship, and then also how to leverage downtown visitors to and from. So as we look toward completing this goal and getting what we call a refinement of the master plan, and I'll thank Catherine for that term because she has really helped us really define what that means. Really, and also the help of Ben. The issues for discussion before you, and there are a couple that I'd like some input from you tonight, but the rest I'd like you to just really think about, and as we come back to you as a project team, we can hone in a little closer on certain specific issues, but really it's a lot of information for tonight, but I want you to understand kind of how we're looking at this project in its comprehensive state. So we, as far as some guiding principles and issues for discussion, we want to talk about the park and its the fact that it's a local and regional attraction. We want to really talk about what features are involved, and you look at this concept plan, are these the same features that we want here today that were here that were proposed in 2006? We want to talk about pedestrian access. You all know as well as I know that the park isn't very accessible from pedestrians from a lot of points, and I personally get I hear complaints about that all the time from my events that I put on down there and just in general. Activities and programming. Frankly, what is it that we want to do at the park? There's a lot of great opportunities, and obviously the master plan and the concept drawings will allude you to believe that there are certain things and activities, but what is it that we really want to do? View shed, how important is it that it looks great? Now that we've cleared the land, open space, what flexibility is available, permitting. We have an existing U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permit that expires in 2020 that grandfathers us into a lot of elements of design in this park that may otherwise not be permitted today. So we understand from our engineering department. Parking, that's the latest and greatest, since we're seeing more and more issues of that downtown and et cetera from boaters. There's always never enough parking, or there's too much. If you talk to a non-motorized boat user, there's too much boating parking, and if you talk to a motorized boat user, there's not enough. And then of course the big question, funding. This is obviously still at this point unfunded, but we have some options for funding moving forward that we can provide to you. So a couple of the things I'd like to maybe get some consensus on this evening, and I can change this to the larger drawing and point out a couple details, are first of all some clarification on some known issues. So we know that there's a coastal redwood in the middle of the park that, according to the approved master plan and also on the concept design, is missing, and I'll point out where it is. It's right here. So that's where it's proposed to be. So
that's where it is.
No, that's where it is.
I'm sorry. That's where it is. Excuse me. That's where it exists. Yeah. Thank you. That's what I meant. Yeah. We're thinking about moving the restaurant. Yeah, chicane. So let me get back to that. So the coastal redwood. This is probably a good opportunity to talk about whether we save it or we don't save it. I think the general consensus in our community is to save it. But again, this was a master plan that was approved by a previous planning commission, where it was known that it was going to be removed. So is this an opportunity where we can get a general consensus from council so we can move forward to keep the redwood tree? And again, it is where the proposed restroom facility is located, where it says restrooms.
And Mitch, can I just add, part of why we're asking this question is because in the NCPRD budget this year, they did put aside some money for a continuation of these drawings for making amendments to this proposal. It's not a ton of money. I think it was $60,000. But so these are some of the discussions we've been having since I came here. And so at least on these ones where we believe that there's amendments to be made, we'd like to know for certain so that we can start that process.
Mm-hmm. So I was on Planning Commission when it came through. So were you, right?
I know. In May 25th of 2010?
2010?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I definitely was there. And I can tell you, yeah, you're right. We approved it with the tree gone, but it was never called out. Nobody said anything about the tree. And it was probably right after that the whole thing happened about the oak in Kronberg Park and preserving the oak for the light rail. I did start hearing about it from people then, around that time. But I'm embarrassed to say that we didn't think about that tree, and I'm all for preserving it. I can't see cutting that tree.
Well, the good news is, having one-off, very casual conversations with Chuck and the NCPRD and our project team, it seems like we could easily do that. It's a matter of just relocating the restroom further to the east or the west, depending on how the drawings play out. So I think, going back to this question, I think if that's something that the council is adamant and wants to do, we certainly would appreciate knowing that, and we can move forward with that.
Saving the tree, thumbs
yes.
up.
Okay.
I guess maybe a bigger picture, so that we're all kind of going into this with the same understanding. I mean, when you say this is what was approved by Planning Commission, and you say, yes, we approve this, Planning Commission, we're talking about just moving a bathroom. We're not changing, and you're saying that it's okay according to the current permit to do that. So I guess maybe it would be...
We think it's okay. We're pretty confident that it is. But this plan was approved this concept drawing was taken with our plans to the Corps to get our cut and fill permit, the permit that expires in 2020.
Right. So what I'm saying is it's a concept design, and moving a bathroom doesn't change the permit that you're talking about.
We don't believe it does, because what you're doing is you maintain your hardscape in this.
You're not creating
example.
more impervious surface.
Right. So as long as we're shifting.
It's cut fill grading. It has to do with grading, not so much the hardscape.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's the Army Corps of Engineers. They care about fill in the floodplain. So that's what we wouldn't want to trigger, is adding additional fill if the restroom changes.
I will also then put out that Chuck is also worried about hardscape.
Yeah, that
I'm
would
just
be,
pretending
that would
to be
probably
him.
Stormwater.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, good question. But sounds like we have a thumbs up on that.
Okay.
Cantilevered overlook. You heard Chuck, and this is that element that is attached to the upper parking lot. I can point it out if you need me to, but it has the landscape medians in it, and it looks like a big turnaround driveway. Yeah. It is, yeah. That's a very expensive element of this park, and now that Chuck is combining the elevated pedestrian bridge with the new bridge repair. So here, I'll point it out.
Well, I was going to say, for those who don't know, see, our existing bridge doesn't have a pedestrian walkway. Right. So that was a new pedestrian bridge out there.
Yeah. So this is an elevated pedestrian bridge that attaches to this cantilevered crosswalk, which this is about $1.5 million because of the way it's designed and built. It's wide and it cantilevers over the seawall. And this is an elevated pedestrian bridge that connects the two. This will now be attached to the new bridge.
Right. So we don't have to have a separate
west.
Right.
Which thus, to a large degree, eliminates the need for a cantilevered overlook.
Well,
so,
all right, let me, yep.
Mark's got
Mark got
one
him.
for him.
Thank you. So again, cantilevered overlook, about $1.5 million. This was about $1.5 million as well as with the engineering estimate. So the savings of this being attached to the new bridge will render this piece to some degree useless, not 100%, but to some degree it's an element that this council, if you're not comfortable with making a decision about right now, we certainly can move forward with that. But it's an opportunity to.
So let me play the devil's advocate there. We definitely don't need it. I don't think we actually needed it then. We needed a better pedestrian connection, but it could have just gone straight into the parking lot. But I think it could be an amazing space. It could be a place where we have, some tables, and we have a couple food carts that are in that parking lot, and we have a place where people could sit out there and have an amazing view over the water. It could be an amazing space. Is it a priority as opposed to the stuff on the other side? I would say no. But I think it's still kind of a cool idea, and I don't know that I would want to scrap it altogether.
Okay, that's good input.
I would pretty much second everything she just said, and what I would say further is that if we do scrap it that way, that we figure out how to utilize what is actually there, because right now it's wood chips.
Yeah.
Right? We could improve
good input.
Could have
what we've got there so it could be more user-friendly.
Yeah.
And be used for more wider variety of things.
Be more usable. So I agree entirely that it's, I always thought it was kind of cool. And it could lend itself to a lot of things, but it is 1.5 million, probably more than that now.
Does that sound like we'll explore some options as far as that area? Does that sound like it's a good start for the council? Good.
But we can prioritize it lower on the list based on funding.
Yeah, I think all of us sort of considered that like phase 4 kind of thing.
Well, and that actually gets us to our next one. So we can talk about that too.
Well, so in addition, so number 3rd bullet here is a temporary moorage docks to install or to not install. So here's a drawing that shows, this was another part of one of the concept drawings that shows that shows these these temporary moorage docks, which these are for additional boats. These aren't necessarily launching pads for non-motorized boats. These are actual just, for temporary docks, and they attach to that point of where the cantilevered area is, overlook, thank you. And these docks weren't not approved in our core permit, so that is one special note. I couldn't find an engineering estimate for them. My understanding, based on some conversations with Chuck and others, is hundreds of thousands of dollars just to have them installed.
When you say they weren't approved, you mean they weren't applied for? I thought the Corps said no.
That's what they.
Okay.
They weren't approved as part of our core permit.
Aren't we done if the Corps says no?
I don't know. Maybe not.
So part of the discussion that we've had is, and this is based on total anecdotal information that I got kayaking down a river. So I want to be clear, this is not well researched.
You can always trust kayakers.
I'm just saying, not well researched. We've talked a lot about the non-motorized. We've talked about the beach and the fact that the beach will be providing an access point that has been a struggle for us. We are going to be consolidating the 2 stairwells that you saw in the last design into a single stairwell that'll be wider to allow for, as the tides rise, hopefully people can actually use the stairwell as an access point into the waterway. And Chuck's still working on that design, but that's kind of the concept. Whether or not we want to have a floating dock that doesn't have a moorage, that is a small dock that allows for additional space, is a discussion that we could have. Right now, none of our design work, however, is in water. So everything we've been proposing to date has been out of water, because that it adds some flexibility to what we're trying to do, and it means we don't have to get extra permits. So if we go back to the water, it's going to be more difficult and more complex. But I wanted to make sure that if you're looking for docking for non-motorized that we don't currently provide, we're having that discussion as a part of this dialogue.
So I think a lot of people like that idea for a lot of reasons, but I think the people I've always spoken to about it always felt like it came off the table when the Corps said no. Like, that's no longer an option to us.
It's a question of whether or not we explore having some sort of floating dock that connects into the stairwell during higher tides. I.e., right? It doesn't have to be
that
in that location.
That was what they disliked about it, was that we were putting something on both sides of the creek.
Mm-hmm. And it's a very large space. It doesn't have to be a very large space. This goes back to my not scientific discussion with the kayakers about whether or not if you have it be a purely floating dock, you don't have any attachments within the water, whether or not you have the same requirements of the various marine boards and everybody else, or whether or not because it's smaller you have more flexibility. These are all things we could explore, but I think we're trying to figure out what the work plan looks like, and so it's a discussion point that if the beach isn't enough today, do you want us to look at this, and are we okay at least taking the one that was rejected by everybody off the table and looking at something else?
So I'm fine with taking that particular one off the table. I think it's worth considering other possibilities if they exist.
Yeah.
I think we're trying to activate this, so anything that makes it more user-friendly, more interesting, more fun for people.
But I'm also hearing primarily for non-motorized.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And finally, just to point out, we heard a little bit this from Chuck earlier, elevated pedestrian bridge. That is a known issue that's now going to be attached to the current bridge that's being repaired. So that's mainly just included in repair. I'm just calling that out. Yeah.
Are you saying on the cantilever, if we were to keep that we wouldn't need that pedestrian bridge because we're already building a pedestrian bridge?
Yeah, and you'll have a pedestrian connection, and we'll talk a little bit later about how critical the linkage is from the south side of that cantilevered overlook to the treatment trail, to the trail that goes in the wastewater treatment plant, and I have some information that I'd like for you to see that when we get to it. Because there is, if you notice that the cantilevered path, if it does its job, you get over safely to the trail on the other side without having any interference with vehicles. Good. So let's go back to, we talked about known issues, and we appreciate your feedback and your input on that. Now we have some other known issues that eventually will probably come to you unless you're comfortable right now making some decisions on that. We just want to get out there and talk about. Much of it has to do with the lineup that I showed you before with the park features, parking, permitting, and all that stuff. So I'm just going to go into them a little bit more in depth here. Park features, again, I just mentioned the connection to that trail. Is this a critical linkage? Having seen that, is that a critical linkage to the treatment trail, or is that something that could be a little bit more passive depending on scope, design, cost, et cetera?
Right now, everybody just walks through the parking lot. And, I did it yesterday. I did it twice yesterday. And, it's not a big deal. The cars are going very slow. I don't know that would it be nice to have a dedicated pedestrian path? Sure, but
I think particularly when you start thinking about kids, it's one thing for adults to sort of make their way through a parking lot.
I'm thinking more about vision impaired. If there's no direction for someone who's using a walking cane to navigate, then obviously the parking lot is not ideal. But if there's I'm not sure if this is existing or not, but if the sidewalk to the left of our screen, if that's a complete connection and there's the the rumble things, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting what the names of those things are.
Yeah,
if that directs someone like that to someone with those mobility concerns, to direct them down the sidewalk.
I was going to say, so you'll be coming across the bridge here-ish, then an attached path, and then you'll need to get from here to here.
Or this stays.
Yeah.
Here.
Or something.
So, or
this does not exist.
That's my question. So is if
yeah, this piece does not exist.
If we can, I guess
but
people are using.
People can come this way and go that way.
That's my question. If they can.
They can.
Okay. To me, then that is, if there is that route there, then the access on cantilevered is a little bit less important because we're not relying on the parking lot to make that connection.
It's less important, but again, if we were to finish, even if we don't do the cantilevered, if we do some kind of finish to the log deck, that could easily be connected by sidewalk back to the sidewalk that's on the bridge.
Understood.
So it kind of makes sense to go ahead and bring it all the way around and connect it to Wes.
It just matters on how protected it is and that sort of thing. So, okay, good.
Well, and an improvement like that is pretty de minimis in comparison to what we have designed here.
Exactly.
Yeah. So as long as we have some flexibility on that, I think that it's a lot easier for us to deliver something that will.
And again, this is just an intake process right now from you. We plan to come back with you with more refined proposals. The next one, the amphitheater. So you'll notice we don't have a whole lot of concept drawings of the amphitheater other than what's here. So you can see it in its circular pattern with the steps in it and some of the shade structures to the right of the screen. And then also this conceptual drawing, which was included in your packet. You can kind of see the shape of the oval shape where it is and the trees and what have you next to the play area. Couple questions about the amphitheater, and this ties back into our conversation we're going to have in a minute about activities and programming and that sort of thing. They all tie into with one another. Are location and size important? If you look at it, it's a pretty good piece of space right there. It doesn't necessarily look like it's recessed back too far from 99E. Maybe there could be a better spot for it in the park. Or at least a little bit further. We don't.
Too bad this doesn't show elevation. Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah, it doesn't show elevation, unfortunately. What we do know that location and size may be important. So if that's something that the council the master plan calls for 180 seat. Like we're not sure where that number comes from or where it originated. We're not sure what we want to do there. The purpose, is it movies? Is it music? Is it both? Scott and Catherine and Ann, we talked a little bit, and same with Ben, we talked a little bit about maybe having a demo movies in the park this August to kind of see what would it be like if it was if people were actually trying to watch a movie there with 99E traffic at 9 p.m. or something around that nature. What is that going to sound like? Same goes for a music event. Certainly the council we could somehow work with some third party to maybe have some kind of music event with some generators or something. We know we do the solstice event there, et cetera, in the winter. We play some music. It's down in the parking lot, so it's which is below grade. So that makes a difference. But where this amphitheater is, it seems like it could be very susceptible to road noise. So wasn't sure really what the intent was for that. And then whether we want that to be a dominant feature from 99E. Was that something that when you drive into the city you want to see? Is that something that you don't want to see? The more recessed and further down it is into the park, the better it would actually perform. These are all again, they're not questions for you to necessarily make a decision on tonight. It's just something that we'd like to get your concurrence moving forward that we should be studying and looking at in greater detail.
Well, I think sort of determining, is it possible to create an amphitheater where the sound is going to be good?
And we'll know that in August.
That's kind of a big piece to that question.
Yeah.
One of the crazy thoughts that went through my head, we've talked about wishing we had a way for people to be able to store canoes, kayaks, stand-up paddleboards so that they're not having to drive their car down there to do that. What if that formed a sound barrier at the upper end, right between the road and the amphitheater, and then the amphitheater went down from that, so that you've created a natural.
So what's the top part? The storage of what?
It's boat storage.
Like a little
that wraps around the upper part of the amphitheater, creating
so
a
creates
sound
like a
block.
wall, a sound wall.
So if you did it out of hard, let's just say concrete block, although we're not going to concrete block, but something that would reflect the sound away from the amphitheater.
Right.
That could make a distinct difference. It's just throwing out ideas like that to where we can, dual functions, where you can stack functions, as they say.
The one thing that something like that may do, which we'd need to consider, I don't have an opinion about it right now, but it just flitting through my head, is that it wouldn't be something that would be a 99 attractor. Folks wouldn't see that it was an amphitheater down there.
But frankly,
but that may not matter.
I don't know how much you're going to see from the road anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
This is.
But it's one of the questions that
we talk about view sheds, and we talk about the view of the river from downtown. And I defy anyone to show me a place where you can see the river and not be up on the second floor of something from downtown.
Top of the Adams Street connector, right by light rail.
Exactly. Or South Downtown Plaza
to start.
location.
South Downtown. But
some of those are going to be changing approximately the next year as well.
Yeah, but nowhere down on this end of town can you see the river.
On this end of town.
So, and that's where this amphitheater is, right? So I think we need to, when we're thinking about the view sheds and things like that, we really need to really think about are we actually losing view sheds, or just are we losing the idea of a view shed?
That's a good question. We do have that in the presentation coming up. So thank you for bringing that up.
So before we pass this by, I do want to just put out a couple things. One is, while we're thinking about these, I'd also like you to think about staffing levels. And the reason I say this is because I've actually managed venues like this. So in venues like this, they don't just magically happen. You end up having to schedule in a lot of events to make it sort of come to fruition and have that experience. So it's also just a statement of, you start walking into having more staff, probably Mitch's team, where we're actually trying to get more and more things happening in that space. It can be a great way to drive people into this space and to activate the city. Just something to think about.
Well, but also it could be that we end up wanting to subcontract activating the space, because that's what Portland does at Pioneer Square, because the subcontractor has a lot more flexibility to say no.
I totally agree with that, and I've actually been the subcontractor as well on one of these venues, so this isn't necessarily us, but it is a cost. And we also have had I just want to bring in the total cost as we're talking about design. So as Mitch is bringing up these things, some of these things like substantial changes to the designs are going to cost a heck of a lot more than $60,000. I think Mitch told me that over the course of this, we spent $1 million on the design aspects of this park. So whenever we look at a major component of the park and we say, let's change that, or let's think about changing that, it's just going to be a substantial amount of money. I'm in. I think we're all in. We want to do this right, and we want to get you the design that you want. It's just something to keep in the back of your head.
The other thing I wanted to throw out, because I just remembered it, on the amphitheater, unless we are going to have a really robust system of programming it, it would be good if it was designed in such a way that it was useful for other things, like people having picnics and people
kind of like the Rose Garden, probably.
I mean, just ways that you can make it, again, a multi-use kind of facility where it's not just an amphitheater that you can go listen to music at.
Pioneer Square is a great example for a couple of reasons. For one thing, it's used most of the time for, I mean, a lot of times it's just people sitting around having lunch, having coffee, you know, organizing for various things. And also, I mean, when I think about, you know, urban amphitheaters, I think about personal experiences with them. And you know, movie night, I just did it last summer with my family at Pioneer Square, and it's a much busier, loud noises going around, and it played wonderfully. I think of a waterfront amphitheater in my hometown where it's you know, you've got lots of urban freeways, not a 30-mile-per-hour, you know, 3.5, 4-lane road, but you've actually got, you know, interstate freeways, you know, over. And there are ways that you can deal with noise mitigation to make something like that work without having to change the design drastically. You know, I think they successfully use sails to sort of contain sound and that sort of thing. So, you know, I like the idea, but also considering that it won't be used for music venues all the time. So, just those 2 points.
Good. Yeah, that's great feedback. Thank you. Council members, do either of you have any particular feedback for the amphitheater?
Well, I go back and forth. Well, it depends on the sound, of course, obviously.
Yeah.
I wasn't around when it was created, and I just wondered what other uses could be there instead of an amphitheater. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'll say that. But
you're not talking.
I'm not a huge fan of it. I also don't feel so strongly that. I mean, you have been through the discussions with the community much more than I have.
Well, I was going to say, and we definitely need to hear from Gary Klein, but I will tell you that, you know, one of the things that there's a line in here about a 2005 or 2006 survey, but actually this design was a long, you know, it was 2 or 3 years in the making, and it was a big negotiation between taking away, you know, reducing boating access to create some of these things. And so this was kind of the result of voting by the community. And so not the actual layout, but what the elements, the key elements, the playground, the bathrooms, the fountain, the amphitheater. So I guess I'm reluctant to, I mean, I think if we wanted to revisit those, we need to have a bigger community discussion.
And I found the results from that survey recently, and I could share them with you. They're very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we surveyed a lot. We got a lot of feedback.
Yeah, it was a very well done. It was a big mailer that came to you at your house, and there was a lot of outreach. It was, yeah.
Good. Okay.
The other thing is, I do think Councilor Falconer's right. There's ways to compensate for the sound. I hope we learned that from our tests this summer. But, the Waldorf School plays or Milwaukie High School plays. Shakespeare in the Park, it's not just concerts. It can be other things too,
Yeah. Well, that's why I had written
school.
I had written
Zumba classes,
movies or music or both. Yeah, this is good feedback because typically, we want to just assume music, but not always the case.
Yeah.
Just wanted to add, again, Scott Archer with North Clackamas Park and Rec District. And first of all, just want to say we're really happy to be sitting here with you, with Mitch and Ann and your team, just talking about this. We're very excited. The district is very excited to be partnering with you. We know that this is one of the council's very few. I know you've got a short list of goals that you set, and this is one of them. And we look forward to working with you to help accomplish that goal. So obviously this is right in our wheelhouse, and it's important to us. Just want to add about what you're talking about, the amphitheater, whatever is decided. And I think that's, a big part of this is just understanding that I think the idea of refining your master plan, making sure it suits what the community wants, what you, the council, want. But whatever is decided, as far as the programming goes, we also look forward to being your partner in programming the site and other sites. But I can tell you is that we as the district are taking an active interest in increasing our programming, especially around community, all of our programs we think are important, but I'm talking about bigger community events that draw the community together and become places where people engage with each other, not just a specific, a dance program or a sports program, but something that is a community level thing. And this type of facility lends itself to that. So we have a very specific goal that we would like to increase those types of programs, and that would fit here. So if that's what's decided, I'm not suggesting that that decision has been made, but when you get to that point, we'll look forward to working with you on helping to program that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. So
Mitch also just let me know that we're less than halfway through tonight's presentation. And I just wanted to call it out because it's 9:30. Yeah. We had asked for 4 questions that you guys have answered tonight. We're going to be coming back in August, I believe, with this same discussion, round 2. So I don't want people to feel like you have to stay tonight and we have to solve the world's problems tonight. So it's also a question to you of, do you want to keep going? We do have those 4 questions answered, or do you want us to push the remainder of this conversation into the next meeting?
I guess, are there any other things where, like the amphitheater and the sound question, right? Some direction now would allow you to learn something more that then would inform the conversation later.
Yeah, I think so. And I can do it quick. I can be quick. If you're committed to being quick. I'm just concerned
about Gary. Gary's been sitting here for hours, and we should let Gary have his say.
Well, why don't we take a little break right now and let Gary come up and tell us what he has to say, and then we'll see what we have left time-wise.
Do you want me to use the timer?
Okay.
No.
Come on up, Gary.
Now?
Yep.
Come on up.
Sorry.
Gary Klein, 10795 Southeast Riverway Lane, Milwaukie, Oregon, 97222. Feel like I'm in the Air Force.
Name, rank, and serial number.
I support Milwaukie Bay Park, first of all. I want to mention that. And second, thank you for letting me be here and talk. I really appreciate it. I've been involved in the Riverfront Park Board and the Riverfront Task Force now for about 14 years. I was going to meetings before I got appointed. Since July 2016, the task force has been on hiatus, so it's been a year now, and so we haven't had any meetings since then. And since then, I've been out of the loop for what's going on this. I missed another group was set up to work on the park as a project team, and I just haven't been involved. But I have talked in both the Milwaukie Historic Neighborhood Committee. I've talked at a Good Neighbor group that I'm involved in, and I've gone to Riverfront Park Board, I've gone to Park and Rec Board meetings, not as a member, but just as a person. I was the assistant chairman of the group, and now I guess I'm the chairman because I'm the last member of
the last man standing.
Yeah, literally speaking. I've talked to staff and council and other people when the opportunity arises. I've been following this for a long, long time. Even before I moved back to the city, I was checking out stuff that had happened with the park. I've sent some emails out to Shane and Angel because they didn't know a lot about me. I ran into Angel at the police 100-year anniversary meeting, and Shane's involved, thank goodness, with the Kellogg Good Neighbor Committee, and I've talked to the rest of you many times. But the big thing is, on the park, since Joanne Hergel left about 5-6 years ago now, we've gone through 4 staff member changes in working with the Riverfront Task Force. And those changes, not everything always gets passed on and information comes down correctly. I'm happy Mitch has found some of the things about it, because, here he is finally, after being passed on through many other people. I'm happy that he can find some of the things. But the unfortunate thing is some of the information on here is incorrect. I'll just say that much right off the bat. So I would love to be involved to help get the task force going and get the project done. I want to help, number one. Number two, I'd love to be appointed by City Council to the project team for Milwaukie Bay Park as the last active member of the Riverfront Task Force. And the reason I say it that way is when we went on hiatus, and I voted against that, the only one, at that time, a member of other groups couldn't be in other boards. And so I was appointed by the Milwaukie Historic Group to be on the Kellogg Good Neighbor Committee. And so I had no option as a task force member. I could be on the task force, but I can't be on the Park and Rec Board or anything else. So I'm out of the loop. All I can do is stand in the background and watch. So I would love to be involved. I've got a big investment personally in donating the property. I want to see it happen, and I'd like to help get it done. How can I help? Any questions, please ask.
I don't have questions, but I wanted to thank you for your involvement, and it's been, I know you've put in hours and hours and hours. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I've talked to a couple of you about is whether or not we move this seat onto the park board, and whether or not, because it's now responsible for Milwaukie Bay Park and hasn't been in the past, whether or not as the last standing member we do that. And I think that it's probably a good solution so that Gary actually gets all the notices and knows when meetings are changing and kind of is in the loop around all those pieces. So that was actually, I'm obviously really tired because I'm having random staffing conversations with you from the council dais, but that was kind of our thought process, is that maybe we should be shifting that as we decommission the board. Yeah.
How many members are currently on PARB? Is it 7?
7.
Yeah.
So that would make an even number. How often do you have contentious votes?
We don't often. We don't.
It's not usually all 7 people.
That's usually why you have an uneven number right on boards.
That's right.
They're very diligent on meeting.
Very diligent, yeah.
Well, and this is a very specific and special case, right?
Sure.
This is a unique situation that is substantially different. So
I'm not familiar with what folks' terms are right now. If there is anyone
who might be terming off?
We are recruiting for Lynn Sharp's position.
Yeah.
In fact, the council subcommittee for interviews recently received maybe notification or doodle poll on when those are going to be held. So, yeah.
I haven't seen that.
I have no.
It was in the recent pilot, so we're waiting to see if more applications come in.
Okay,
We only have
perfect.
like 2 so far.
We have 2, so we could potentially have a third applicant.
It looks like.
Well, for sure, let's definitely do, excuse me. Let's definitely do that. Get Gary.
I have information on all 4 of these things that I think somehow may not be passed on through, knowledge of being involved in the Riverfront Task Force on some of them. I don't want to comment on everything now, or we'll be here till midnight.
Well,
Thank you, Gary.
I think it would be really great, and I had offered this to Gary when we met last time. I'm happy to hold a monthly meeting or a bi-monthly meeting with Gary and with Mitch as we're going through this process, just to make sure that we're getting that kind of information, and I'm sorry we didn't in advance.
Did you have information on the specific questions we've already discussed tonight?
Yes.
So did you think
Went off
there's
the rails.
something we don't know that we needed to know?
One
To make those
example
decisions?
I'll just take the first one and I'll stop there. The coastal redwood, that issue came up before Joanne Hergel left. And it was, we were getting a lot of pushback on it. And it was decided then, and that's why it was never pushed through phase 2 to remove it. And that's why it's there. Otherwise, it would have been clear, because we were clearing the park to go on to phase 3. And so we left it. And I thought we were working to get the restrooms moved then. That was 5 years ago. Now we're talking about it again.
Well, and Gary had let us know that. I think part of our issue is that if there's not a documented vote and if there's not something that actually says that we did it, which we couldn't find any documentation on, then we needed to bring it back. And you guys are a new council and get to have your say on that too.
Also, another thing that I'm saying that mainly for the other people who are involved in the Riverfront Task Force, this is a nice listing of things. And here the Riverfront Task Force is only mentioned once, and that's at the end. Staff indicates park renaming process and dissolution Riverfront Task Force, but yet the park board is mentioned numerous times, several times. But I mean, we were the one passing this information on to council to steer it on to the next group. The original Riverfront board was adopted, as I said, 96, 97 when your information started. So it had been around for 20 years. And it still is, but I'm it.
Yeah, I was trying to capture really council action items. That's why
the park
when you
didn't capture
when the council looks at or wonders if we spent almost $1 million on design, there's a lot of David Evans and Associates contract amendments on here that I have in record in HPRIM. So I was trying to capture council actions.
Yes, a lot of that was, I don't know what the percentage was, but a lot of that was construction drawings and construction,
amendments for new drawings, 30% drawings, concept drawings, refined drawings, yeah.
And Lisa said it, we did a lot of there was about a 3-year process just to get through the feel for what the people wanted. But again, as you go through change, and nobody here was even involved when I got placed on the board, but there were changes, and the first one, like I mentioned, was that redwood, the first thing that was on the list, and that's why it was left, and it wasn't taken out. We had permits, we moved other trees.
But the negotiations that got to the plan you ultimately put forward, I remember there were people who wanted no boat ramp. Right? There were the people, the boaters who wanted all boat ramp and all parking, and there were people who wanted no boat ramp because they wanted more green space. And, this was a big compromise.
Before I got on the board, Michael got on the board, and he was a boater himself, and that's why he pushed to get on. And so it was the thing that we kept. But it was a big thing in Milwaukie. The biggest thing about it is this used to be a ferry launch point. And it's the way you'd get across the river. So a boat launch here has been around for hundreds of years.
Well, that's an interesting point. Maybe we need a little historic thing.
A historic marker.
A historic marker. Yeah, we need to discuss that too.
Right.
Lot
So
soup.
I think we do need to figure out a way to keep you more deeply involved with the process, whether that's putting you on PARB in Lynn's place.
I'd love to help.
Or we'll get that figured out here shortly.
I can work with Gary to get him lined up with the application process and whatnot.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
And then you can help us stay on track.
Are we talking about adding another position?
No, we're recruiting for an unfilled position.
Currently open.
Correct.
And we are at least nominally saying that it is a competitive, that there will be interviews. Right?
That's right.
Apparently 2 people have already applied. Is that the deal?
Yeah, that's one of the things that concerns me.
I mean, I want to.
I mean, I'd be in
You're going to be a great candidate, Gary. But we're going to go through a process.
I would love to get on this committee more than the park board. I mean, as a leftover from the task force, somehow. If I need to go through the park, I guess I'll do it. But my interest is the park, Milwaukie Bay Park.
Not park board.
Can you
generally.
switch back to any of, that one? No, that one. See that area on the right? That's me. I live there.
Yeah. So
You do, and you gave a big chunk of land to the
Fine
park.
point.
Absolutely.
See, we used to own that property. We owned 3 lots there. We had a lot there and 2 on the other side. And that's when the city got it in 2003, on the 100th anniversary of incorporation.
I still remember the dedication of
That's on
Klein
the
Point
timeline.
that day. We had a great party down there, remember? Big party down there to dedicate Klein Point.
But, yeah, and I even went to Metro to push to get the money to do phase 1.
yeah, we can certainly. I mean, we're holding our monthly meeting. Like this team does a meeting every.
We do.
4 days, it seems like, but we can definitely.
I'll push for phase 3.
It is every 4 days.
So we can definitely fold you in on those meetings, and because Ben is the way the committees or the project team is, it's obviously city staff and CPRD staff, and then Ben is the rep on the Parks Board. So we feel that we've got but certainly they're public meetings. So yeah.
Actually, they are not public
They're not
meetings.
actually.
No.
You're right. They happen in our building.
Because they are staff level meetings, and we can talk about it, but I'd like to give a chance to have a discussion with NCPRD.
Yeah, so that's-
Thank you.
Make any appointments to that.
To be continued. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
We have 14 minutes until you are at 10 o'clock. I'm only bringing this up because if you want to go past 10 o'clock, you actually need to have a formal motion.
Well,
So-
I'm already almost turned into a pumpkin, so let's get it done.
So I guess are there any issues that you need direction so that you can give us further information so that we can make decisions in 2 months or whenever you come back to us?
yeah, I think I'd like to just get a little bit more input from you.
Go.
And I can be very quick.
Okay.
Go for it.
So you guys are welcome to come back up if you'd like. Park features. We've heard in the community that the waterfall that is proposed as a concept is something that might be a little elaborate for the site, which is this drawing that you see right here. This is one view of it. There's another view right here as you see it spilling down on two floors of stairs. We also hear from our representatives from the Parks District who have an expert experience in this, in building these facilities, that sometimes these are used as swimming pools on hot days.
Like always.
Yeah, which in turn creates, as your staff report indicates, it creates health issues, et cetera. The question really is, water feature is something that I think it gives a merit to the plan. Does it need to be a water fountain like this, or could it be a splash pad like what Scott built in Oregon City? This is a photo of the Oregon City Public Library where they have a splash pad and you can see kids playing in it. They're concrete circles. They have recirculating water. They if people are just going to get in this thing on hot days, then maybe it should be something that's a little bit more utility based or are useful. So an idea for you to consider in the future, maybe a water fountain as what's existingly drawn on the plans, or if we can use the same earth grading materials and create as much water opportunity, then we could potentially have a splash pad. So something for this council to think about.
Just want to add, so another one of those fun features that I've managed in my career. My concern is a couple things. One is safety for kids, because they will use this as a play area. So making sure that the ingress and egress from whatever we design actually allows for a safe ingress and egress, knowing that that's how it's going to be used. That it's maintainable so that staff can get in there to replace any of the functions, the motors, they break all the time. So making sure that it's something that we don't end up having to turn off. The one that I managed cost about $70,000 a year in order to maintain. It was a favorite feature. Salt Lake City finally turned it off this year because they just couldn't budget the kind of money it took for the water feature and for the continually breaking motors. So these guys sort of laughed at me when I brought it up. I think they also agreed with me wholeheartedly that they're just complicated interactive spaces. And so I just want to make sure that we design it. If you want a water feature, we design it in a way that's really interactive for the people who will be using the park.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to say, I mean, I love like Salmon Street Springs, but I'm not crazy about just the loop metal splat. I guess I want something that's got some visibility to it and it's not just like the loop.
So a dominant feature from 99E.
Yeah. There's some really beautiful ones. We can, if you're open to the concept of shifting to that type of design, I think we can bring you some really interesting spaces. It's just a question of, do you want the water feature first and foremost? Because they do take work and money and all those pieces. And if so, are you in agreement that knowing we're going to have people interacting with the space, we may bring you other designs?
Sure.
Yeah,
you're open to other designs.
Water features are charming and they're fun. Kids love them. I think the more interactively designed it is, probably the better. Is that?
That's what a park's all about.
A fair.
Yeah.
Great. Good.
Yep,
Thanks.
I'm good with it.
The next item that we talk about in the master plan, as you've noticed, is the area all the way to the right. It's the children's play area. So let me scan back to that. So the playground area, what's called for in the concept plan and the master plan is a nature play area. And as Ben pointed out when we were discussing this, is this considered really? Here's an example of the play area in concept is where those structures are.
But that's not nature play. That's a conventional play area.
Now maybe it's conventional play. Excuse me. It's been discussed that there's at the Parks Board level and other places where they like a nature play area like this, what was designed in Westmoreland Park. The question is, as far as a play area, is something like a nature play area a feature that the council thinks would be worthwhile to include in the park, knowing that there's a really nice nature play area about 1.6 miles up the road where folks can go and interact with and potentially have better parking access, that sort of thing? I mean, is that considered, would that be considered a unique feature for Milwaukie, or would Milwaukie rather focus on a different play area that could potentially draw folks from the other park? So, and be a dominant feature from 99E?
I have a small child and she really prefers the nature play area over, the only thing that comes close in Milwaukie that she enjoys as much is the climbing structure at Waldorf, which is it's not traditional at all. It's much more like climbing a tree because it moves and it's sort of, even though it is a pattern, it seems a little bit more random. So just from my own personal experience, I don't think that it's so close that it's completely redundant, because even from walking from my house, and I live literally as close to this as you can get in Milwaukie because I live, as you all know, on a Portland street. And we walk to that park. We walk to Westmoreland Park from my house. And to convince a 3-year-old to do that takes some bribing. And so, when we do that, that's kind of this would be a shorter walk for us, and it would be a shorter walk for most people who live in Milwaukie.
So that's my response too, is that even though there's one that's a mile away, what we're after is a walkable city, right? So the more of our families will be closer to this than they will be to that. And I think, the opportunity to do something that's just as cool or cooler, give these guys a chance to one-up themselves. I don't know. I think, and it seems like in a lot of these decisions, we're moving sort of slightly away from the sort of formalized park into something a little more organic, and the nature play fits that better.
Great.
I would also note that when we did the master planning for like Bowman and Bray, when we did those 3 park master plans, was just after Westmoreland Park opened, and Ardenwald wanted nature play in Balfour Park. That didn't matter to them, and they're the closest to.
Sure.
And they still wanted nature play.
Okay.
So, I'm not a parent, but that seemed to be the.
Yeah, no, that's great feedback. As a project team, we were just focusing on destination-based elements and features and what would be considered destination-based. So that's good feedback. Thank you.
And just so you know, this proximity to the play and the amphitheater was intentional, so that parents could be listening to music and having their kids and being able to, kind of like what happens in Llewellyn in Ball Michelle Park for their concerts, have the.
Or Ardenwald Park,
yeah.
that little piece, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. Other known issues, activities and programming. As we were looking at this, and again, trying to figure out as this concept was being constructed and designed and the principles at that time, was it designed for recreation, community gathering, or tourism, all 3? What are the activities and programs that the council would like to see at the park? I think we went over them. We obviously had a space for kids, a safe place for kids, some non-motorized water access. We know maybe some music or events or other type of amphitheater activities, and obviously just a general space in general. But if there's any other type of activities, we'll talk about the Great Lawn in a minute, but for any other type of passive or active play. So just something to keep in mind.
And as we're waiting on that, Councilor Faulkner, could you please make a motion right now that we're going to go past 10 p.m.?
I move that we go past 10 p.m.
I can't hear what she said.
I move
to
go to midnight.
Not doing that.
Well, I'll second the motion to go past 10 p.m.
It has been moved and seconded to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. Is there any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor? Aye.
Say that it will stop at a certain time?
That's
Because that's a pretty open door.
I think some of these questions are.
They aren't necessarily.
We're not ready to answer them tonight.
Right. We're not ready to, and
I'm not ready to. That view shed is a big old can of worms.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into that tonight.
Perfect. We'll skip it.
And they may not be the types of things that Mitch truly needs absolute direction from us to be able to bring information back.
So in another half hour, can we wrap this up?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
that's a long time.
A date certain, a time certain of 10:30?
I don't know that I would have made that motion. I thought that when we were talking about quickly, we were actually talking about only
10 minutes.
15 minutes.
I can continue to go quickly.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
10:15.
Quickly is quickly.
All in favor of extending to 10:15?
Yeah,
Aye.
Whatever.
Opposed?
Instead of 10:30, right?
Yeah, 10:15. All right, go.
Okay, thank you. So view shed, you don't want to tackle it tonight, but it's something the council needs to be mindful of and think about, because this is something that we're going to ask of you, and when we design elements for this park, they're going to impact view shed, okay? And so this is where the trees are in this concept drawing, if you can see. If you're driving on Highway 111, or 99E, you can not see certain areas of the river that you can see now. Is that something that the council is going to want to uphold based on these drawings? So there are plantings scheduled.
It's about driving, it's about building.
Correct.
It's about everything. Yeah.
Correct.
There's a big conversation to be had around.
So, and that's going to affect where certain places are staged and planted. So
perhaps we could do a work or study session where we walk around the city streets.
Yeah.
And the park.
And staff has talked to you about the fact that we are bringing these discussions every 2 months. I mean, that's a perfect example of how we could spend next month or the next meeting is actually taking a break from
focus exclusively on viewshed. That sounds good. But as you can see, it drives so many other elements. So we don't want to make a concrete decision on one item and then know that the viewshed impacts it 5 months down the road, and then we're back on the drawing table. This is why it's before you this evening.
What also relates to the lawn and the breaking up the lawn.
That's coming up.
And the
open space. You must mean the open space, or the what we call this is called the Great Lawn. This is an element that, if you go back to the master plan, let's see, where is it? There it goes. It's a pretty decent sized space. There's a space down by where the water is, and then up top, right adjacent to 99E, when you know, obviously the trolley trail is completely built out here. But the idea is, what is that, what does that look like? Does that mean that we eliminate the grass, break it up to mitigate the geese, the goose intrusion, or does it mean keep the ratios as is per plan? Or is there a combination, or what's flexible? So just something to consider moving forward. We know we do have a geese problem at the park currently. Permitting.
Very effective in moving them over by the sewage treatment plant, however, because that's where they have been all weekend.
Thank you. And so the other thing is permitting. We know the core permit, as I mentioned before, is good until 2020. A lot of what we do here, we want to try to preserve the existing permit, so keep our cut and fill ratios kind of the same, move things around, but maybe once we start removing really big items or trying to add really big items, I think we'll trigger some kind of entirely new permit process.
Ben, is that, so cut and fill, is that it? So if the cut and fill ratio stays the same, the Corps doesn't care otherwise?
I mean, I think there may be some hardscape issues too, but there's a lot of hardscape and a lot of grading shown already here. And I think our goal is to kind of stay within the confines of that intent.
Yeah.
I mean, in my mind, I don't see us doing more.
Right. I don't either. If anything, less. Yeah.
Well, but so let me give you an example. If you decided to put in a building for housing kayaks and paddle boards and oars, and we wanted to have enough room for people who, I mean, part of the problem, just so council knows when we've talked about this, has been around parking. You have to drive if you're taking a boat. There's not a lot of option for people to be able to go recreate off of the park if that's the way they want to recreate. So do you want to put in a structure that allows for Milwaukeeans to actually leave their kayak there and to enter through a keypad or some sort of touch system? It's a lot of concrete, and it's a lot of impervious surface.
The green roof.
Right. So at that point, you're going to have to offset that somewhere, right? If we're going to try and be within the permit boundaries. So that's why we're talking about it in this way, or that's why Chuck's been talking about it in this way, is more just to make sure as we're thinking about the gives, we're looking at both sides of the equation.
Right, but this did have a lot. I mean, that fountain, that stair-stepped fountain, and that, plaza that's a lot of hardscape right there, the white.
And if we want to remove that?
Cantilevered, I mean, if we're talking about minimizing that, making that a little bit less of a structure, then that's also another place where we're making some savings there.
That is actually not in the permit, unfortunately.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
And so that
You're
doesn't
right.
count towards the count, but the plaza area does. So if we wanted to remove the plaza area, or if we wanted to place something on the plaza area, there's all sorts of ways to sort of manipulate the space, but that's why staff's bringing it up in this way. Okay.
But it could be one element throws off the permit, and it's whether to keep or retain the element, or the feature.
There's a piece of research is what exactly does affect.
Well, it's the ratios of permit, cut and fill.
It's ratios, and it's the discussion, right? There's a certain amount of discussion that happens with the Corps of Engineers when we go back and we say these are the amendments we'd like to have, and the staff comes back and says, right? So that's my only concern, is every time we open up the permit, we do go back and we have those conversations.
We'll do it once, but figure that out before we go have that conversation.
I guess I'm telling you there's a human factor. And until I'm in that moment, I may not be able to fully tell you the human factor.
And finally, there's parking, which there may be features that are part of this refining process that attract people with cars. Maybe there are features that attract people without cars. These are things that you know, having the insight early on will help us in planning our the features, the build out of them, whether they're the children's play area, or whether it's like you said, the boat kayak SUP storage, that sort of thing, whatever mitigates the need to go down to the park on several occasions, what should be installed to keep people there longer so they don't have to make multiple trips, that sort of stuff. And obviously how that works for downtown, ties into downtown. Finally, the last, one of the last slides, funding. The funding strategy as we know it right now, there could be some potential SDCs from, we know the elements that let me back up. The elements that I showed you that we've gone through tonight, we know cost approximately, if the ones that we keep, so not necessarily the pedestrian or the cantilevered overlook, but a lot of the other elements that we talked about that stay will cost approximately $3 million. I think that's what I have in my report. I'm trying to look for the page.
Well, that is what Chuck told us in the budget process last year.
It is, and that's where I got the number I got from Chuck. Yeah, $3 million. So we think based on those elements that we talked about, and that could be, again, refining the amphitheater, refining that water feature so it's something maybe not as elaborate, et cetera, that SDCs from potential development could be an option to fund a lot of it. We have the Bernard's Garage site coming online. We have potentially Coho Point coming online. Both of those have housing units proposed, so which would generate SDCs. Plus, we have other infill development, et cetera, and other development options. So we also know that there could be the opportunity for a bond measure. You heard about that a little bit earlier this evening. Maybe that's something the city initiates, a GO bond to build out the park based on support from the residents. And then NCPRD, depending on how they, we work with them on getting their 54 cents increase per 1,000 assessed value. And I'll certainly leave it up to you guys if you have any input on that as well. But those are the three, at this point in time, preliminary funding mechanisms that we can see that would actually hit all of the elements for this park and actually allow us to complete it. So if anyone has any, if that sounds
so council
good.
Before tried a capital campaign, and it failed because, what I was told, what I heard at the time was it failed because donors, some of the corporate donors and people like Bob's Red Mill, et cetera, felt like the city didn't have skin in the game. And so then the city went out and did phase 2 and raised the money to do that. And unfortunately, the capital campaign didn't get followed up on at that point when the city did have skin in the game. I don't know. It does seem to me like an amphitheater is a great naming opportunity for potentially a capital, some donor out there. I'm certainly not a fundraiser. I don't know how you go about doing that, but.
So one of the pieces that we're also, now that we have some general understanding of where we'd like to be, we can start adding price points. We can add some price points onto some of these things and start talking about whether or not there is a fundraising campaign that you guys feel like you want to undertake. It's definitely something that staff can assist with, but my past experience has shown that elected officials do a far better job at pulling money together than staff level. Well, you have more skin in that game. And so it's just a different dialogue. But it's absolutely a part of the discussion we can bring back.
Yeah, and we do have, as your report indicates, we do have the capital campaign now still fully funded. We haven't drawn anything. It's not much, $20-some thousand, but 22, I think. But CMI has made several donations to it to the tune of about $15,000. We've had CH2M Hill donate. We've had Dark Horse. There are other, I mean, it's some pretty substantial gifts. Mr. Klein. So yeah, that's a pool of money to use potentially for enhanced design or some other feature when it gets to that point. Finally, next steps. So we heard from you this evening. We appreciate that. And we're going to continue to define these guiding principles. And we're going to return back to you with probably just one-off elements and features of kind of what we want to design around and look at in greater depth, like we just gave the example of view shed. But we want to do that with knowing in mind that there are other elements that'll impact and affect. So we want the council to really be conscious about that when we have these discussions. So we'll be reiterating that as well. And we'll research funding, as we mentioned, for the design assistance. I think Ann mentioned and Scott mentioned some money from NCPRD's budget. Obviously, there might be some design grants for some elements, and we may have a city supplemental budget that comes our way soon. That maybe some funding could be reappropriated for some design work of such to get this concept into something that you can see that elevated walkway gone, and you can see the cantilevered overlook shrunk or something, just some of the things that we talk about to put it into place. So, but that will require some professional assistance.
Right. So I think for the next meeting, I would be interested in seeing a little harder number on SDC potential. Like what precisely do we currently have? What would we expect to have in a year and a half or 2 years, based on the building that we know is coming? Just so that we have, some numbers that we're working with rather than sort of vague concepts.
Definitely. Yeah, we can do some projections with you. We have our current SDCs available, and then we can bring back some projections based on what we know the city is looking at for development. And also want to note, we're going to, again, as I said earlier, I'm going to just be really fast, but we want to help you succeed in this project, whatever that means. And there's a lot of different ways that might be, but one of the ways is that once the target has been defined, which is the master plan is finalized, and we have a good concept of what the dollar amount is, we'll work very closely with Ann and the whole team here to figure out what different funding options. But we will also be looking creatively as a district to ways that we might help get this funded. So whatever that might mean, there's a lot of different ways that could be. But We'll certainly look at the SDCs. We've been very successful with grant applications as a park and rec district, and we'll look to maybe do some of that. But there are different opportunities here that we'll be looking at. Mm-hmm.
Good. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I also throw in there for future discussion there's a marker called the DeSmet marker. If you haven't seen it, go look at it. You know where the funky bike rack is? Yeah. Right behind it, there's a rock with a plaque honoring a Catholic priest, missionary who brought civilization to Oregon. It's something that I think is time to go, personally, and shouldn't be in our park.
It's the terminology of bringing civilization to folks who are already living here.
Yeah.
And had civilization. That's problematic for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the bike rack is supposed to be relocated at some point. That's still unclear as to who has the recommending authority, whether it's the Parks Board or the Arts Board, but I'm trying to get them together so they can both decide on where that huge bike rack can be relocated in the park.
I just want to say one thing.
Yeah, of course.
I want to just say good evening, and I'm here, and thank you so much for your focus and input, and this is really an exciting project. And you should feel really good about how far the master plan has taken you, and that this refinement phase is really, it is the next phase, that no matter whether if it was done in 2010 or 2016, you would be having these same conversations probably. And this next phase is getting into the details of those uses and making sure you understand what you really are going to have available to you on opening day and for the years to come. So I just think this is a terrific conversation, and really look forward to working with you on the project.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
10:14.
So have at least a minute to read, and we have a session down in Salem that's 10 days away from Sine Die or whatever it is.
I have an update on that too.
So.
Do you want to further extend the meeting?
5 minutes? You can be excused if you want to.
No, I'm fine.
Thanks,
guys.
Thank you.
I feel like we kind of need to be caught up by the time we have our next meeting. Sine Die
We will
is
be
passed.
here until you guys are done, so you just tell us what time.
So, can I have a motion to extend 5 more minutes?
Done.
I'm looking at Wilda. Wilda, do you want to?
I'm here, I'm fine.
I move that we extend
you guys.
5 more minutes.
Second.
Hey, a second?
He seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to extend the meeting 5 more minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None heard? Go.
Okay, spoke with Representative Power this afternoon. She anticipates them being done by Friday. The House transportation bill passed out of the House. It's heading to the Senate now, expected to pass. She did vote no on it.
Can we talk about that just for 1 minute as to why? So her concerns are with the large projects that have been removed from the version that they're looking at right now. There is still money in the package for Milwaukie, but she felt like it was substantially watered down and that she needed to make a statement around the fact that 205 and what's the other project? Both large projects.
Rose Quarter.
Rose Quarter.
Were removed from the final.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, thank you. She wanted me to let the council know that she is, she's going to get to introduce 2 bills in 2018, and that she'll have to get a draft by November 21st. So that she'll want to get together with you to talk about priorities immediately after sessions ends.
Cool.
So something optimistic to look forward to.
So if you want to register a complaint, register it with your AAA, because they caused that. I also want to give a little.
And the Truckers Union.
Well, yeah, but you can't really complain to them. So.
No, I know.
I
dropped my AAA.
2004 in its very gutted state is still hanging fire as to whether Senator Courtney will allow it to go to the floor. Just so you're all aware, I was asked to be in a press conference today regarding that and did. So hopefully I didn't embarrass us too badly. There's still some things in it that will be possibly useful to us, and certainly things that will be useful to other cities in the state.
But it's been amended so much
really
that
gutted.
It's not what we wanted and not what
close.
we approved.
Well, it's very watered down. Yeah, we lost the most important thing we needed, which was the ability to talk about rent control. No cause is still there.
Yeah.
Rent control is off the table. And that, without the 2 sides of that coin, you don't really solve it, right?
Yeah.
So, and I made that point clear at the press conference, however much they use of it. So that's all I got.
Solar tax credit is going away. I bring that up only because we're doing our solar program right now. So if you're watching on air and you're wondering whether or not you want to participate in our Solarize campaign, this is the only year we will be able to guarantee that you have a tax credit, which is a substantial amount of the payoff for the project. So if you're watching and you've been on the line, I would strongly recommend that you do this now if you want to take advantage of that tax credit.
Yep, absolutely.
MilwaukeeOregon.gov/solar.
And you can thank Senator Has, I believe, for that death. Not to name names. All right, so are we ready for me to?
Yep.
All right, Milwaukie Center is holding their Great American Barbecue tomorrow, Thursday, July 6th, from noon to 1 p.m. at North Clackamas Park. Event includes a flame-grilled lunch and live music. All ages are welcome, $5 for anyone under 60. Those 60 and up are asked to provide a $3 suggested donation. For more information, call 503-654-3030. First Friday is this coming Friday, July 7th, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. in beautiful downtown Milwaukee. The theme for July is Americana, so you are encouraged to wear your red, white, and blue. A map for the event is available on the First Friday Milwaukee Facebook page. The next poetry open mic is also on Friday, July 7th, from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at St. John's Episcopal Church. Sign up for the open mic by emailing Tom Hogan at tomhogan2@comcast.net. The annual 9K for K9 event is this Saturday, July 8th, beginning at 9 a.m. The entry fee is $25, and all proceeds benefit the Milwaukee Police Department's K9 unit. You can walk 3K, 6K, or the full 9K route. Dogs are welcome. Dogs are welcome. Dogs are the centerpiece. To register, visit the Milwaukee's Public Safety Foundation website at milwaukeepsf.org.
I've also been told on that you're allowed to run. So it says a walk, but I've been told you're allowed to run.
I've never seen anyone run.
Mean, and you can laugh at me.
Cool. The next historic Milwaukee neighborhood concert at Scott Park is Wednesday, July 12th from noon to 1 p.m. featuring Kenny Lavitt's duo. Scott Park is next to the Leading Library. Join the North Clackamas Urban Watersheds Council Nikiwik at Milwaukie Bay Riverfront Park on Sunday, July 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for a community celebration to educate and mobilize the community for the removal of Kellogg Dam. The event includes canoe tours, food, ecology-themed art, a duck race that you can purchase tickets to in advance online, and live music. Learn more on the city website, MilwaukeeOregon.gov, or on Nikiwik's website, ncurbanwatershed.wordpress.com. And that's all I have.
Awesome.
Anybody else?
Busy city. Lots going on.
I would entertain a motion.
I would move we adjourn.
Thank you. I wanted to take that one.
All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.